No doubt is right.
Oil, but I guess I missed the whole like 2011, the whole thing. Machvas, Offball, Pizzas, Levain, Football. Pizza's all the way over here. This is what we need. Pizza. Number 10. So, yeah, so there's different minhagos and there's whatever. The Gemara says, my time in the Rabbanim, what?
What is your podcast? Where do
Say
you
that Yitzika can be done.
Oh, whose podcast do I want to do?
So
Um,
yesterday,
I'd like to do the New York Times podcast or
number 4, let's go with the
like the PBS podcast. I forget what it's called. It's a big one. It's like one of the biggest, like one of those really mainstream ones that has a liberal bend or more progressive bend. I feel like if I got on that, then there's like no podcast that wouldn't have me on because you're like legitimized. Once you're on those podcasts, you're not on like that. Those are the biggest mainstream podcasts. So it wouldn't be like Lex Friedman or Joe Rogan. Those would be cool, and I'd love to be on Joe Rogan. I'd love to be on Kill Tony. I'd love to be on one of those podcasts, but one of those like news hour podcasts or whatever. I really would like to be on a PBS um, or or New York Times or um it's called YNet or like an Israeli podcast, something like that. That would be one of the Israeli newspaper podcasts. That would be really of interest to me. I'd be proud to do that. But even just like I'd want to do Chinese podcasts, like um, whatever those are. I mean, I don't know what all of those are, but like something like really like outside my wheelhouse, outside of what I'm used to.
But like we we prepare for one thing. We prepare for one thing because I know I understand now that because your name we prepare for a lot of questions about your name. Be ready for it.
I mean, I can only control what I can control. Anybody can ask me any question that they want. It's not throughout our entire time together. How many times have I asked you about your name? Zero times. Okay, I'm not famous either. It's like if I had the last name in the United States, Kennedy. People don't have to get. People don't have to. If I had the last name, if my last name were Kennedy in the United States, I didn't hear you. What did you say?
Do you know how many? Do you know how many conspiracy theories there are?
I don't want to talk about those. Those aren't my wheelhouse.
And I'm not like I'm just saying that we did it.
Okay. All right.
I understand you like say to me like so I understand your name like we hundreds of thousands.
Okay.
You don't understand.
Okay. It comes down to this. What is my name? Rabbi Michael Rothschild. Are you a banker? No. I'm a
Yeah.
certified project management professional. That's the end of the story. It would be like if you interviewed someone named Michael Kennedy and you would say, "Are you related to President Kennedy?" They'd say no, or they'd say, uh, or they'd be like, "Are you part of the Kennedy clan?" Not directly. We share DNA. That's about it. That's the end of the story of that. I mean, there may be more to other things and to what you say and who you are, and that might be really interesting, but
But I
people can't.
people on internet are crazy.
Okay, I mean, let them be however they want to be. I can't control that. That's a very small portion of who I am and what I do. The thing is, in the future, the banking dynasty will consider themselves coming from me, not me coming from them. It's about data, it's about content. I have more data and content created than every single other member of my family. Every single one combined. I have more data. Nobody else live streams their life. That means every newspaper article for hundreds of years. I have more content than all every Rothschild ever combined. So it's like I will be seen as the patriarch of the family, as the scion of the family, and the people will be like, "Oh, are you from the Rabbi Rothschild part of the family, or are you from the banking part?" Because the banking part's lame. The cool part is the historian, the futurist, the rabbi's part of the family, and that's cool.
I know you are not on the you are not from the baking part of family. I know that, but I speak for okay, but you will be
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of like. Okay, here's a. Do you know who Seth Rogen is?
no.
Okay, so he's an actor in the United States. Do you know who Joe Rogan is?
I know.
Okay,
I know.
so Joe Rogan's. I've never heard him ask, "Are you and Seth Rogen, cousins?" Like, it's a big family. The Rogan family is a big family.
I know.
So it's
But I it's very organ company and Rothschild family. There's big big difference.
yeah, to some extent, but to other extents, Joe Rogan has more content created on the internet. He has like I don't know something like 350 days by now. If you combine all of his content, that's his own dynasty. That's a huge. That's huge. And maybe Seth Rogen and Joe Rogan are related somehow. I mean, we're all related somehow. But people don't get set up on that. They don't get hung up on that. They want to talk about what Joe Rogan does with the UFC and his podcast and his acting career and Fear Factor career. They want to find out who the person is.
I I I hope we in the same position like they are not give a fuck about your name.
Okay.
I'm happy for you and yeah, I think this is great. I think it is great.
Excellent. Well, I'm happy that you found our other podcast, and you should use it as a lesson that you need to record. It's not that hard. If you have a computer, you just open up your recorder, and at least then you get, you know, like then you don't like,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
I would have been okay if you would have been like, "Hey, can we re-record that or whatever?" I would have been okay with that. Or if I didn't have it, I would have been okay with that. But not everybody's going to be. And imagine this was a really big interview for you. you want to make sure that it doesn't happen to you again. So you basically use it as a lesson.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So you've got like a voice recorder, or you could even if even you used your phone, just use your phone, and
Mm-hmm.
then it's not the same device too, which is important. If you can avoid it from being the same device, so you play on your phone the or you record on your phone the voice recorder, and then you shouldn't have an issue.
Sometimes it doesn't work out well. So a woman doesn't really, a woman doesn't do sleep, but a man does. And we know that smicha is done by girls. So, but according to you, which is saying, oh, some of the stuff.
And also, I did stream on number
How did it go?
and orchid.
Okay, what about YouTube
That's
and
good.
that's good. What about
At
YouTube
which
and Twitch?
YouTube, I need more videos. YouTube is like so small. Okay, so I'm gonna need more videos. So that's YouTube, and on Twitch, like some technical issues. So I did work yesterday only for Lambo and
Okay, well that's good. What were the technical issues on Twitch?
Wait a minute.
I don't know. I was not looking it right now because I am different work. But I'm gonna look in it today and I'm
Okay.
And Greek is the number one on whether that's to make the part on and everything else. And that's not done by the owner. So if that main thing is not done by the owner, it's certainly not the speaker. Oh, the Gemara, the Chitaino, in Zolim Hashem Yesha, it's supposed to be 10. In Zolim Hashem Yesha, the Gemara asks, the owner can't be Greek because you can't even compare to family. So what's the right? First, one of the other people, between Gadol and Kippur, the Shachar is far ahead of the he has a special mitzvah that he just his own.
so. What is your plan for today? I know this is the big lecture, but
Yeah, no, good question. So I'm getting my streams more organized, and I've been creating a lot of blogs. Um, so I like to write on futurist topics and just like pop culture, things about society. And I created a robot that does that for me automatically. And I'm just making sure that it populates correctly. I created. I'm in the process of creating about 2,000 blogs, which is a lot of not blog posts, blog individual blogs, which is just a massive amount of blogs. And then each blog I want to have at least 100 posts, so that's 200,000 posts, which is just got to be the biggest set of blogs in the world. And
you want to break all of records.
it basically, yeah. The, why not? Why not? Right? Why not try to
Not,
have as much
not,
content as possible?
not like in sport, but in no sports and no food and no would be best.
Yeah, I mean, for potentially, it's like uh, imagine someone were a basketball player, and instead of going into the instead of going into their career like I want to win a championship. They were like I want to win all the championships and I want to break every single scoring record and every single assist record and everything. If it's a record, then it becomes a target that I want to break. That's kind of how I am. Uh, I I want to do it all, as they say.
What if you don't take the missile and punch them back with it?
So
Yeah, yeah, I get that.
so that's what I'm doing, and I feel that that that's a different kind of strategy than a lot of streamers. But that's okay. I mean, nobody says I have to have the same strategy as every other streamer. But if I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it better. If I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it better than anybody else.
Whatever the steps are, this whole thing.
That is what you're talking about. Quando cultura chiude, like the rest.
Boom. Throw it out. The other thing, like, oh shit, throw it out. Everything
I agree, and I think that we're in a unique time where the internet is generally pretty free, not completely free, but you can generally say what you want and publish what you want, and they don't charge you. I could see a time in the future where YouTube charges you. If you want to stream for an hour, okay, it's $5,
Yeah,
and that's going to limit a lot of things. But right now it's free. So why not take advantage of it while it's free?
yeah, yeah, that's true. That's true. That's why I'm like I need to have more episodes. I need to have more episodes today because like the YouTube is not going to be free forever, and I think we have the time. So that's why I am like that. I need to have like yeah. So that's why I'm yeah. So that's why I'm.
get a better understanding.
That's episode is almost done.
Women must have 6 months. We're being 7 cases. Very much.
Episode is
I'm
almost
not
done.
going to drink water. I'm not going to be 20 that person. The minimum is 30 days. Could be.
I will tell you a story about what do happen today. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So in my situation, I am very good podcastman. I can be like for Americans everything, but I'm struggle with rock. Like that time, like the rest. So I was like, okay, my brother, like his friend, wants to fight me someone, but like his friend fucked up so bad, and he said to the girl, please stop for him. This him will make him feeling and I was feeling like I am I'm feeling like she does not fucking church. I feel so bad. My man hook was done. Truly.
Okay.
I was like, what the fuck?
Okay. I mean,
So I can't.
Go ahead.
Okay, continue.
Do they have dating apps in your country?
Yes.
Okay, so why don't you just join some dating apps, take some good pictures of yourself, review your
It's
biography,
not that easy.
Yes, it is.
It's not that easy.
It is that easy. Why are you putting challenges in between you and your end goal? It's literally this easy. It's not even like it used to be where you had to go meet someone in public. You can sit in your bed. If you have good pictures, you have a good bio, and you just swipe right on girls that you like, and then you'll get people in your inbox, and then you start talking to them. How is it not that easy? It's literally that easy.
And
You could go on a
and
date every
I
single
told the
night.
story.
You could go on a date every single night from now until when you fall in love and not have an issue. It's not hard.
And the end of the story is I got that friend, and I'm not going to talk about that girl, but that girl sees me like some charity,
As a charity
if you
case.
know.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a charity case. That's fine. You don't have to go for that girl. She sucks. You need to go for some girls in your area. How many pictures do you have?
Bro, I have so many on internet.
Okay, but that's not what you want. That's not what you want. For those you want quality, not quantity. So you pick 5 good pictures. One of you doing something adventurous. One of you in your home. One of you with an animal. One of you with your friends. One of you doing a hobby that you love. So those 5, you make sure that they're HD, high quality pictures, that you look really good in them, and then in your biography, it's short and simple. It's hi, my name is Anton, uh, whatever you want to go by, but Tony. I um am a whatever old whatever you do. I'm an AI enthusiast. I'm into finance. I wouldn't say cryptocurrency. I'd say
Podcast.
finance, and I'm a podcaster. And I would love to get to know
That
you
but they
and take you on a date. It's as simple as that. That's it. You say I'm single, no children, never married, and I'd love to take you on a date. Okay, that's great. That's it. And you're gonna have a ton of girls who are in your inbox. It's simple as that.
I don't know about it.
You haven't
I don't
done
know
you
about it.
haven't done it. You haven't done it. You haven't done it. So you don't know, and
Well,
until you do it, you'll never know. And then you just swipe right on chicks or whatever. You accept their invitations. You start getting girls in your inbox. I'm telling you, you could have girls in your inbox by this time tomorrow if you just did what I said.
do you think I have good hobbies?
Well, I don't know everything that you do, but I think they're interesting. AI, finance,
Like
podcasting, those are cool hobbies.
podcast, football,
Yeah,
chess,
that's fine. Those are cool. So instead of saying football, I mean, that's fine, but you could say sports. I mean, you make it more vague so that you're just like, you don't have to tell it absolutely everything right away because I'm sure a lot of guys have the same thing. So you say, I mean, the big one is, are you 6 feet tall?
no, fuck no.
Okay, that's fine. No big deal. No big deal. No big deal. So, but that's fine. So you just you say, my name is Tony. I'm XYZ age. I enjoy sports, finance. I'm a podcaster. Um, I am single, unmarried, looking for love. I would love to take you on a date. Please send me a DM if you're interested. Something like that, or whatever. Uh, it's very simple. And you have your 5 good pictures, and then you go fall in love. What's so hard about that?
And the Tinder is the best. The Tinder is the best.
Uh, I would go on them all. Why limit yourself to one?
Okay, I forget you are megalomaniac. I forget.
That's okay.
I forget you want everything big.
I mean, you want to fall in love, right? It's like, hey, dude, why go to one bar and try to find the prettiest girl for you when you can go to 10 bars and find the prettiest girl for you?
That's true.
So I would join the top five in your area or whatever they are: Hinge, Bumble, Tinder, OkCupid, Match.com, whatever they are. And then I would take my profile. It's very easy. And then every day I would spend 5 minutes just going through girls and messages and stuff. And if you did that regularly every single day for the next month, you'd be in a relationship by this time next month. You and I both know that.
So you were saying I don't need to pay for like subscription like for like Tinder Premium and this.
No, you don't have to. If you don't have the money to do it, which you don't need to.
I'm, I'm, I don't know.
Okay, I mean that's another thing. You can get a job.
It's not that easy.
Yes, it is. Again, same thing. Go to ZipRecruiter and Indeed and Career Builder. Take your resume, put it into ChatGPT, have it optimized for career keywords, and then you apply. You spend an hour every single day applying to hundreds of jobs every single day, and in 1 month you'll be employed with a girlfriend.
If bro, if I went to for with a month with you, bro, I have everything. I have a girlfriend. I have everything.
I agree. That's
You
why I
are
said. That's why I said.
be a life coach.
That's why I said you should just live in
Like
here.
that.
That's why I said you should just live in here. Whenever you have a question, you just ask me, hey, and then we will talk about it. I'm not saying I'm always right, but I have a lot of experience and I can just tell you like how to get a job when you have no job and like no if you didn't have education. And what job would you have? You'd have your opportunity at a bunch of jobs. So long as you are someone who will show up and not
But I am in little country.
I don't care where you are. They have jobs in every country.
I know, but like you are sitting bed and he's working for your you understand?
It works anywhere. All of the countries are the same. China's the same. Israel's the same. South Africa's the same. I've helped people in Nigeria get jobs. South America, everywhere. It's not like you'd be the first person I'd help get a job. This is a winning strategy.
Okay.
Any job out there, the most important thing is accountability. Are you going to show up on time and are you going to work the job? That's the most important
Yeah.
thing. Okay, so then that's better than 90% of all candidates out there.
Bro, you are okay. Okay. You know what? Let's go to setup Tinder, okay? Okay?
Go do
Let's
it,
go.
man.
So how often do you drink? Not for me.
Okay,
How do you smoke? Don't smoke.
good.
Work out. Of, do you have any pets? House? Which your which is your communication style? I think video. You know what? I need to call someone. Somebody call me. I will call you right back. Okay?
Okay.
Bye. Okay?
All
the tire has to repeat itself twice in touching in order for it to be a market. Now the problem is that in the mincha, the whole parsha of mincha, it does say the word sukkah, and we just accept. Now, when it says the word sukkah, you must do every single one of those steps, and if you miss one step, throw it out. So then why does it have to repeat itself twice? It's enough to say sukkah, that means you must do it. You don't have to twice. Go around saying, right now. Is there any way to go? And also, if you see the sukkah, I feel it. You know, come up with it. No, the sukkah, you're right. The sukkah by mincha, but that's by the eating part, not the avodah part. It doesn't refer to this giant list of 14 things. Okay, so I'll let you have that for now. The sukkah, I think. It also represents only by the eating part. Now we know, you need to have all 12 breads. You only have 6 breads, and if the fun is not, you can't eat them. So the reason why we're there, and the two bowls of the vina, if you have one, that's good. As long as I'm thinking I'm there, if you have 12 breads, you don't have any left. And the two pieces of vina, you don't have 12 bread, and that's plenty. And the one sukkah is the eating part, not on the avodah part. Hello, do not think that. Okay, let's stop. Now the first sukkah, I don't care where it says. Even by the part, the entire place. But the special limit, and what's the other floor, is so understandable. Plus the flour and the oil. It says Rashi over here, very important. Rashi over here, Barpet. Why do we say to reduce the Shama? Should have said Mitzvah from Hashem. To tell us that if you miss a little piece of the Shemin or the bread, oh, it's so good. But the problem is, if it's sukkah, then I don't need it. That's a very Shemin. It has to be exactly as is. Sorry, if you're missing one, one grain of flour, have you ever seen this video of Edward Miller being questioned on his relationship? That's what it says. Because he first of all, he was in that being questioned on nuclear propulsion, and he doesn't want to get into great fear. And then he's questioned on the exact same reaction. So that's over here, not in the whole fire. Everywhere else is just because Maga. I'm asking the camera, sorry, say no. Well, the next one is some camera instead of Garrison Simon. It tells me. I mean, I spoke to the guy before he went. That's a very he was one of the tellers. And he said, I'm gonna bring up you and tellers. That would be awesome. And he would be awesome. How best he could and he did it. The guy gave it the same way. First he goes, yeah, technically you could get a real power source from nuclear. And basically, he knows a lot about what he's talking about. Yeah, I think he said it. Right. No, nothing that anyone could answer about. Yeah, but there's some simple relation, and yeah, he just completely discounted The school all my girls the same time.
Do you think that he's talking like you talk about 115, 15, kind of
When it
other
comes to the
parties
oil,
that
I think,
even
no,
like
that's
if you
very,
have
very true. But how much cost that? No, school I forgot.
and he's clearly
Double
also
up. Even though the
denying
player said it's twice.
the
No, not
nuclear
really.
knowledge in the
Everybody
same way that he's
so
denying
even
his
school agrees.
link to you, which to me is such a tell that he obviously meant
That was my point. The person is twice. Hella.
and so you
All
were
the
you were at Los Alamos
body
and
mass. Certain person
were you working with other physicists at the time or what was your
twice
main kind of
a month.
like
That is not
day-to-day
even worse.
responsibility there?
Potential. Potential. Well, I'm not going to twice. You like to go full hand or picture the full hand. No, no, it's not good. But like, yeah, don't try to be lazy and make like a glass thing that you know is cool. But so like, you know, it's plastic thing. Some little plastic thing. You're like, this one gets the right amount. No, no, you gotta stick your hand, insert it with the flour, and go like that. That's all about it. Well, not me. Not a big pro. Sure, right. Because you see, the Yanni ganito kayo. Yung kami kami primero. Ito yung pagkakutuin. At the panugat sa Mishko. It says that you should stick your hand in it. Take a full, no, this is twice. You should take a handful. There's school, there's dog. Well, here, what happened then is a lot. All generations. Tomorrow, what? Shmuel doesn't. Shmuel doesn't mean. Oh, the third. We don't learn from generation. Leo, Shmuel doesn't show up. Nah. Play a lot. The voice of you learn to walk on the beat. Non-expression our memory. I'll remind you also. There are measuring devices with amigos. To measure solid, like flour. And this measuring device with amigos measure liquid. What kind of liquid? Like oil, wine, water. The one on the left is not so good right now because it's going to be later. The other thing is, this is called an average that you receive the blood of the animal or the visual component, so you don't put that place on the doses it doesn't do it. Nah, yeah, like the back is a lot. You just play so. So as soon as you put flour into the
Did you get the sense that there were two
and what if
branches of science,
oil or wine
that
into
was
the
a little
vessel?
more
It
classified
does not become
and
part
full
of
of
it. It
science?
only solid. And same thing with
Now I know can't say why they erased
the measuring device that our
there are a
wives
lot
when
of
they
people
make
out
cakes,
there who say your educational credentials, you have very good, I think, reason that at least past, Joe Rogan and some other people who I really trust, there's a test. Said that he was working on something.
Chicago, that's out. Well, I got to tell out. We do. Got to tell you all.
But I will
The
ask you,
eighth way of the last, we got to tell you all. There's one way to go to the other.
that being said, why you can't
The other
talk
got to
about
out. So I'm a small, this is a major kiddo. Deutsch on the other window, that's only a measuring device. I was like, good. We're talking about the thing on the left. Yeah, blood. Big match. Why the six laying, the laying, so yeah.
it's going to be off the books.
And really, what does it mean? Toilet. It's full. This guy
I mean, look, the government's never going to come and
Electric
prosecute
magic
me
is
for
full of a
selling
thousand
my
full
home back
toilet.
or releasing information
Well,
on
what
S4.
it says, it was full of toilet.
But
The mail is out of the toilet.
assuming I was working on a weapon system, that's still covered under the security agreement. And despite my life, I just don't want to make any waves. Yeah. So I think that's very reasonable. It's also, I should know this to be talking about you, MIT, long as a university, affiliated research center.
So
You
the
are,
mail, that's why I
and they do
learned
all sorts
from
of
the
classified stuff. They have a super soldier program.
Area
All
Gosho,
about data
what is that
technology.
Gosho
And so the idea that
Let's see if I can find it
anything
here. I
I
think
would
this
have
is it.
worked
Yeah, I
out
did.
would
But
be
here,
so outlandish. Super
goes,
soldiers are it'd be just very
what corner on
conventional.
both
Sure.
sides? Basic Southwest.
Still classified.
This is the
Material.
White
Yeah.
Southwest.
I think it's just helpful because this stuff is circulating out there, and the idea that you would get sent to that school specifically and work on something that you can't talk about is very reasonable. Okay, but okay, right. If I got sent there, I would get there's very clear possibility I wouldn't be able to talk about it.
Bring that sham and others bring it all the way to this bear.
If you wanted to hire a guy who could think really out of the box and help solve problems, but it could be discredited if you needed to do that. I was finding
Where's the
the best
most
person
sham
at the
in the
company
amigos?
working hard.
In the A-hole, in the Kodesh HaKadosh.
George Knapp was originally this very instrumental part of Breaking Your Story in 1989, part of KLAS. Did you took him to Los Alamos? Is that right?
Yeah, I told him all this. Maybe it should be on the.
I said, well, let's go there. I'll show
Here,
you.
so if you look over here,
Security was a little more lax back then. So we got in a plane and
where that
just
red line
rented a
is,
car. And
it's
at that time, everyone I knew still worked.
right
So
over here,
including the
the
guards.
doorway.
And hey, come on, back, So we're in, and just took charge everywhere I turned. My desk, here's this, and walking here, we still do combinations. Things is all right. I'm sure it was not all 100% legal, but yeah, we're just walking around, filmed everything, spoke to people that I worked with, and said, all right, we can check that box off. And, we went back. Yeah. So
right over there.
also, again, I want to address some of the tracking comments circulating online. There are people who are like, oh, he just always the physicists, at Los Alamos, but he really had some other job there. First of all, you're surgeon of particle accelerator and how to actually detect particles
On the ramp.
and then second, you have a guy in Jordan Average where you have to either accuse him of some sort of collusion or something in his orientation towards you, or admit that he showed people near him, maybe that he's on, and clearly he was trying to suss you out by asking you to invite him, right? Yeah, I just don't pay attention to contractors nonsense. Yeah. To me, we're past. I never met Dr. Killer again, but
So, put it on the west. There's the kind of alternate.
So you said the rest maybe remembered somehow, and which because I made mention of the JR and then he sent the resume to EPG and you get a job there. I don't know if he sent it. When he did reply to me, he gave me contact information for EPG. So I don't know if he said or just said have a look at this young man or something like that, or if he did send the resumes. I don't know what happened. Did you know anything about AGG at the time? I know they did measurements. They did all the. Those are the guys that came out and figured how to, photograph exploding nuclear bomb without getting overexposed. They did all kinds of things, giant flash
tube so you can photograph cities from bombers and that stuff. So um, that's about all I know. I knew they were just a contractor that did weird stuff for the government. Leading heavily on nuclear. It's a company that has the namesake of Dr. Ted, who is MIT faculty actually, and did River House. There you go. If you do only in the West, then you are
Have you looked at any of the other, obviously you're really into nuclear, and then you worked on UFOs. There's this amazing book that I always cite, I'm sure you're aware of, called UFOs Nukes by a friend of mine named Robert. And he talks about UFOs like Tic Tac, saucers, orbs, all these different shapes and sizes of UFOs showing up at nuclear bases all across the country. Isn't that interesting? There are 167 whistleblowers who are on what's called the PRP program, where they have to report if they're taking IV programs regarding the ground jewels of our friends. Oh, really? 167 of these guys. Wow. Yeah, really 167. 167 of these guys. It's really wild. That's incredible. I mean, that should be investigated further, and I'm sure it is, but not publicly. But you're talking about nuclear sites. If you're talking about nuclear sites, you are at the very core of the
guys have a wonderful day. Great job.
If you're going to be of that early on, you've got to have some asymmetric knowledge of UFO stuff. That would be my guess.
8:30. 8:30.
Yeah. Yes. So depending on what was going on, EGG had to catch something. And EGG, it keeps coming up for me too in my own investigation. Even there's this thing called the Wilson Davis memo where scientists, actually his name's Eric Davis, meets with the head of J2 Joint Chiefs, under whose purview is all military technology, a guy named Admiral Thomas Wilson. And they're in the lot of EG&G, and Thomas Wilson is like furious that he doesn't have oversight over this specific corporate program, which seems to be reverse engineering exotic UFO material. So you get a job at EG&G. What's your first touch point there? And to get a little bit of context. Yeah, I originally went in there. I didn't know what the job was. Yeah, they interviewed me for that. And someone I was dealing with, they said, we actually have a different job. We're thinking of moving to. I think I went to the bathroom when I came back. It's like we're changing channels. We think we have, and so I don't know if they were told something in S4 or something else was going to be for EG&G or Department of Naval Intelligence, and they thought maybe S4 would be a better fit. I don't know what, again, more behind the scenes, but there were two jobs there, and they decided I'd be better off with the second one. The second one was S4 out in the Netflix Nigeria. And what were they screening? Like, what do you think they were asking you and trying to get at? And then when you go to the bathroom, why did they? I don't know. Shit. This guy's actually going to be that UFO thing we're stuck on. This guy's going to break it wide open if you get hired there. I know. I think they were stuck, and I think they kept, just because of the way the place is made. They kept trying to attack the problem from the same direction all the time. Which is only going to yield the same result. If you expect anything else, you're nuts. That's the definition of crazy. Right? Doing the same thing and expecting the result. Yeah, most of their questions was not about my technical knowledge or work experience. It was what I did after work. And, like the projects I built, why did you do that? And I think they were just looking at trying to find somebody that was outside of the box. Yeah. And I think that's where I did before that. I had really straight lane
Hey, we're saying that you saw I stopped double buck, double lock for the so tomorrow, our mission, yeah, but I reminds you of our mission, if you look at our mission, it says that he didn't do pizza, he didn't do burrito, play Moab, the first thing in the mission he didn't do, there's that. Sure, everybody didn't say Melach twice, and therefore, if you didn't do it, then you wrong. And I know about it. That's not me, that's not going back to the Mishnah. The Mishnah said, that's all. You didn't do pizza, it was the third oil. You didn't do oblique. He didn't do pizza. Then he didn't do Melach. He just said Melach means he didn't do it at all. So then you have to say that the first thing that makes me laugh at Lirbal means he didn't do it at all. Oh no, we already established. Hello, we have a point of those arts. He spoke about it, and he said that you taking me, he doesn't even do it. He's wrong. And I'm really more clear is what you need to understand because you know, we spoke about it, you know, what about I think that's the topic. It's an obligation. Each word could be a different meaning. Just because you take it means that I'm going to do it doesn't mean I'm going to do it. What do you do? What is saying? On the other day, we had similar chat yesterday. One of the things I remember was Tia. Tia was like a lesson of. Mandatory to say every word. What the word is this? This means the covenant, the habit, this is that's when you have to do it like so almost do it and not forget to do it. It's just a straw. Oh, yeah, you're feeding the public right. It's the word bread. However, the problem is, why do you say that it's very different point? The kind of a straw, what the person is feeling. Let's see, if I show you the part, it's very, very, very understandable. It is. It's very understandable. I'm not asking myself about Now, what is it? You are getting this on there. You can also, you can, explanation, also, you have to move it. Even though my brother went hell, man, yeah, who hates? This is the guy, this is the hey, that was only for me. What needs to be salted? Hey, maybe you have to salt the water. What was the salt? What? You look at horrible. You look at horrible. I know my. I mean, when you said it's my favorite boy, so much. So this is interesting. What I'm trying to remember it because you've been mentioning it sometimes here. It means that there's other something else that's together with it. Shaheen for the law. In order to put the meat on his back, you need a burn oil. So the other thing, I told you, I think for the law. Wood doesn't need wood. Love doesn't need wood. It needs to need wood. But what requires salt? Something you need wood. So when I put the meat on that, I have to salt it. What does it mean to do? What is the meat to do? Meat on that to eat the shirayim. Yeah. It's one of the materials. You put the meat on the back. What is it there? The koyan to eat the shirayim to the master. Oh, shemaster. So maybe any. That allows you to do something else would require salt. For instance, abidam, shemaster. What about blood? Blood allows you to do the rest of the carbon. Here's another story. You gotta remember that this is one of the nuclear, we have two nuclear. I'll make us that. It actually from the minute of the leg, of the methyl, you put salt on a methyl, you put salt on blood. Okay? Oh, okay, then put maybe you should put the salt on the shirayim. Part also you see on the chart the shirayim also. Sound of my first, carbon going around the name of the ready for the salt on the carbon part, not the edible part, that's not the carbon on the part that doesn't need salt. Any other part? Okay, thing on the top left, where's the part? You know how to do right over that half right? You're right. How about it? So what is this thing? Well, you know the PF. Well, right on and the flour coming in one vessel. How do you compare? So yes, that's why. That's why you need salt. So here, that's the question I asked in the beginning. Can you bring the final by itself? And the answer is yes. I can bring a carbon already alight carbon final. It's interesting, but it's done. Bring a whole sweet syllable final. How do I know that if it comes by itself without it? Flour, it also requires salt. We'll run out of the vision about that. What about the Ravina that comes in the same spoon? I'm looking up on I'm looking up. That's Cyrus. And I know Cyrus itself means these guys are los pintos de que go straight onto the Messiah. You know that's kind of Shia and todo the everything after the morning, Emulim happens when we also and the Emulim nothing else on the list. Oh, yeah, there is something list. The Shlomo they bring on Shavuot. And also, a regular Shlomo plays a all require salt. Memory Allah. You have to that all the limbs of the island. All the time. Midnight that is on the way called factory yet. And that's the pulsing somebody's screen out. Maybe it was Irish. That people in the wood how do I know that a rhino is the fragrance requires salt? Finally, I'm going to now is a rhino. Now I'm into a rhino speaker. I'm going to be up. Why do I have to say this? Because that's something Yeah, but I'm not going to make that dish. I think about this idea that is wood that burns it, that requires salt. So to burn a dirt type of wood requires salt. Colors on it. Carbon cloud. The milk of cloud. So, Baruch Hashem, we don't have to say zero cloud when it comes to cloud about the cloud issue. What is it? It says a generalization. So it says carbon. Carbon to me, all these things that you see over here, to me, meat, it can mean wood, vagina, bird. It can mean everything. That's a very generalized mission. But then the Torah says, so anytime you have a generalization, then justification of craft, then what the Torah is doing is saying, forget the cloud. There's no cloud. Not generalized. It's very, very exact. If the Torah adds another cloud afterwards, then it opens it up again. The reason why is a crash because now I have where to focus. It has to be very similar to the crash. That would be if it's only a cloud on the crash. Well, right now we're at a cloud on the crash. Oh, yeah, it is carbon cloud. More carbon is generous.
What's up, Tony?
I'm back. So episode is almost done. I just want to show you something.
Okay.
What? When we will
Show me what you want.
okay. I will show something, and you must tell me if it's good or not. Yeah.
Hello.
But my face. Okay. So this is the episode, yes?
Okay.
This is the episode, yes? You are talking. And now, is it cut? Is it good?
Yeah, that's
Can I
fine.
have it?
Yeah, that seems fine.
Similar to the crash with the milk. What do you do?
And you like this and like these 3 minutes you were talking like this. So yeah, and it's gonna be like time.
Okay.
Yeah, so like if you don't mind, I was gonna have that.
That seems fine.
So, like, if you don't mind, I was gonna have that. Because the website doesn't have like some like if you know from like capital or something like that. The visual.
Okay.
Or I can't find it. The visual.
Okay.
I can't find it.
The wood, the wood that's burned because of it So everything in the cloud has to be so. That's why Yoshi put the fires over there. Wood burning. If there's wood burning, you have a carbon that needs wood to burn. Then it requires salt. I told you I'm going to love.
Good news is Chesapeake is coming back for season two. Chesapeake is coming back.
What's coming back for season two?
Now let's go back to different
Chess League, my league about chess.
That's great.
So yeah, you know, people knew everything. Knew everything.
Why then I shouldn't have to solve it. Only something that requires wood. It wasn't the same old thing. That wood
So
requires wood.
Chesapeake is coming back. I have one question.
Go ahead.
Did you ever play sport like football or basketball or soccer?
Yes, I played golf, basketball, soccer, football, uh, tennis, racquetball, squash, swimming. Um,
That's interesting thing what's going on here. The Gemara says that since blood
Nice. Do you
oh,
what
hold on. Running.
in these streams?
together with
It's too hard because I have to hold a camera.
it's an Estochem.
Yeah. But like, will you ever go back to like be in the shape or something like that?
Yeah.
They go together, and therefore to require salt.
How tall are you?
5'9 3/4".
Okay, so you are telling but you are not that.
And that's
Okay.
why it requires salt. So
Okay.
this suffering that comes because of the blood, but also
Nice.
you want to know. Talking about the immersion though. The song don't come. The wine doesn't come because of the blood. The wine comes together with the immersion. My timer. Makes sense. I feel still. There's wine and there's meat. Like that's what we eat on Shabbos. Right. The hilo and the stick.
What is your favorite? No, what is your dream collab with someone in streams or with like general
I want to do
like person?
I want to do a 24-hour stream with Joe Rogan and a bunch of comedians, and we have a sleepover, and we play video games and like eat pizza, drink beer and stuff.
And you have this thing.
With who?
You got a kapara.
I wanted to be on the Joe Rogan Experience.
With who?
Green wine. Green wine.
And do you have some streamers like collab? Maybe Maro or Lacey or these kind of guys?
Yeah, I mean, Aiden Ross has been in my stream, so it'd be cool to meet him IRL. Um, uh, Dr. Disrespect's been in my stream, so that'd be cool. Mr. Beast would be cool. Um, Sni- Sniper Sniper Wolf would be cool. Um, like all of them. Like I've I've created clips of like every streamer ever, basically. At least every one on Kick. So all those people would be cool.
Okay, okay. Next time I will gonna stream on Rumble and Geek and hopefully on Twitch. Can we like do can you write something on
What do you want?
some code or something like that?
What do you want? What do you want?
I can't hear you because it's not frozen.
Okay, what did you say?
I was saying if when I'm gonna have another stream on Rumble or something like that, can we do like something together or something like that?
I mean, what do you want to do?
I don't know, just talking. Maybe for the first one because I need to know how to do it and this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, whenever you stream, just come in here and then you have somebody on your stream as well.
Yeah, that's good. That's 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 because 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 it's hard to like streaming. It's not hard, but it's more easier to do like with some.
Exactly. So you come in here and then you just do your stream, and then if you want to talk, we can talk, and then that's on your stream. And if you want to show your camera, you can. If you want to focus on your audience, you can. But then you have real people to talk to, and then you have your chat.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I will gonna definitely because 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 I want to like truly do it. I want to have like because I think it's good to know how to talk to camera and I'm happy. I'm not like doing it because it's like must. I'm doing it because it's fun and it's like what is good. So yeah, so I will use it for sure.
Okay.
You don't need heads up.
Do I need a headset?
Do you need like 1 hour or like half hour before that? I'm gonna tell you like this is streaming and this because before talking here, I don't know if maybe that like some of people talking is like good for game or on Twitch. I cannot be bad.
Yeah, I mean, people know I'm streaming in here, and generally, if they think that, if I think that they're saying something inappropriate, I do my best to say, hey, you can't talk about that or something. But usually that only has to do with like really serious subjects. So generally, I mean, I can't say 100% of the time, but 99.999% of the time, no one's going to say anything in here because they know I'm streaming. So if they know it's okay that I'm streaming it, then it should be okay for you to stream it.
True. That's true. Yeah. Do you know I have fear something. I don't want to see my friends on my like from schools. I like from friends or school or my classmates. I don't want to see these streams or these YouTube videos or like on or like me talking, but like in the people who I don't know, it don't matter.
Yeah, I'm like that too. I think a lot of people are like that.
Wood carbon. No, I think that's later. It's later also. No. Let me show that later. I have to show it later. Let
So a little later today, I'm going to teach a class which is going to take about 2 hours. So I don't know when you're going to stream or whatever, but if I'm unavailable, I'll still be in here. It's just I won't be able to focus on you.
So
you have to sort up these limbs. Why? Because there's six things that are similar to.
like I'm gonna have in 1 month and 1 week I'm gonna have my birthday.
Okay.
When the limbs with wood,
Okay.
you need
So and I will be the 22. Then and 22. I will go.
Okay.
outside of the Eichel.
I was hoping for more altruism. I was hoping like, yeah, let's go, Tony. You are not all on this, but
It's just you
I was hoping for
as you
more.
get birthdays don't become that important. You recognize that it's just another rotation around the
Yeah.
sun. That's life. And it's not a big birthday. 22 is not a big birthday. If you were turning 18 or 20 or 21 or 30 or 40, okay, yeah. But 22 is just kind of like whatever.
Yeah, this,
And you got to, and it's not close to your birthday. Your birthday's still 40 days away. If you were like, my birthday's tomorrow, oh, great, congratulations, like happy birthday. But you got to, you're, that's not the right focus. Like, I mean, I'm not saying it's bad. You should always be aware when your birthday is, but it's like you can't expect other people to get excited about your birthday. That happens in 40 days. That's not a big deal.
you you got me, okay? You got me. Internet, he got me.
There you go.
He got me.
There you go. Even if it were this month, I'd be like, oh, okay, cool. But it's like it's next month and 10 days. It's like, all right. I mean, it's on my radar, but it's not like it's not even this month. So you know, I'm happy for you though.
And okay, and like it's not even next month. It's like in the next month.
Exactly. So it's like, okay. I mean, it would be like me saying like, oh, my birthday's in 5 months or whatever. Okay, you want me to get excited about that? Like, it's not it's not like not that close is what I'm basically saying. So if you wanted me to get excited about it, then uh, keep in mind it should be a little closer. And then also, I didn't know if you were gonna tell me something like, and I plan on doing something and something and something. Oh, okay, cool. Like you were just like, in 1 month and 1 week is my birthday, and I'm like, okay, okay, and like, is there more to it? And you're like, well, I thought you'd be excited for it. It's like that's 40 days away. So it wasn't as much that I wasn't. Do I what?
What
Go ahead.
do you do some fun things for some birthday? Like big birthday? You do you?
Um, yeah, I've had like we celebrate people's birthdays in here if they want. Some people don't. Um, like I celebrated
I
my.
want.
I s-
Madrid, I want. I want.
okay.
I
Well,
want. Let's
all
go.
right. Well, then come. I mean, come in here now. 40 days before. Um, and then like the people who like we'll sing happy birthday to people and such. If they want, there are some people who don't want to make a big deal out of their birthday, and that's cool. For my birthday, just it depends. I mean, I treat it like a normal day. It's not like anything life changing. This year, I made a special video that I basically was undertaking a I was undertaking a project in addition to a project that I currently do, where I wanted to teach a class on Kabbalah, Jewish mysticism, at least uh, one one class per day for the rest of my life. And so I've been doing that now for 148 straight days, and so like that had a significant impact on my life this year. Um, that's the class I'll teach later today. But I mean, really, what do you want me to do about it? Uh, it's not like I'm with you in person where I can be like, hey, we're gonna go out to dinner for your birthday, or we're gonna go on vacation or something for your birthday. It's like I'll I want you to
And
celebrate it. I want you to have a good day. And if you come in here, we'll sing you happy birthday, or we'll do something and uh whatever. But it again, like it's just a day. And you'll
I
find
know.
as
I
you
know. I know.
and you'll find as you get older,
I know. I know. I know. Like
especially now that you're not like in your teens, birthdays
I
just kind of
know.
run
I know.
together. Like they're
I know. I
they're
know.
big when you're a kid. Hey, it's your eighth birthday. Great job. Like, okay, that's cool. Because you've only ever celebrated eight birthdays. But now you're gonna be celebrating 22. And it's like, okay, that's you're an adult. There isn't really a highlight of the 22nd birthday, at least not in the United States. Like when you turn 18 in the United States, you're considered an adult, and that's big. You can go to the movies and do some other things. When you're 21 in the United States, you can drink. That's big. If you were like, hey, I turned 21 in 40 days or whatever, I'd be like, oh, that's cool. Do you have plans? And you'd be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go out with my friends and we're gonna go get drunk or whatever. Okay, that's cool. I mean, just be safe or whatever. But 22, you could already do all that kind of stuff, and you'll find as you get older, birthdays just don't resonate. uh, you've done it before. It's just a sign of experience.
Okay. So I understand. But like on my 23 birthday, because you will eat free and dishes.
Yeah, that'll be a
Maybe
big
go to
deal.
restaurant.
That'll be a big deal. But let's one step at a time, basically.
I know. But internet, he got me. He got me.
There you
So
go. There you go. As your birthday comes up, though, if you remind me, there's something to get excited about, but not when it's not when it's not even this month, and it's the not even in the, it's 40 days
no,
away. So is it in
not
July?
even next month.
Exactly. Is it in July?
Yeah, the first of
Oh, that's a good birthday though.
yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a, for a Israel, it's like the basic start of summer.
Um,
The basic start of
well,
summer.
sort of. The solstice is technically the start of summer, which is June 21st, and at least in the United States, the start of summer is usually Memorial Day weekend, which is this weekend. But what it is the start of is the fiscal year in business. So a lot of business calendars start on your birthday.
Mhm.
So that's cool. And it's the start of the month, which
Mhm.
is cool too.
No, I feel old.
All right.
I
Well,
feel old. I don't know why. I
okay.
feel old.
Well, I mean,
I feel old.
your age is relative. To a classroom of first graders, you are old. to a classroom of elderly people, you're not old. It's just relative. And especially with mind uploading technology and life extension technology and perhaps age reversal, 22 is just a number. In the future, your cellular age may be younger than it currently is right now.
That's true.
It is true.
That's true.
So it's
That's
You need wood to burn the wood. You can just bring wood.
so it's like
The problem is,
and I think about that like however old you may be, it's just a number. If life extension technology and mind uploading technology and age reversal are a thing, then it's
over here, Rabbi says before
it's not like what it once was.
says Gemara,
Like
okay, the mimikane,
death
you're
was
right. The Torah
imminent
puts the word
and
eight in out.
a destiny for so many different for everyone. But there may be a way around it now. And if there's a way around it, then
Oh, the moving house. Now we have the Etzem, so that is all known right.
age is just a number.
That we have. We remember. Yep. I told you guys to remember. We have this one. You know the cloud of the cloud. That's a meal. But if you're gonna remove wood, which requires salt,
That's true.
so what's
Oh,
the
that's
second
that. That's true. Till my 25, I am still young and still young.
Yeah, I mean people might consider you to be a young adult until maybe at least 30.
that already took out from Mount Kosecha. Now what do I do with the cloud of the cloud?
And you are 30. You are
No, I'm 40.
30.
The sachem, wine doesn't need salt. How do I know that?
That's very interesting.
It's not. I bet your parent. It's not. I bet your parents are 40. Do you say to them, "That's very interesting"? No, it's just it's an age.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
No, no. You know, that was right.
That's okay. No big
So,
deal.
so you are basically,
I'm 40 years old. You can refer to me in any way you want. I'm here to help you. I have a lot of knowledge that I've gleaned over the last 4 decades of life.
I'm not saying bad. I'm not saying bad. I'm not saying bad. I'm saying, yeah, when 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 this conversation is going to be in 1,000 years, it will be these people are stupid. You'll be like, what the fuck? Good.
Well, and then perhaps at that time we will be 1,040 and 1,022 years old, and we'll be like, wow, remember we were just babies.
Yeah, true. Yeah, true. Do you have age when you want to have kids, or when it comes around it? Comes around.
When it comes around, but I've always felt that I wanted to be like 50 when I wanted to have children. I always wanted to be older. I felt that I wanted to be established and have knowledge. I did not want to be a young father. That was something that I absolutely wanted to avoid. I felt that I wanted the maturity. The older I could wait, the more knowledge I could bestow upon my children, and the better they would be. I can think of myself at age 20.
Age 52, 53, 53.
I mean, I don't really focus on those
And
things.
yeah, I understand. But like in my mind, I want to have kids by 30, 32, 33, because I want to have kids when I, I accomplish my goals and my dreams.
Okay,
Because when you have a kids, you are focused on them more.
I agree with you.
Mordechai,
If you,
so we have a machlokes here whether or not wood
I agree with you.
is a carbon, not a carbon. What else? You put salt on wood, you put salt on blood. So this is like the Simon. Have a paval. אבל היין והדם והעצב והסרט ain't doing enough. So we have a number on my level, right, that says that these four things don't have salt. But similar to what we learned yesterday, Aiton, he said need salt.
so that's why I want to have kids when I accomplish my dreams, because like I said, the kids is a very big responsibility, and
So the three
That's
with
correct.
carbon requires salt. Here up on has experience. We saw that we're running all that experience and
do
repurpose.
you? I am first. I am first first I am the first man from Czech Republic, or first person who is here.
No, I've had people from Czech Republic before.
Every day, that's yeah. According to our bottom, you need to put salt on
Oh,
it.
okay. I see.
Okay. The more who does this try to go into like panels,
Business. Business.
I remember 12 the military business and break all in there.
Do you think it's here more guys from Europe or more guys from USA and Asia and this?
Definitely United States. Uh,
Or more
Africa's
guys
really
from
big
USA
too.
and Asia?
We've had some people from Australia,
Let's say you knew.
certainly Europe, Asia, definitely India, everywhere in the world, Canada, United Kingdom, but generally places where they speak English.
Flowers, meat, wood. It can be all different. But then the fire says, no,
Is is ever happened that some woman here was like flirting with you?
Flirting with me? Yeah, I've gotten people to flirt with me. Sometimes women come in here and just openly masturbate, and it is what it is.
Like did it?
Like they turn their camera on and they look at me in the camera and they masturbate.
Did did us so
I'm not kidding. I wouldn't joke about something like that. It's happened.
a general
They're streamers or OnlyFans girls. They're streamers or OnlyFans girls or whatever, and they get horny and they recognize that I'm always online and there's something attractive about that, and then they just turn their camera on. They're absolutely naked, and I mean, it's one of the reasons why you have to be 18 to be in here. And then they masturbate, and then they go on their way, and it's like, all right, that's what you want to do now.
oh my wow.
There's a certain power in being and recording your life. I mean, I'm not saying it's a lot of power, but some people find it very attractive.
That's a vibe. That's wow. That's a vibe. That's wow. Okay, serious a question. Should I do OnlyFans, but should I post my podcast there?
Yeah, you should put your podcast everywhere that it can be
Okay, serious
heard.
a question. Should I do OnlyFans, but should I post my okay? OnlyFans, here we go. know some text, you say, "Oh my God," you say, "Oh my God."
This is the outer Mizbeach. This right
Oh,
over here is the inner Mizbeach. A Milchah goes on the outer Mizbeach. So that's
Rapture, that's
what
why.
happens. It goes only in the outer Mizbeach. The Kabbal totally goes on the
That's
side.
that. But I think honestly, doesn't have to be like
What is that?
sexual, no?
No, they have
It
comedians.
can be like no, not
No, they have comedians on there. They have people who don't show any nudity. A lot of celebrities go on there. They're trying to branch out to be less adult and more of just a platform.
This man on my own. That wood does not require salt. Why? It's not without a color. It's liaison.
that's cool. So yeah, I'm gonna bro, and everybody knows it.
It's just a piece of eight, a piece of wood. It's firewood. It's not without a color. Let it
But
down.
the fact, I don't want to be more real. I want to be like, bro, I don't want to be more real. I want to be like, bro,
We're looking for that's the right thing. This wood, blood, fire. What's the third one? The fourth one? Wine. Why is it that wine?
should I put my name like until I got to event, or should I just like my safety and and for if my colleagues or my friends find out.
I mean, if you're not naked, then what's the big deal?
Bro, that's why. Okay, honestly. Internet, don't judge me, okay? Internet, don't judge me, okay?
My man, it's just skin.
It's
The point is, you put it on the step, and you don't put it on the fire. Let the fire at the why is fire not one of these? Came out on the Zebapita. Fire goes on the Zebapita. Inside the hay hole, there's a dog in his family, put the fires every day, and therefore, it doesn't require salt. It's not similar to the middle
bio,
yes, burn it. Yes,
jewelry, website for
but it doesn't go on the outside. It doesn't require salt.
Amazon Safe, Amazon Safe.
So,
Oh, I don't have my name anymore there. That's my name anymore.
whether or not
That's
wood requires salt,
Okay,
so Rabbi holds wood is
I'll be right back.
like yours is. When you carbon of wood, wood requires wood to burn it. You take the wood, you put on top of other wood, the burning wood. You take salt, you sprinkle it on. You know, confusion doyle, you never read them thinking. First of all, you didn't know that you could bring wood as a part. And then if you bring wood as a part, you sprinkle salt on it.
that's
Yeah.
that's absolutely right.
Absolutely right. Okay. Continuing. Now, we have another nice sugi now about love. Here, I asked the question before share, as you start sharing, how can you drink love? Regular love. Then you wouldn't be over cars. Maybe you're not allowed to drink it like that. Probably not. But you're not over the car, the big car, okay? That's the Gemara. I put the math further down. We have this whole word Amin Chosecha that tells us that blood doesn't get salted. A lot of you have Amin Adam, the Boimo. I think it's still the blood. Why is the Gemara saying that it has to be called blood? Once it's called blood, you ruin the blood. And once you ruin the blood, you can't use it as a party. You can't take it on in the sweat. You ruin blood. Use the mouth. You know what the third is that? Loma zero over Chanina.
I don't understand what I don't understand what Jesus Christ was.
Nam Shibishloi, hey no, over Allah. If you take blood and you cook it, you're not over the car. Put blood. You hear this? So here's the way out. You should have answered, and you know that cook. There's another way. There's another way. You have you know what use actually lokoi any over Allah. If you add salt to it, then you're not over. It says Rashi right over here. And it says right here, it's just underlining Umalia Hareker when you add salt to blood, it's like as if you boiled it. And when you boil it, it loses the properties of blood, and therefore it's not really part of it. That's when you can spray on the death. Why do I need a party to tell me that you shouldn't put salt in the blood? When you add salt, you ruin it. Right? You really say on that. Another side on law, and I'm against us, that we're going to finish it all. A foreign to long the halon ain't going to shoot the reference. When you have any limbs of the animal that you put on the grill first, before you put it, you're supposed to put the meat of the carbon directly on the fire on the back without ever grilling it. And when you grill it, you do that first. That ruins it because the aroma comes out of it at that point. Now they're saying, oh, the guy's like, why do you need a pulse of this? Say that you don't put the salt in blood. Bloody, the salt, blood that has salt is not good blood. You can't you can even drink it and you're not even cut it. So what do you need a special part to say shouldn't put salt in the blood? That means you can't put salt in blood. Now the thing, you know, is the way match the mitzvah. Match alone. The Rambam even says that just to the mitzvah of salting one granular or whatever it's called, one grain of salt. Okay, so you put more. The bottom of the oven is going to say how much salt. But if you put a little bit in, then you didn't ruin it. It's still available for them to have. So I was saying that salt the blood, very little, just to be romantic. Do it in a way that it's still kosher for people on that. That if you eat that blood, your highest courage, but at the same time, you're young to the mitzvah of salting by putting a little tiny bit. I think that, and that's why the apostle says they shouldn't even put a little bit. Just learned on the Chanim Adaki, so in your just worry. If you cook up the blood, you boil the blood, and you're not overpowered. Just the Rabbi would call my law, Shmaita, and Rabbi says this, Reisi Abaya, Abaya Kisan Kasha, Mikvah Tadom, Bacholo, so what's the lesson you put? Rashi said, Maisha, Kisan Hashem, Kofu Sahoimois, he said, the lesson of Kofu Sahoimois, it means that it's boiled up, Mikvah Tadam, Bacholo, that the blood is congealed. It's like a solid form. Yahweh, Mama's Yahweh. Here, I'll show you a little bit of video. But really, it belongs here. This is schmacky stuff. This is really more later, so we're not going to show it later. Basically, the concept later, you can take it, the north sign. It's like the -6. Put it. I don't know what the background is here. You trick it. Oh, shot, okay. Look at an AI. Hey, you said that about following. Oh, she needs to have noise. This is the biggest position. The Torah says you shouldn't eat caleb. You shouldn't eat fat. So what if you liquefy the fat? You boiled it up and it became like a liquid. Maybe that's how it tries to eat. But you break it with a straw. Kaya, it's still kaya. Apophonics says it's foolish that boil up blood, you're kaya. Why are you telling me that boil up blood, you're puffing? Here it says, boil up blood puffing. And here it says it's foolish. Because that's down that color, that you boiled it up and you ate it up. And you ate it, you're still kaya. This is more like casio, casio for food, or casio for the family. Different ways to heat it up. If you heat it up with a fire, it'll never go back in the sun than it was at the park planes right away. But we're like, how's that? And then it goes back to the original consistency. But how all that? Right now, can't see it, but it's not beautiful. It's you wait a few hours. I'll go back to its original form. After tomorrow,
Hey, Mr. Fish. Yeah, I'm still waiting because the side job I have, it starts tomorrow, but I'm trying to see if I can, I'm still trying to see if I can start this. I'm hoping for another position. Yeah. I added you on this account because that second account got disabled, so I added you to my main account. But yeah, I'll message you in case I have to like wait for a couple of days. Yeah, yeah, I'll message you if I should work. Just check the time.
somebody else should be able to. Everybody has to. You ate it. What's that? Even though in 2 hours from now, it's going to be looking here. Right now, you ate it as gala. It's also what do you want to say? I'm conscious. No, Rothschild. Yochanan is the raya of that. One percent of itself. Why did Rabbi say that there's a difference between it being boiled in the sun or boiled on a oven? The boiled in the sun is going to go back and eventually going to go back to the form. That once you have I would say this missing a chunk of it, right? We saw one little chunk. You can't bring it further. Then the guy comes and repairs it. Too late. The carbon is garbage. Why? The one you put it on the bath for 1 minute, even if you repair the bath later, even it's answer. Well, hey, Zumo, no, it's kind of like a thing. Big enough to handle. Between they take it out.
Yeah, from an outsider, in my opinion, that when you were in there, it was exciting. It was really bright, and you walked around the what looked like this like. First of all, you can't just walk in. It's much smaller now. So you have to crawl in. You really can't stand up. You're almost right in the center. So it's not really. It's really all unusable space. Even if you're a small creature, there's a lot of unusable space up there. And everything seemed to have a critical function to it. I'm sure there was nothing for decoration. There's a reason to have all that space anyway. What reason to craft shape like that? But there were three things that looked like my column seats, larger angular smooth optics in there. There were three of those. Those to be an amplifier. They were with the reactor that amplifies gravity wave channel emitter, which is right on the amplifier. Again, we just built the seats. They look like seats. I think it would be funny if it turned out they were not seats at all. Yet another just knew nothing about.
It's not stringable, but doesn't have to be stringable. These two guys, they're off on each other. It's not staring at the archway being transparent is so they can see. Oh, it's so interesting. I never made that connection. My Korean language. These aren't translucent. Like Korean looking symbols. Is that right? Or let's say Kyle's over. Anyone to go on listening to that. And then you have that's the difference between in and out. Why did you always do that? Or have to be clear. Has to be liquid. You have to be able to drinkable. Yeah, I love that too as always. Don't continue and then spray. Well, they are not. Yeah, it wasn't a projection or it was on something. It was just a three-dimensional thing. The thing with the place of me is the holy tile, there's no difference in inner and outer. Describe the day that you saw this thing fly. It was already. Oh, connected road to Catholic system. Mary and I were in the lab. Dennis came in and said, "Hey, why don't you guys come? We're doing a test flight." The outer one, we go out to the lab door right into the hangar. Sitting on the ground. And shortly after we got
Hello, Mr. Paris. How are you?
I didn't notice there was a radio.
Hello, thankfully. What's good in your world? All right. Yeah, I heard. Glad that JC's back. I sent you a message when I saw him. And
You did, I know. I would have known. I'm sorry.
you're good. That's not on you. Are you
Hey!
did you try Clapper?
Yeah, I ain't got happy yet. Dude, I ain't trying to get banned like you.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't think you'll get banned.
And there's a lot of people that will go on there. They don't stay. They don't stay. It means like you get 5, you go back down to 3. It's like it don't stay.
Yeah, but you're a woman, and women usually on social media do better than men.
I don't have no videos in there. Yeah.
Neither did I. I mean, literally, I just created my account and hit go within 1 minute. I didn't even have my profile set up or anything yet, and it'll get you people.
Let me see. It ain't looking like that. We're gonna see what they're talking about. All right, start live. Before you go live, okay, yeah. Okay. Looking like that. Let's see. Let's see it right. No, I look at me. Okay.
Barrier, institution, whatever the word is.
What are the verses to? Yeah, verses. Yeah. Let's see. What are the verses to?
They're not communicating the start, scroll, and then do what? That would be not good. That would be really. When clothing, so that's easy. your hand, the blood comes onto your hand. So vein not being, if it's dry blood, then that would be a real cathedral. But what about if it's liquid still moist?
Everybody else is here. What's going on? Everybody else is here. What's going on?
Well, that's a question. They say, I love that. Enjoy that. I said, hello. It says
Ain't
liquid
nobody
blood,
over here. Ain't nobody
Nobody came in?
Ain't nothing. What did I do? Ain't nobody
and
do
you
it.
know, your patient has a gift that you
Ain't
dried
nobody
off.
do it. Ain't nobody.
Oh, that's what it was. This is, I guess this is
I don't know.
new coming.
Ain't nobody clean that. Ain't nobody. Ain't nobody.
Go back. Go back. Go over here. Go over here.
It's just happening. There's nobody.
I guess this is on it. Be dried off. Back. Now I get it. Lock in the microphone. It says the voice that this is moist. Look at the water. You say that you hold it down by yourself. You're doing it. It's sticky or not sticky. Say Rash is sticky. If you touch it, you put your feet away.
Everybody, hello.
You got the little string that's sticky. You know that little sticky string. So if it's sticky, that's the people are not sticky, then it's literally like just a water on it. It's kind of like next to you.
No, you cannot see my belly button. No, you cannot see my belly button. Send me a gift. Send me a gift. Send me a gift. Send me a gift first. Send me a gift. Do they do gifts first?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they do. Send me a gift first.
I made 50 cents in 20 minutes yesterday.
Just make yours. No, I'm not.
So the word for now, we're going to try to understand what it means. But in general, it means a lot of stuff.
Oh, thank you, Daniel. Thank you. More cheap for me, Lord. More expensive than what you show my daughter. Right now, I get Daniel. I don't know what they do. I'm not getting Daniel. Thank you. I appreciate it. No, thank you. I appreciate it. No. There you go. Right there. That's my there. There you go. That's how you get I'm not gonna get banned on here. I'm not gonna get banned. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Daniel. Hello. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Welcome. Make sure you follow me. Yes, hi.
Maybe salt and water was really like do this. I'm a little bit up. It like actually smell out. And it says the catch the smell. Oh no, change it up. It brings salt whenever rest. What does that mean? Hey guys, smells like this is salt that comes off the ocean.
Do I have any questions? I can ask me some questions. Do I have any questions?
Yeah, no, no. And it never rests. 7 days a week. It's bringing the salt. The water goes out the shore.
I don't even know what this means.
Evaporates and then it leaves
No, I need to get an admin. No, I need to get an admin.
salt that you have to mine.
No, I'm not gonna get my shirt off. Sorry, no, I'm not gonna get my shirt off. Sorry. I'm taking my shirt off. Sorry. Taking my shirt off. Sorry. Hello, Pookie. Hello, Pookie.
Uma moto não foi, mas maybe Mela. This is And that's not Mela Inishi Vessel.
I don't know what this means. Yeah, I wish you can translate. No, translate. Yeah, I wish yeah, translate. I always show women. Oh, I'm gonna get ready to remove y'all. Y'all gotta get out of here. Yeah, you gotta remove that. People want to talk about their ex. Get back. Get out of here. Wish I convert people. Wish I
Of something finds themselves. Evil, but we know this is food. Food is definitely no issue. The Rabbi says perhaps it's talking about the oil. The oil is not food. The oil
thank you.
is Hashem was on the
Okay, hello. Okay, hello. Hello.
might be in this.
Hello.
What they discuss.
Hello. I like you coming in here. Hey, Blake, hello. Hello. Hey, Blake, hello. Hello. Rabbi, you in here?
No.
Rabbi, you in here? Listen, hello, Michael, hello. Happy, hello. Happy, hello. Hello. Jeremiah, hello. Straightforward, hello.
That's what we use.
Hello. Feel free to ask questions if you want to keep it on. Larry, 01892, hello. Is that hello? Hello. Hello, everyone. We go down and come up.
Renee is watching seven. You put in, you should just plug it in there. It's not Renee. Hello, Rabbi. Yeah, you only have 10 opinions. The worst, the Renee wants to build. That's what builds. Oh, they're all the only even that.
Six and that. Six is here. The make this cover.
Even then, we build, not the Renee. Six
and that. Read that. Read. Lula got two people in here. Hello. Lula got two people in here. Hello. Yeah, hi. This app is wow. I know, right? It is. It is. I know, right? Hello. It is wow. A lot of people that will feel that show they barely take the shirt off.
I saw the flip actually says a lot. I mean, from China, because the article, the little according to this, a lot. Who got some places on the spot that a lot. Because it says, I don't know, how you like it, but now I have to like rinse it off. And rinse it off means it's a lot of stuff. Okay, between the official edition and the fancy not quite. It's like top of the market law. You don't need a lot.
Hello, Mr. Nice. How are you? Hello, Mr. Nice. How are you?
This is like how you do it. Maybe I can make them a little bit bring you.
They have a thing on here called they have a thing. And your thing goes on that. Oh wow. Your thing goes on that. Oh wow. I'm enjoying that. So how long you been on here, Jay? How long you been on here? Because I'm 15 on here. Can you tell me anything about it? Can you tell me something on here? Hello. Hi, Blaze. Hi, Blaze. Hey, how are you? Hey, how are you?
Salt on one side, the salt on both sides.
Okay, good. Okay.
Quando a come fez, ora agora. Não, só Gabi.
Yeah, happy Memorial Weekend to everybody. Happy Memorial Weekend to everybody. For you.
So here's the thing.
For you.
Salt on top of the Messiah, it looks like here. If I use
Thank
this
you.
salt on the
Look at this. Thank you. Thank you.
am I over on the Eli? Let me use part of it? Yes.
Oh, okay, yes, yes, thank you, sorry. Oh, okay, yes, yes, thank you, sorry.
If the salt is on a limb of an animal and I use the salt right off.
Thank you, Blade. Thank you, Blade.
Let's do something else. You get that? I put salt on a limb and it fell off the limb after I'm done salting. Done. You know how it is. Salt doesn't stay. Somebody falls. So
Okay, okay. Make sure y'all get me where to follow me. Connect with me later. We'll get out here around 3, 40, maybe 3:30, 15. Get out here at the wow. Just wait to check it out.
why?
Check it out.
I'm not over. Not over. Hold on a second. Not over. But if the salt is on the animal, the big kiddush. I'm over on me either.
Thank you, Blade. Thank you, Blade.
I'm done. I was trying to miss it. Why am I going? That I need a phone.
Where you from? New York?
No, so I gotta be 8 miles. If it's humble,
Where you from?
I gotta be at 7.
What is it? Oh, yeah. What is it? Oh, yeah.
My animal. And it's
I'm from AU. I'm down south. Hey, Andrew. I'm down south. Hey, Andrew. Hi.
The Russian is there. The first animals on the top of the 8 miles is no instant.
You said outstinks, huh?
Don't remind my girl when I did it. That's when I shot the shoot out the animal.
Okay, okay.
And then Miller, this is referring to the future base. I made this place there by 6.
Okay.
Belo Horizonte, Moila Hashem.
You know what you said, outfit. Outfit. You know what you said, outfit. Hello, weekend. That's all. Hello, we thought. That's it. That's it. Uh-oh, who's trying to get up here? Who's trying to get up here? Jacob, I don't know you, baby. I don't know you. Jacob, I don't know you, baby. Get up here. I don't know you. I don't know you. Are you going to do anything crazy? Anything? Because I'm not going to just let you up. I'm not going to be showing nothing. If you want to show something, I can't let you up. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I can't even do it. That's all. Okay, right back down. Okay. I'm not doing it. Okay, right back down. This ain't the lie. This is not the lie. This is the lie. This is not the lie. I already know, Blaine. I already know. That's why you get down. Your phone card, yeah.
steak with barbecue sauce, ketchup, whatever I eat my steak with. I'm not allowed to bring it in. Whenever you try to, places says you're allowed it. That's you're not allowed it.
Hi, Parker. Hi, Parker.
So if we get also here, we're talking about salt, we're talking about food that comes from the outside.
Have you been live on here yet, though? Have you been live on here yet, though? Oh, your baby. Oh, your baby.
Ask them to follow.
Hello. Follow.
Follow down. If the touching with the salt is becoming praying you with amigos.
Okay. Coming back up and I got follow me. Oh, I got 70 followers.
Wow. That's great, Miss Aquarius. That's really great.
My friend said him to follow me. Follow. I got 70 followers.
That's great.
I know, right?
It's really great.
I know, right?
And we give them the right amount of salt.
Yeah, I joined it yesterday.
Process the highs and the highs. But it was something like but the gift.
Then I found out, did you get a random show last? I can't find what's going on. Do I want to say something? Do I want to say something? First of all, are you going to show yourself? Are you going to follow me? Are you going to show yourself in your private part? You're going to show your private part. No, I don't want to show you. You're going to show your face. You have a shirt on. Yeah. Other than that, if you're going to just be naked and just show yourself, no. Because I'm not going to get that because you want to come up here and show your private part. Follow me. And hey, we'll be cool with that. Chat with me. We'll be cool with that. It's okay. I haven't really like platform yet.
Can't find them out. That's
Hello everyone, make sure y'all follow me. Hello everyone, make sure y'all follow me. Hi. Yep, we got 18 followers. Yep, we got 18 followers. You ain't trying to do nothing. Do I want to see him? Do I want to see him? Well, hope you enjoy your life. Oh, thank you. Have you, winner? You like it? Let's try something. Just follow me, thank you. Just follow me, thank you.
This is super interesting. Where do you salt? Where do you salt the pepper?
Come get mine now. Money man. Come get mine. Money man. You haven't even said nothing to me. Money man. You haven't even said nothing to me.
Right.
Make sure y'all follow me. Make sure y'all follow me. You're not. Are you trying to help me show your face? You have clothes on. Show your face. You have clothes on. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that. I don't. Oh yeah, I believe it. I believe it.
Turn around to come back down and go to the apron.
You didn't know what that was, you knew. Yeah, you knew what you knew. Yeah, be careful what you be pushing. Careful what you be pushing.
Dirty salt. I want nice, pure white salt, and then I can find only on top of the mizbeach over there. You know that's what I am.
What happened? No. What happened?
Salted from top of the mizbeach.
Yeah, be careful, be quick. Yeah, I am. I really am. Yeah, I really am.
So the question is,
that's why I don't do nobody else. That's why I ain't doing nobody else.
You salt, but don't say, oh, my little korbanon, I feel it's korbanon. No, they could be salt for the steak that they get off the korbanon. My last kilo, the chulin. Rabbi says another kiddush. Every day we have kedushin, we got to kedushin. We know that halacha that if you're we have to keep it up. When you're satiated, when you're not starving. It's not appropriate to sit down for touching after you're like, I think you're fasting, like, after fast, like, multi,
Oh yeah, I heard about somebody just told me about some good. Oh yeah, I heard about some. Okay. Nice. Okay.
really get paid like a king. So maybe I have to make sure. Or you know, like a little bit of food before. They just get the other. Ketchup, gelato, according to the because the ketchup goes on the when you sandwich it, long movie cover. It's that you should be full before you cover. The sandwich you cover. Obviously, sandwiches outside of this always got a special lock.
Oh, that's nice. Nice. That's nice.
Now, yeah. Can I use the salt for that sandwich? That was you ever cool. Look at this thing. I call it soy box. Walking down the culture lab in a little.
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
You're not use the salt for the sandwich from home. Actually, I'm gonna stop, bro.
You can say we have to. You can stop right over here. Shut up. Thank you. Okay, give me your phone. It's not your birthday. You didn't look at my birthday. You didn't look at my birthday. Well, make it three. Well, I can't get three. Birthday day is January 2nd. Yes, ma'am. That's why I told you shut up. That's why I told you shut up. Birthday, yeah. USA. USA. Do you go around? Do you go around? We have the same birthday. Same birthday. Big buddy. Big buddy. Oh, no, so I don't accept you. You're not going to get a shirt on. You're going to show this. You're going to naked. And I'll accept you. But yeah, that's you are. You might want to not even think about your saying that. I'm not going to accept you. Is that you right there? Is that you right there? That's you. That's you. That's you. That's you. Let me put this on. Let me put this on.
You ready to establish?
I'm good, huh? Let me see. I follow her. Good. She's pretty. It's too far where you from, Rabbi. It's too
She's
far
from
where you
Irvine.
from, Rabbi. She's from LA.
Okay.
LA. I can tell that because I didn't, feedback and then added her. Feedback. I'm like, did I say 3 quarters? Yeah. I'm like, did I say 3 quarters? Yeah, it's a weird people. Yeah, it's a weird people. Yeah. At least that one. At least that one. Make sure y'all follow me. Make sure y'all follow me. Okay. Everybody get out there in a minute. I appreciate everybody being on here. I can do it. I appreciate everybody being like it. I'm gonna come back on later. I'm gonna check this out. See what it's going on. I'm gonna come back on later. Check this. See what it's going on. I understand. Oh, the world. Right. Oh, the world. Right. Come to the right. They really do it now. They damn good. Wow. Wow. You heard about that, Rabbi?
Yes, ma'am.
They was about that. They was real serious about that. They was real serious. But politics, they serious about that. They serious about that. Let's see. Let's see what we're talking about. I don't know what we're talking about. That's private. What's private? That's private. Private. What's private? What's private? I don't know what you're talking about. Alright. Alright. Oh, I got 22 followers so far. Oh, I got
That's
22
great.
followers so far. Mm. Make sure y'all follow me, follow me, follow me, follow me. I became now okay. Follow me, follow me. I became now okay. Follow me. Hello. Everyone. Make sure y'all follow me. I begin now okay. Follow me. I like English. I like English. Hello. Hello. How are you doing, Hello. How are you doing, What is afternoon? Is it downstairs or toilet? What is afternoon? Toilet, like. It's going on the toilet. Yeah. No, I like English. I like English. No, I like English. I like English. No, I like No, I like Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. All right, now 4 minutes. Make sure y'all hit me with a phone. All right, now 4 minutes. Make sure y'all hit me with a phone. No, you're gonna have to go because I don't know no English. You're gonna have to go because I don't know. Sorry, you gotta go because I told you I don't understand her. Okay, sorry. Goodbye. Sorry. You have to go. Goodbye. Sorry. You have to go. All right, now 3 minutes. I'm out of here. 3 minutes. Make sure y'all follow me. Follow me. Give me a gift. If you have Miss Big go out, I'll try to come through. And if I know that you're interested or you have a good life, I'll follow y'all. Make sure y'all follow me. Hey, have a good life, I'll follow y'all. Make sure y'all follow me. Hey, good. Some good followers. Look at that. Good. Some good followers. So, ooh, you can follow. Ooh, okay. Yeah. Hey, Roger. Hello. Hi, Roger. Hello. Nothing. Nobody get out here in 2 minutes. Nothing. Nobody get out here in 2 minutes. Nobody get out here in 2 minutes. Make sure you follow me. Nobody get out here in 2 minutes. Make sure you follow me. Then you run up to her. Hello. Okay, he left. Okay, he left. He's leaving. He's leaving. And that's what I'm like. Why not? Alright, yeah. I'm about to pop out. Alright, yeah. Later, later. I will see everybody later. I will see everybody later. And I might come back more later. And I might come back more later.
Good job, Miss Aquarius.
Thank you. Thank you. Yay. Got 50 cents. Yay. Good job. 50 cents for 50 cents. Happy $5. Yay. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Light 124. Light 124. My sisters. That's two. That was cool. That's two. That was cool. You might just message me. I like your live. How are you doing? I like your live and talking to you. I just wanted to make you happy. But don't respect me. So loudly. So loudly. That was me. That was me. That was me. That was
You
me.
did really well, Miss Aquarius.
Thank you. Thank you. He said you're gonna go live. He said you're gonna go live. Okay. That was cool. That was cool. Rabbi, yeah, Rabbi, you say you ain't gonna sit up and talk like that. Huh? You ain't gonna sit up and talk.
You got 23 followers. That's great.
Huh?
You got 23 followers. That's great.
24. 24.
24 followers. Even better.
Okay. Okay. What you doing, kick? You have to be a game of chess. You have to be a game of chess.
No, no, you can just do it.
Yeah.
No, you can just do it.
I better be doing this. I better be doing that. Just check. Rabbi, do you have any people on yours? Rabbi, do you have
Do I have any what?
people on your street?
What do you mean?
Do you have any viewers on your? Do you have any?
Oh, potentially. I don't really pay attention.
This thing glitchy. I don't like this. I don't like this.
What's wrong with it?
I'm just on the site. I'm just on the site. Like glitching a little bit. Like glitching a little bit. Yes, it do. Yes, it do. You like that? Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it. We're trying to go down to. We're trying to go down. Yes, glitching out here. Yes, glitching.
Are you using the app or are you using
What's that browser? I think I need to do that.
yeah, the app smoother?
Yeah, it's way better. It's way better. Which one is good? Where is the kick?
Twitch has more people, but Kick I would say has more like interaction.
That's what Brandon be on kick. That's what Brandon be on kick.
No, he watches people on Twitch.
Oh, what center is she at? Oh, what center is she at? On the big one. What center is she at? On the big one. What center is she at? Yeah, she not there. I know they shorty. Yeah, she not there. I know they shorty. Be careful. Be careful. Yeah, you can't. Cause you got kids. Yeah, you can't. You got kids. We have to be careful. We have to be careful. I wonder where they at. I wonder where they at. That's all. I don't care when that. That's all. I don't care when that. Oh, that can't stay. Oh, I don't know that. That can't stay. That's on the other side. That's on the other side.
but it gives it a little bit more minutia. But as people now, for some reason, he forgot that already has a sugar, and another thing, oh, just mix from there. Something else that's mixed from there.
Boy, it's learn. You have to learn.
This something I'm telling you.
You have to learn.
Yes, that's the thing. Hold on, let me get that. We're showing that. Show how does that a little gooey oil in it. And I have two nuts mixed together. Now, if you look close, one has a lot of oil, one has little oil. But then the difference behind it, it looks like flavor. Yeah, it looks like stuff. Even if something didn't, only doesn't enough. And we're gonna see. Oh, we can see right now. I'm gonna have to tell you, yeah, look at the stuff, all the different stuff. The amount of oil, one loaf. So you started three times the amount of oil. Very, very liquid. You know, the different places why? Why? So I don't like food. We love the over. Food, we love the raffle. When you have a thicker dough with less oil, that gets mixed in, touches a very soft dough, going very like human food. What's the problem? Major problem. If ever you start eating exactly in this summer, what happens if you put a little and a half of oil in there? Awesome. And anything real challenging, you put only 2.5 good lemon, awesome. So now that you take together, you combine them, one that's dry is going to absorb the oil from the very moist one. It's going to have more oil than it's supposed to have. And the other one that had a lot of oil is going to have less oil than it needed. So one has more, one has less, and they're both problematic. Because it's tough. Now, for how many kids, that's what happened over there. Some of the oil on the left, one to the right. That was our problem. Here we have the concept of wind and they're both the same, both the really mixed. Not all fun. Now I'm too tired of my all too stupid that we have is the blood. And the water is the blood to that. Not like it sounds. You know, but water goes into that. Anybody somebody goes, chest an animal, and you take blood from the neck of the animal and you sprinkle it on the floor. Bunch of water mixed in. To what point way Myers down because it looks like blood and it smells like blood and it tastes like blood. It's blood. That doesn't look like blood. So let's just assume that it's pouring a liter of water up to a liter. Anything above a liter is going to change the way it looks. I'm just throwing out a thing. If it's a liter plus, then it's blood. Anything below a liter is actually going to be blood. The dire the guy in what happens if it's blood? It gets red wine. Like that's a good color. So now you can put in 100 gallons of wine. It's still going to look like blood. So now what? No way you can look at it and see too much of another item in there. Right? How like you nine? So if 1 liter of water makes it also the 1 liter of wine is also going to make about 1 liter of water. You could actually see that if they needed the blood, it would get blood involved. With the wine we can't see, it's the same amount as the water. It's putting 1 liter of wine and really the blood. Started down the halo, down the water. Good blood of the amigos with the cards on that mixing with blood, but it's cool.
It made me almost positive that there was somebody in the crowd. I don't know where they'd be sitting or why they're even in the crowd. Because like I said, it's so uncomfortable and usable space and have to be hunched up or trying to sit on the edge of one of the seats. So that much aside, I think so because we're getting back more. You hear a voice. Yeah. You heard a voice coming from the crowd. Still from the radio. From the radio near the VHF radio. Yeah. But presumably. Yeah. Yeah. So he was monitoring. I mean, they must have had some other instrumentation set up in the crowds because he was monitoring something. Do you remember what voice? But it was because I was more stuck on the fact that how would the radio wave get in the crowd? It doesn't even make any sense. VHF being very high frequency. Yeah. I mean, it should be distorted by the gravity wave going around it anyway. Shortly after the craft began to lift off the ground silently, corona discharge flow on the bottom and lifted off and drifted up into the sky and kind of moved around. During that test flight, in this motion for me to come out and look up at it, and then he told me to walk forward. The craft was just sitting there stationary, and I walked out underneath it, and he motioned for me to look up. I looked up, and I couldn't see the ground. So I thought it flew away. And then he said, come back. And, I walked back, and as I walked back, it caught my attention. I see the head of the crowd. So if you move, you can see it. And if you walk underneath it, you can. So you can clearly see it. It's bending the light. You can see the sky above the crowd. So you can see that it's in its little envelope. Then it kind of slid over to the left and right, and then sat back down. Is what you saw, did it look like what we talked about?
So Claire's not watching a podcast. I'm watching a podcast. Yeah, I needed that device.
Yeah, for sure. just because of the way that it can go. It just, I mean, it's, I don't know how to describe it. I mean, things like inertia really don't matter to it. It just, it gets away with murder when it comes to flying.
Did you ever think you're being tasked to figure out this reactor, even like, the shape of the craft is sort of really confusing to us? How the hell do they know how to fly this thing?
Yeah.
That goes through your head, like you're like,
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, like I said, clearly they've had a lot of time to this craft, right? It could have been decades, for all I know. So they're familiar with it. So, I mean, they knew the emitters have to be rotated, you have to couple to the reactor. I mean, they knew how to fly it. So these guys were somewhat proficient with it.
so it would be your kind of base case assumption. Now you have functional, what you might call alien reproduction vehicles or UFOs that humans can fly. If in 1987, 88, you had stuff that was, can at least test and you can go under them. Then you can think that now we're probably much more progress. I see. What do you think? You don't think so? So you think we can test these things and use them for rudimentary ways, but we don't understand
No, it's like the analogy I gave, you go back to the 1800s and hop on a motorcycle, put the keys in, and you can look at it and go, wow, that's, never seen anything like that before. And look at the plastic fenders on it, and wow, that's unusual material. And, there's the key. Eventually, you tinker with it long enough, someone's going to turn the key and start. Yeah. Okay, turn on. Fine. Eventually, just give it time and human ingenuity, they're going to get it. The throttle's here, and they'll become proficient in driving it. Yep. But when it runs out of fuel, we're done. And when it comes right down to it, they can't even make that plastic fender. Right. So, yeah, I say you can become proficient using them. And I think that's where we are. We had some knowledge of that. But I think if we had developed the technology, we would have some of the already seen. We wouldn't be wasting one minute building a conventional fighter or other aircraft. Why? Why would you? You say, oh, well, it's secret. Yeah, so jet engines were secret when we first came out with them, and we built the whole fleet. We absolutely divert every resource we have to do.
Do you guys think there's any chance that the craft is flown with somebody's mind or mental?
I could very well be. Yeah. Because there were no physical control.
Right.
When the craft was being tested, the only test I saw from close range thing was already at the hangar. And when I went into the hangar, the bay doors between all the hangars were open. They had big, there's the door that leads to the outside that's at an angle. But there's also big bay doors between all the hangars. Those were open for some reason. And when I came in to go witness that, I was able to look down and see what there's
what's going through your head and emotionally.
Well, first of all, where did they all come from? How could you? I mean, I could see you found one somewhere, crash or whatever, but you don't find dying. I mean, where did they come from? None of them were damaged to any degree, although what I call the top hat had holes in it, but it looks like a shot, projectile. But it wasn't, damage from, crash or attempt to land. So where did all this stuff come from? There's so much missing to the story.
Did they all look like the exact same sort of replica?
No, each one is different. But the material all looked exactly the same color, machine, So it looked like they were all made of the same.
So the reactors, the propulsion were all the same, material was all the
Yeah.
same, but the shapes were somehow
Right.
different. Do you remember?
Maybe there's specialized craft. You know, you can take a step back from humanity. You go look at all the cars driving around. Well, you got a truck, a wheel long. Then you look at a Volkswagen. It's like, well, you know, you see a motorcycle. You know, they all have the same somewhat type of engine, internal combustion engine. So powering them all, so you must have all different functions. And maybe that's just what we're looking at. It's just, and who says they're all men? Maybe some of those
People associate you with the kind of Billy Meyer sports model, like a crap that looks like that.
it looks
Exactly like that.
like I thought Billy Meyer was absolutely ridiculous. I've seen some pictures. But I mentioned to you the UFO research syndrome. I think the initial picture Billy Meyer took of the sport model looking craft are 100% genuine. There's no way that there could be another one of those that just coincidentally looks exactly like what I call the sport model. So I think he absolutely photographed that and it was real. And I think he got a lot of attention and you know, read books and everything. And I think as time went on, kind of missed that. And they started making some models, taking some new pictures, and the other pictures look ridiculous.
They do.
Like, you know,
There's something about dinosaurs and stuff.
yeah, I know. I look like there's styrofoam balls all doing it. Yeah, I found some more pictures. You know, come back. And, you know, so I think that, you know, that's just a personal belief.
Yeah.
There's no way you can tell me those original aren't.
Yeah. And so that's the craft you worked on. The other crafts.
I can only see two clearly because from the angle, all you can see is just a little piece, and then all you can just see is the hang around there. But one looked like I call it jello mold, which is more like a mud cake with alcohol in the middle, and then the other one, as I previously mentioned, a top hat or an old straw hat with the brim had a hole in it. So
Is your immediate instinct humans didn't make?
yeah.
And at what point do you not see like an American flag on one of them?
Yeah, on the sport model, I saw that the first day I went in.
Was there any talk of how these crafts were retrieved?
I know the Navy got the sport model, and I think that was from what Barry said. That was an archaeological dig. By the way, isn't it the desert water? And if there's another term for an archaeological dig in the water, I don't know what it is. But yeah, that I don't know what body of water, if it was the ocean or lake or what. But yeah, that came from the water. Again, according to Barry, I didn't see this in documentation, but yeah, that was happened upon by the Navy, and that's all I know. And then I just theorized that's how the Navy got in control of it.
So what you constantly hear is, you have things like Hughes aircraft built Glomar Explorer, which subsea, you have Discovery, and you have some actually more recent Lockheed subsea, super subsea submarine sort of things seem to be able to, scan the seafloor. And there's a great book called The Silent War by John Kincaid, and he was talks about retrieval of exotic technology on the seafloor. And I wonder, Tim Burchett is a congressman in Tennessee. He says there are 5 hotspots in oceans all around the world.
I think they're coming in way out. I think they needed millennial though, but they're here. They're in these deep water areas, and that's why. I mean, like we say, we know more about the place than we do what's going on there. Now, we have a higher propensity of sightings around these 5 or 6, I believe, deep
And I don't know. There's another one friend, maybe who's an anonymous source. Maybe one day we'll do an interview, but he talks about the abyss by James Cameron. And he says maybe that scene where this sort of glowing object shows up.
One of our science.
That's right. Yeah. It's safe bet. Yeah. We were talking last night, BG, about Pascagoula, Missouri was the site of production of nuclear subs for the Navy. And you have a famous case there of some fishermen who experienced an alien abduction, UFO experience.
Yeah, there's something going on.
There is. George Knapp has interesting footage around Baja, Mexico, on the other side of here, in the Caribbean.
Yeah, that's always
Do you think there's possibilities in the ultra-terrestrial levels? So this is this idea that they're ancient remnants of like Neolithic civilization that has pre-Ice Age or pre-Ice. Yeah, and that they're more advanced. They're like the place where we call being to coexist at moment happened on Earth. It really very well be right. If you just look at the size of the ocean, you can hide an entire civilization down there, especially if they're immune to the effects of the ocean. Just gotta be deep. Yeah,
Never mind.
would any of the scientific principles that you looked at as protocol created around the craft and all that somehow get you to salt water? Like, would it be able to travel transmedia?
Yeah, absolutely.
So interesting.
Light bends around the craft. They're all great. And since the 80s, or even even all the way down to the 60s, everybody always talked about the U.S. Air Force and Project Blue. I mean, Bob Lazar comes out in 1989 and they weren't crash saucers, they were intact craft. And then it's the Navy that's in charge. And funny enough, 40 years later, that's what people are talking about. So, when I see that you whistleblowers come out, like Barry Davis or people that we're seeing, I'm not skeptical at the fact that they were involved in something. What I find basically very interesting is that they're all saying exactly what Bob said in 1989, but they never say Bob Lazar is possibly factual. Well, there's some that stuff, but everything
Like high level, there's definitely a decade long configuration of craft people on one guy is the fourth of the stuff.
everything is right. I can't believe there aren't that many crashes. There just aren't that many.
How would you have to guess how many crafts are in US now?
Now, I don't know. I mean,
Nine for sure.
yeah. That's it. I mean, I can only talk about what I've seen.
Do you think they have a sense of ontological truth? Like when you see all this stuff around, the ability to manipulate timelines with us, or even just manipulate time on a local scale. And they're saying that they found these things in archaeological digs under the ocean. Do you have a sense that they have like a metaphysical model that's like greater than the average citizen? So it's like their working story of humanity. Maybe. Yeah. It's your kind of research explanation that these are terrestrials.
Confirmed.
That's all equal. I mean, there's just so much chance that they're time travelers, visitors from another dimension, us from the future, or aliens. I don't see anything pointing in any specific direction. I go with the aliens just because we've seen it so much. I think we're just trained to think that. And it's palatable. See another world. This can go travel in another fashion. Get there. it all makes sense. Yeah. But when you go to other dimensions of time, well, time travel at all. I mean, will that ever be possible? Maybe not. How do you get here from another dimension? Why would you care? Why would you go to another dimension? So I mean, the other things don't make sense. So yeah, I guess the Occam's razor is aliens. But it could be anyone of the other possibilities, or one that we haven't thought of.
What do you think?
Just conventionally moving.
I don't think it really had a very high top speed. Really?
Yeah.
Like you had to. I mean, it depends on how it was being. Because you can maneuver it in a couple different ways. So, of course, how would I know? I mean, the
Speed it could attain. But I'm just thinking about Omicron mode where it's just sitting there and moving when you think about and Delta, the speed being here, so you think of here somewhere else. You think almost close to the speed of light, where it would look like it's hopping across space time. No, it's far exceed the speed of light. It'd be faster. Yeah, because you're not going in a linear fashion. You're just jumping over. So it's warping space. Yeah. So it's, for a given distance, if to the destination far faster than
and it's like more shape speed time.
I don't know, that is like riding a wave or something. It's just bending space.
Did you hear anything around?
Yeah. It's not a continuous. It's like in pulses. I don't know what the maximum range of each jump, but I know it's like a 10 millisecond recycle time in between it. So the ground is doing this. When all three of the amplifiers are being used for travel, they're in the Delta configuration. And when only one is being used for travel, it's the Omicron configuration.
You guys do an amazing job predicting the configuration. And what's the one in Delta exactly?
Delta is using there's three amplifiers, Delta, and that's where they all focus together on a destination.
Okay.
The craft puts its belly in that direction, and that's how it moves. The Omicron is where only one, of the emitters propel itself, or it's really propelling itself. It's doing the opposite. Essentially, create an indentation in space-time, so moves forward, which always gives it, if it's operating in Omicron configuration, it's never really stable. It's kind of somewhat undulating.
Fascinating. That seems to be a common thing.
Right. Yeah. But when it switches to Delta, as soon as the two other amplifiers come online, then they flux in space and time, and it's able to focus in any direction and move there instantaneously.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
What's up? You're in our century living room set. You have Luigi, Ventatelli, Balthazar, and Logan is a long time that. And he watched something on piano. He is the guy in WWE right now. He has an amazing podcast as well. I've known his brother actually for like a decade plus.
I gotta say, Bob, he's an absolute legend. What a privilege to talk to you on things. It's good to meet you. I don't know if Justin gave you any context to why I wanted to talk to you.
They haven't been, but maybe we'll rehash it.
So, Bob, check this out. I have in my possession UFO footage that has a story behind it that is compelling but not convincing. And I've been waiting to do something with this footage or receive confirmation of sorts. And I see this particular orange disc sometimes in UFO videos, documentaries, and whatnot. It pops up every now and then. But when I was watching the trailer for X, and you guys are about 80% of the way through the trailer, you guys show a disc that is at night, but then kind of coats itself in its orange. Right. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. I paused it there and I said, "Oh my God, that looks exactly like the footage that I have." So this footage, supposedly authentic, was taken by two college kids who wanted to go to Area 51 in 1995 and film their experience of trying to see if they could stumble upon a UFO or just alien activity of sorts. Let's break it down. College age guys grew up or failed to make this landmark entrance point to Area 51. It's a long route that leads to Green Lake. Scroll with their thoughts and work. It's nighttime. Their car's right in front of the fence surrounding this facility. The lights are off on their car. They have a camera resting on the armor, pointed in front windshield. And then it cuts to under the dashboard. And you see something very clearly illuminating like the top of the dashboard. They're like hunkered underneath the car, and it was something like it's not clear who it is, but they're like kind of scared. Then something just on the glass. The craft is hovering extremely close to the car. It's orange and slightly mottled, or undulating in place, as if it's on the way. You can hear the two guys whispering. Yeah, that's exactly how it was described by Bob. It's exactly like your hand, and it's moving the right way, it's the right color, and it's the right shape. So it makes it very the intensity of the light. There's something very, very bright that is affecting that dash of being lit. That's the vehicle and the craft above it. Right. And look at the intensity. Here's the dash. Look at the intensity of the light that's going to happen here. Right. Wow. There. Those are real. Yeah, you can just see, yeah, you move it everything that you can see it well. But it wobbles. That's the important thing. Yeah, it's not. It wobbles and flows like that. That color and that thing. That's wild, dude. Yeah, I mean, that's wild. It's impressive. The craft emits an orange reddish color, which is not a coincidence. The craft with strong interaction, like one that creates iodine plastic around itself. Dominant atmospheric gas on Earth is nitrogen. Iodine nitrogen interacts with plasma, looks red and orange. This classic observation of reddish or orange ball of light, silently and erratically, is one of the most common reported UFO descriptions across decades of sightings worldwide. Now I know this is great. While certainly fascinating to learn from news, but it is another fascinating data. What Luigi's movie almost immediately vindicates is the existence of S4. Remember, when Bob went public in 1989, Area 51 itself hadn't even been officially acknowledged by the government. this day, as sports is still denied. It's not supposed to exist. But Luigi used Google Earth's historical imagery to go back in time and found the 2022 version of area surrounding that storm that was not yet blurred to obscure the site, and yet vehicle tracks are visible in its older satellite. You can clearly see the track. Look at it going in every direction, and you look at all the traffic. Yeah, man, that's not one guy driving around. No, that's not one guy driving exactly. So yeah, there's no public out there. Luigi also shows off a high-quality aerial photograph taken by a pilot from the 70 miles of Pathos Lake. The image had previously circulated online, but Luigi enhanced the contrast of it to reveal additional details. And if you look carefully in this version here, where it contrast has been changed as we zoom, yeah, you can start seeing that. See it clearly right there. Yeah, the slants and everything. Finally, and perhaps most damning, the map of Papoose Lake was literally altered 8 days after Bob Lazar went public in his first anonymous video. You heard me right. They changed the map 8 days after Bob started speaking out, and the map was modified for what specifically hide the existence of that sport. Bob went public on May 15th, 1989. And he didn't come public, and his name wasn't public. It was him and Dennis in silhouette. And 8 days after that, the United States Department of the Interior, who works on the geological maps of the landscape at the test site, where in Groom Lake, Papoose Lake, the whole test site, actually modified all the maps there, specifically Groom Lake and Papoose Lake and Papoose Mountain Range there. And there's a stamp on all the modifications, because the modification was dated 1989. So on the actual small print, it says maps modified 1989. But the stamp on the exact day is May 23rd, 1989. Exactly 8 days after Bob went public.
It's specific. They're getting up. Just not like they're removing that.
No, what they remove, the specificity there is the specific thing they remove. If there's a road that leads from Groom Lake down to Papoose Lake, and as it leads down to Papoose Lake, the north end of the lake, the road forks off, it splits off in two areas. To the west of Papoose Lake and to the right of Papoose Lake, where it's forest. They specifically removed the road to the east of Papoose Lake, and they kept the same one to the west. Which, why would they do that? Why would you suddenly remove the road that goes to S4 and leave everything else there? That means that he's gonna have anything discovery. Yeah, and it's there. I mean, it's not like we're not making anything up here. I was very specific. I'm like, I don't want to put anything that makes it look like we're inventing stuff. This is verifiable. You can order these maps.
The other thing I think that's interesting is for people doubting the story, Jeremy Corbell and Rothschild are found a bunch of people who have verified Bob's presence in his format, right?
I don't know. I think arriving at 51.
That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah. And then George Knapp also had some people, and they got threatened back then. There were about 6 people that were threatened. And basically, they never made it forward. George talked about it in the interviews we did with him, and he's talked about it in the past. He says they all received a phone call. They were all threatened, and they never went public. And you know, for anybody who's a Lazard detractor or doesn't believe the story, you then have to not believe George Knapp, because why would George lie about that? Well, what's the benefit here? You know, and somebody's gonna say, well, it's because he put his name attached to the Bond story. No, not when that was happening. He was still investigating the Bond story, so he said that back then. Unlike if he was getting a lot of shit. yeah, he made a lot of shit right back then. It was not certainly not a feather just yeah, you know, it's something I really want to put a lot of emphasis on because of all the haters out there. This happened when he came out in 1989. It was a different era. It was a different time in the world. So, the people now that think that Bob Lazar is the grifter or I'm a grifter because I'm making a movie about this, whatever. This happened 40 years ago. I was interested in UFOs 40 years ago, and believe me, I was not popular. This was the most unpopular topic when it came out. It was considered to be so don't touch that because it's gonna ruin your life. So why would first of all, why would Bob Lazar do that? And then why would Jordan Knapp, a respected investigative journalist in Las Vegas who already was well known and had a good job, why would he take his reputation and ruin his entire career just to support another liar? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. So, let's not forget those.
Yeah, and he has multiple Peabody. He's well respected. Exactly as you said, outside of
Yeah.
did you learn any other details about the guy that died or replaced him?
Yeah, they had an operating reactor. So apparently, which is also brings up all kinds of other questions to me. Apparently, the reactors involved craft are exactly the same. So that makes me think of a manufacturing facility.
Yeah.
That's like a Ford making an engine. It goes into a bunch of different models. How can all these crafts have you know, the same power system or propulsion system? Anyway, I don't want to go off on a tangent. But yeah, a reactor, so it's probably from some one of the other crafts. Yeah. Why they did this is beyond me. They took it out of the nuclear test site and they physically cut into it while it was running under load, and it exploded. And, well, I think there were 3 guys there. Maybe more. They were all killed. So, number one, why would you do that? Number two, it makes me think either they were extremely desperate and wanted to just find out what's in there, and why would you even do it while it was operating? Or extremely confident that they knew what was going on in the reactor, where they could see cut it, and they had reason to get in there. But apparently that information never made it back, whatever they gleaned from it, or even their suspicions at the beginning, because Harry and I were kind of starting to get on the reactor. So everything they had done previously was lost. Anyway,
You remember the guy's name or any details? Do does Barry have a last name?
Yeah, very Castillo. It's spelled Castillo, but Castile, I don't know how it's pronounced.
Yeah, maybe I would track it down.
I think briefly decades ago in Rio, because there was another guy that in and out once in a while named Rene. Don't remember his last name, but I mean, at some point, I really put a lot of effort into trying to find Dennis Mariani and Barry, and I think some people did track down Dennis. He died not too long ago. I don't know about Barry, but I never was. I never find a good. I mean, that time I was looking for him with no internet,
Sure.
so you had to go through all the records and stuff.
Yeah.
It's much more difficult.
Yeah. And I know of one instance in which the name that Mariani was corroborated by somebody that, had it the site. And so, I won't go further than that, but, because that's not my thing, but you're giving names, and, I think some of these people can still be alive, which is pretty remarkable. Maybe we can track some of them down, piggyback them up. I wonder, they have to know.
I kind of wonder why nobody else came out,
Yeah.
I mean, although Barry didn't talk about it much, So he didn't think it was, you know, he wasn't with the program as far as he for, the entire world. What was his background? No,
But there was kind of a mutual goodwill.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and he'd move around sometimes. Nice. Everything else was just so rigid and military. So, I'm sure here's the story where he'd build all of the reactor, and sometimes we just start talking about stupid stuff. So it's good to see a normal person, that just acted like a human instead of a robot.
What happened when he threw the golf ball in the reactor?
He was showing me the field. Said, check this out. Took a golf ball and he hit the reactor and bounced off the field, and then the ceiling tile dislodged it and made all the little particles, come down. And we knew Dennis was going to be coming back in 2 minutes, so it was, red alert. We had to, grab the stools and go reascend it, clean it up, and everything. And shortly after that, Dennis walked up and goes, nothing.
It's sort of remarkable detail around the reactor. You have this sort of force field like thing, this like repelling force.
Yeah. Once the hemisphere on top of a plate about the size of a basketball, a little bigger, on top of a 15-inch square plate, the hemisphere is removable. Once the hemisphere is put back on, if the emitter is in the right position, the reactor will turn on immediately, and it'll produce a gravitational field around it, and you can push on it. You can't touch the reactor from that point. And it's a wood plastic, like if you have two light poles of a magnet, pushing them together, you get the exact same field, but without metal, just hand. But as I said before, what's really interesting is you can move the reactor on the table, and once you turn it on and you're pushing on the field, the reactor doesn't slide. So it's not transferring the force to the reactor. It's pushing your hand away. But in that sense, it's really interesting.
How did the reactor work?
This is all a guess. Sure, it's just all a guess. It has a super heavy element in it, which appeared to be 115 of the periodic chart. There's a little tower in it, and from X-rays, we could see that there's a loop around the base plate. So it was theorized, apparently, Barry with his other lab partner, they thought that was a cyclotron accelerator, and that the tube that came up the side was an off-ramp, essentially. And that particle, whenever it was being accelerated, interacts with the 115, and somehow that produces the gravitational field.
How did it feel on your hand?
It felt exactly like pushing backwards together.
Okay.
It was just elastic. I mean, compressible to some degree, and then when it got close to it,
With magnets, you have to have light poles for them to repel.
Yeah.
And in this case, you're not.
It's just matter repelling matter.
It's so
without
weird.
the letter.
Does it feel like a? What does it feel like? Is there texture to it? Or
No, it's elastic, but it becomes not linear.
but does it
When
feel
you
like
get to logarithmic, it's easy to push, and then it becomes impossible. There's no way you're getting past the next 3 inches. You could probably sit a car on top of it, and nothing would change.
does it feel like saran wrap, or does it feel like what does it feel like when you're in it? Does it feel like
No, it just feels.
it's literally like you're like
Yeah, I see what
you know what I mean?
describe that.
Yeah. Like is there a
No, it just
coolness, a heat? It's just like space time itself.
yeah, it just I don't know how to describe it.
Sure.
Yeah, it's just there. I mean, at this point, I don't even think it's gravity. I think this is another completely unique force. It doesn't behave enough like gravity.
And explain why it's so different.
Like, I mean, because at least my thoughts at this point are, I think gravity is just a property of matter. It's only an attractive force. I'm not sure you can have anti-gravity. Um, like if it was gravity, at one point, Barry showed me he had one of the emitters and working, he put a lit little kitchen candle right at the focal point, and he powered up the reactor, and the flame stopped flickering and stood there frozen in space and time. But I could see the flame from the candle. The flame was still visible. Also, he removed the candle and then rotated the emitter, I don't know if it's another direction or the same way, but it made a little black ball in there where no light was escaping, looking like a little black hole. But no, you could just tell there was no light at the focal point right in the air. It was just a dark area. So there it's affecting light, but it wasn't in the candle test before that. So it, it, it's a really unusual.
When Bob mentioned this anomalous force coming from the craft's emitter, I immediately racked my brain for any conventional aerospace circles who talks about something similar. And then I realized I just interviewed the electrostatic scientist at NASA, Dr. Charles, talked about something very similar.
Where because if I suppose this things in space, accelerate. Wow.
You see, there's a long lineage of people studying gravity control or anti-gravity in the United States. Perhaps my favorite example is 8th century inventor Thomas Graham, who discovered that when you apply a high voltage to certain asymmetric capacitors, thrust, that's right, propulsion with no exhaust, no propeller, just electricity as the input, converted directly into motion, a new model for space propulsion that could eliminate crude chemical combustion rockets forever. Now you might think that's insane, defies Newton's laws. And I'll spare you all of the corroborating research that I've dug up, showing that there ought to be real breakthroughs in the world of anti-gravity. Dr. Charles Miller at NASA has taken Brown's experiments to the next level with modern instruments, more rigorous controls, say about 1 grams corresponds to thrust, and decades of electrostatics expertise from his work at Kennedy Space Center behind him. He's done over 2,000 of these experiments and controlled for just about every variable you can think of. And he's also getting millimeters of thrust, basically real propulsion with electricity as the sole input. And you can't really argue with his authority to make these claims. The man literally runs electrostatics at NASA. He's become president of the American Electrostatic Society, and he's contributed two fundamental principles to the field of electrostatics that are now widely accepted. So this is kind of an interesting moment in history because we have a man who reverse engineered and then we have a math, electrostatic scientist. So I thought I'd just leave it to you guys to kind of nerd out.
Yeah, well, first of all, like, it's a very exciting moment. Big fan.
Now, the thing about Bob Lazar is he kind of exists on an island. We've never seen him interact with other highly credentialed engineers in aerospace. What I've learned after spending time with him is he's actually pretty skeptical when it comes to other scientific anomalies.
And I'm really interested to hear, your physical experiment setup. Is it a hybrid of your idea and Brown's, or are you just duplicating one of his experiments? I mean, what can you explain to me what it looks like, what your test setup looks like?
Sure.
Without variations. I'm talking about that. I mean, how is this? I'm sure you've seen the lifter ion motors and stuff along those lines. How is it different from those? The ion motors stuff they use ion pairs. what's interesting about this was, even though it's sort of the same geometry that we use, but I get the thrust. It's always the opposite direction the iron thrust is, right? Because what happens is you have to sharpen the ground. However, you do that. In air, when you do that, you break down the gases from it like that. Vacuum, you can actually see these forces arise and then moving the opposite direction of the iron. It's really interesting. That is, or it goes the same direction as the object's on, so everything else fits. So it messes with it. Sometimes let's just think about maintenance. Yeah, that, wow, that's really interesting. I mean, the fact that it's in the opposite direction of an ion or an ion goes directly, and you've done it in a hard or reasonably hard vacuum, and you're getting measurable thrust. We have been doing that since 2020 for about 6 years. We test almost every day from UVM day, different configurations, 0 ion configuration, system, concept, and cost. And we have testified at 10.6, better achieving it up to 27. Enough to put a buzz at no ion. What kind of thrust in newtons or grams are you getting? Well, you're still playing around in the hundreds of micronewtons or million range. So the highest we can have is about 50 bar. That's we stacking together. We don't learn a lot from them. That we can make more thrust. We like to understand the thrust and try and optimize by outer space. We have access to going into larger chambers for outer space. That's the biggest structures. Physically, how big are these thrusters? Not very big. They're about 6 inches. 6 by 6. Nice size. We can like there. Come here. Striking. And so you can back. Try after voltages. And then we try to measure currents. Make sure that in many cases there is no current. Very odd. And I would say, isn't that interesting? Yeah, I turn it off, turn the power source off, and keep going. Wait, what? Yeah, it is very annoying. In some cases, trap the charge in there. So a physically larger one doesn't get you any more thrust, but you can stack them and get increased thrust. Well, your second large one we won't learn anything. We have, but we're not learning anything. We want to learn. We got shape, we want to have fun. And we're in one ways. And we got one later. Around how to fix it, but yeah, you're machine. Once we get set, I think you're gonna do does have one design as well. And we can test the push forward versions. So first test right up area, test right up the volume, test voltages, typical things you expect. Try to optimize which you can achieve. How much are you charging them up to? What kind of voltage? I started in 2016, around 150,000. Thank goodness we're not anywhere near that now. I think we're upgrading right now about 400 volts. Yeah, so you just believe that it's really around voltage range was, big but Charles Williams, that's sort of a proxy for electric field strength. There are obviously other ways to amplify electric field strength at lower voltages. He's using 400 volts. Yeah, but I can't. And shocking, we're getting unbelievable. Never have met. I want to come over and hang out with you. Yeah. Like an introduce you guys, put your hands on, do whatever you like. Isn't that exciting? Yeah. I can't believe you're getting these results. I can't get past 400 volts. If you increase the voltage, you don't see any change in thrust. Or you get more thrust, for sure. We like to stay 100 volts. 500 volts, but stay low. Okay. yeah, the pixel rep that people average statistics to are worried about breakdown. That consistently much smaller. You don't have access to higher material properties.
You don't have to see things. Last night I didn't have to like this.
Right, yeah, all that stuff gets tossed out. Yeah, you're not even iodine here. That's why I was so shocked because all those other effects drop out, right? As soon as you drop the voltage down low, you can get some cleaner data then. Damn, this is really cool. We're converting lava underground. Well, Dan, thank you for this. Really appreciate it, man. Good to meet you. Good guys. Take care. Really, is that one? Yeah. I know, right? I mean, that's significant. I think so. It really being significant. And, you know, the thing is, the first thing I would point out, there's something wrong with your test. But not in 1,500 tests. And, you know, when you've gone through it that many times and done it for this long, and you've adjusted all the, potential parameters, callouts, and I can't hear it now. You go to Zoom, there's things where, but you mentioned DC voltage in the graph. That's also a kind of ground. Yeah, it's not just high DC voltage. I even mentioned it on, Joe Rogan. That I think the material the graph is made from is an electric. And so it always, just like a magnet always has a magnetic field, electric always has non-magnetic field. And I think that's certainly something important. Or their high climb rates. Gotta be like really high climb. Like fast, sweet. Oh yeah, without doubt. It's so fascinating. It's like all the time around. Yeah, like fast climb rates. No, I wonder if that really applies to the graph formula. I think it does. Especially after you go very deep. Yeah. I mean, now let's make it one very well make live graph. DC. There's no magnetic field in your mirror. Yeah, right. Make progress. Maybe might have been so far past. Well, the funny thing about Brown is he was looking for a power source that was there for like the rest of its breakout. Oh, that would have been the guy that. Well, I mean, even then, I just you don't need walk on set. Even then, I just but and you were given some experience like there being two Rabbi, was that the first shot? And this was this whole this part of Barry had other lab notes, and I don't know if those were free or documents that he had, but there were lab notes, and these was the direction they were going to one time. Really interesting. I remember you're like kind of tutorial for text that is. Yeah, possibly. Well, I might possibly step aside next round.
What'd you say, Miss Aquarius? I don't know.
Other things. Yeah, so it almost has to be. It almost has to be. Yeah, but if it throws time out, we got. You see a glowing candle. It should be dark. Can it freeze time in some local space? Define it. Still, the photon is flying out. Maybe, and if you say, well, it doesn't affect photons, that may be black. So, so have you, where do you think you would do a best candidate? No. There is. No, that's why I think, I mean, I lean towards this is important. Just stop going and grab it. But, like Barry said, the only thing we know that does this is gravity. So we're calling it gravity. Okay. And it's being created ostensibly due to this proton bombardment of element at 116, and then you get a decay, and then back all that. Yes. That's so interesting. I mean, don't forget that in the film we did not include the mechanical watch experiment that was also conducted in the lab. So it was the candle, the black ball, and the mechanical watch. We didn't put it in there just because we wanted to shorten the film. But there was another experiment where you did with like a mechanical watch that just stopped. Yeah.
I'm back.
Well, that's another indicator where just like I mean, it's kind of similar to the candle. It just stopped, but I can still see it. Yeah. It's like it's freezing in time. It's freezing both. But not affecting anything else. It freezes both. Now it does. But that is really time is so weak. We've something that inhibits kinetic energy,
Right.
which would be
I made the one on the right.
that would be really weird.
Well, it's so weird, especially given all the forms of possible kinetic energy. You're talking about a watch, a mechanical watch, and a flavor.
Now,
Yeah.
So
the one on the right,
it's so strange. While you were there, did you tell anyone what you were working on? You know, your wife at the time.
Anyhow,
Told Gina. Yeah. Okay.
I told John, dude.
And you even brought that.
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah, because I had to testify.
Yeah.
So I know it's on Wednesday night. Yeah, we're going out there.
at any given point,
John Mayer.
Today is March 22nd, 1989. We're standing just about 8 miles to the east of the White Banner.
the blue guy,
And just a few minutes ago, we saw one of the
more
airplanes
than the other.
even
Even if it was a blue, nobody ever saw it. Oh, it's challenge, more or less.
7 or 8 minutes.
Flying
The area
around,
was about the scope 8 inches.
you're not going to see that. Watching the right side,
Saw myself.
over cameras. I mean, the back was
There isn't much to see
and
with the
looking in
camera
the
back.
back a little bit, even a tiny
That was while you were working at that store.
one iota,
Showed that, or was it afterward?
That was that was while I was working.
When you saw the UFO with Gina and John Lear, and you kind of, took that moment to all these.
It was right outside. It was
Yeah.
before before you get to the black mailbox. The reason anybody knew about the black mailbox, everybody wanted to know where the road was that we turned down when you go off the highway. It's this first dirt road to go down, but there's no landmarks around there. And if you keep going like another mile or two, there's a black mailbox. So I just it's around the black mailbox.
Yeah.
And that just got repeated in everybody's thought. Black mailbox, where it is. Not any
When all you guys went up there and saw the UFO fly, I'm sure they were just totally shocked. Were you allowed back in this format?
the first time they
Oh, they didn't.
we only got caught
Okay. And
I would never have left back.
so after the last time you were left back, there, right, that was it. And Gary finished.
No, they're not caught back.
Yeah. Yeah. Why did you decide to come out?
I don't know because I was still getting followed. There was always somebody parked outside my house and I started to get scared. And I think that's when I first started telling Gene, I said, hey, got something disappeared, I'm working out inside there. Eventually I told him, he said, why, are you working on secret weapons or something? I said, no, I'm working on this. And, kind of told him, but I don't know, I'm just getting concerned about what's going on.
Why do you think they were following?
I don't know.
Did you take anything from class? Okay, Peter. But that's interesting that they were. Well, it's interesting that they were following you, but then you had done something wrong. You showed them the work.
No, but I mean, they were still doing. They allowed me in there, and they were still progressing on my clearance. They were still going through background checks, but they really wanted me on site operating quickly. And they kind of let that slide because I had clearance before. So, but yeah, they were looking at some of the
Got it.
The right can never be
About you
ever
personally.
And they go,
all my relations.
and we
And so they were digging in.
Yeah, you have to have a stable family background if you're going to be playing around with state secrets and stuff like that.
Sure.
They
Yeah.
want you to get crazy. They don't want you to check out, how to play with friends. If you were going to ranges, they want to make sure you're like moving around. They don't want any stress or anything.
And at that point, it seemed like
5 cars parked outside your house. Why isn't your reaction? Okay, I'm just gonna cut. Like they're gonna like, give me like a colonoscopy as far as like, literally like knowing 360 everything about my life. I don't think my job is for it. Or do you just get scared and you're like, I guess you're sometimes I don't really remember how I felt back then. I was just getting a little, yeah. And did you could be still one person, So did you want this John Clear gave files on you to George Knapp, right? Michaela, is that how it went down? Gave the files? Or gave the like said like yeah, I mean yeah, John Lear is contacted George Knapp. Okay, so you played kind of intermediary. Was he going rogue on his own, or did you say, hey, can you contact George or somebody in the local news to help him stuff out?
No, I mean, well, things were starting to get weird, and I don't really remember how that went down, but I think, George said, look, you gotta get the information out publicly. That's the only way, that's the only thing that'll protect yourself. And that's really, I'm not, it was just a couple days later going, oh, maybe it's not that.
Was it, do you think it was self-protection or idealism, or was it more of you like this needs to be done?
Oh, yeah, there was but it was an equal part of self-protection.
Yeah. Lear is somebody I think a lot of people have questions about because he was
Crazy.
crazily,
I mean, some of the stuff was so ridiculous. I would sit there and just talk to him. You are absolutely out of your mind. I mean, you didn't believe the sun would hot. You said there were people living in the sun. There's no one who lived in the sun. And, yeah, they built them on Jupiter. And that's where they manufactured everything. So it's different. What? Even you, ridiculous. Why are you believing that?
yeah.
Gina was a real estate appraiser. And at the time, John was looking to get a loan on his house. And he had been on George Knapp had a show on the record, like after the news. And John Deere had been on there back when he was so well, I wasn't crazy, but he had some crazy ideas, he was an accomplished pilot, a brilliant guy, and he had, tons of files and had lots of great contacts. The only problem with John was he had no bullshit. I mean, he could have a four-star general tell him something, and he'll write it, put it in a file, and he'll have some derelict walk by his house and go, I know Jello thinks. And he'll go, all right. And then put him in the same file and have the same level of credibility going, what are you talking about, So, he drove me crazy with that. But, he did earlier on. Less exotic with his theories, and spoken to George Knapp. I had seen it on TV, so had Gene Hackman. Anyway, he wound up doing the appraisal on his house, and I went with Gene to help him measure it. And kind of got talking to John, and now we met.
He's such an odd character. His father created the first business airliner.
Yeah,
the aviation engine.
and the autopilot.
And so
he had a problem, his will, and John showed me as well. Every paragraph said, except, everybody gets except Donald's there, He was so angry at his kid.
Yeah.
Completely ripped.
Maybe apple fell bark tree, as far as
aviation engineering prowess or something. But John Deere won also record as a pilot. He's a very impressive pilot.
Oh yeah, credit too. Where credit too. I mean, he had all kinds of world records, and it's just filter.
John Lear was super into UFOs before you got a job at Area 51. That's more like he had a UFO blog. And so, do you think, like, why do you think it didn't come up in a background check that we're friends?
Oh, it did. Yes.
They asked
like the first day.
Okay.
Yeah, but the relationship with John Lear, and that might have been the first question.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't get me when I said no. Yeah, interesting.
And what did you say?
I said he's a great friend.
Yeah.
And I don't remember what else, but I just told him some stuff. Yeah. I know, man.
Yeah.
It's fascinating. And I mean, John would just do the craziest stuff. Back then he flew L-1011, which is a big jet, 400 people on something like that. And occasionally he'd call and like Tuesday night, 8 o'clock. Hey, you want to go to Minneapolis? Okay. All right, meet me down at the airport. Wear a suit and come on. So he'd be a pilot and pilot of the craft, and I'd come on. He said, just come on the tarmac, tell this guy, and walk up to the plane, and he'd tell the co-pilot here, hey, this guy's from the FAA, so he's just going to be observing us. And so I take a jump seat behind the pilot and just fly. John,
did he talk to you about UFOs before you got the job? That's what I'm curious.
No, but he talked to me about it. Okay. He spoke about it.
Did he ever?
Yeah, he used to tell me there are aliens living in the mountains alongside I think it's I-95 or something, or highway. He said, yeah, there's a million of them in there.
Did he ever show you anything Billy Myers related?
I don't recall. I think when I described the craft him through it, I think he brought out the Myers books. He said, that's where I first, in fact, that's where I first saw it. I said, yeah, it's not like the craft. That's the craft.
That's so interesting. So yeah, he kind of helped piece together. Did he? Was he still affiliated with? Because he was a CIA cargo pilot for 1940.
Yeah.
Did he continue flying for them after that? I guess not. Okay.
I don't think so.
Yeah. Because he's this interesting character. It seems like he has crazy access to area. He's like sneaking around, taking photos, like F-117. Even leaks the details of the F-117 to George now. But then he still knows all the security guards there. So I'm like, what's his deal?
I mean, I had been out in before S4 thing, out in the desert in the middle of the night, binoculars and stuff, right outside of Omaha.
Yeah.
To try to get pictures of any new aircraft that's flying around. I mean, obviously big aviation buff.
Yeah.
And and I would sometimes go out and watch, fighters taking off from Nellis Air Force Base, get right up to the fence there. So it was, he was definitely into snooping around whatever.
I mentioned Jacques Vallée earlier. You met him, right?
Yeah, I met him, and we spoke briefly, and then from what I remember, somebody was talking about making a movie with him, and then after hearing about me and talking, they started talking about, well, maybe we won't do it on film. And he was super steadfast.
Really?
Yeah, and just from that point on, everything about it.
Really?
Yeah. But initially.
Because he writes, he wrote a book called Messengers of Deception, and he writes about you. He says, Balthazar seemed to be very legit, but he also talks about this high solid drink he drinks. This drink he drinks, and memory lapses. That would never
But, it was like this like shot that was like community related. Yeah, that's all of them. Okay. Again, we're working with completely unknown material. Yeah. We don't know what, and apparently people had we react. Yeah. To some of the stuff just touching craft. So, yeah. Yeah, I had dealt with that before. I feel like I can defend you on 99.9% of things, and then the one thing I have trouble with the MIT thing, because that's the other thing circulating was the your master's there, where you sent there on a specific program, isolated program. Yeah. And then, yeah, and I did a lot of hot things in both places. And then on Caltech, for Caltech, was that 0% MIT, and then Caltech was, Caltech was way before that. Okay. But, and that, I don't know, I guess if I really look through old paperwork and stuff, I could come up with things, but it's never been. Yeah. I think George had now. Yeah, I mean, yeah. One other question that people have is why were you allowed to give them a tour of Los Alamos after you lived what's long area before? Like, why was there this like nationwide directive at all national labs for this kind of bad? Like, it was really nothing. I mean, we got on the Southwest flight, came out there, rented a car, drove up, and I still knew all the cars, stuff like that. So we came out, oh, sorry, you're back. Yeah, just going in there. You see, it was just like a different time. It was so much better security now. I mean, it's so nonchalant. And we just rode right into the terminal area, came over here. There was were you surprised? Was it part of you nervous? There would be some red alert. No, not at all. You were like zero concern. You didn't worry there was extra coordination area. And nobody knew what was going on there. Like I said, very lax atmosphere. In fact, a year or two after that, they were so concerned about that. I think they called the Tiger team, came in, tested security there, and they failed so horribly that they just redid everything. And after that point, you're forgetting you're not going in. But yeah, I like to like keys and things. Yeah, it was not even a problem. When did you start editing? 99, 2000. Did you ever work with the government? Yeah, no. Okay. I mean, we supply them. They train Department of Homeland Security, FBI. I mean, we sell them stuff all the time, especially when they're training people to use radiation detection equipment. I mean, we'll give them or sell them, radioactive sources so they can go hide something in a warehouse. If trainees got. Did you ever wonder why they didn't view you as a liability given your, late 80s experience in S4 area? If you wanted, they were just down to be contract work. I don't know. But one hand doesn't know what the other's doing. Sure. Yeah. No, and it's I think a big part of United just beginning. Some of the stuff we're selling is kind of questionable. This could potentially be used for explosives or stuff like that. So went down FBI and reviewed everything with them, and they went, "Oh, you can. That's cool." Went down to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearm. "No, we're good." Postal Service. No, everything's good. All right, good. Selling it, and then rated by the Super Product Safety Commission. And I with the SWAT team. She woke my wife up out of bed. An M16 pointed at her face. She was, like, we checked everybody. I didn't check for that. So you guys talk. So yeah, one hand has no idea. Yeah, no, I believe that. Is there any part of you that thinks that they wanted you to learn and that they wanted some frameworks? Because to your point, it's valid out to have this completely shut out from like to have a STEM student who's talented. I got to think. Why make it complicated to think himself in there in a prominent position. Well, I got to get the job here and this, and I went, what are you talking? It's the blatant inact.
And in this interview, he said, like, yeah, Admiral McClellan, Navy Admiral, came to me and his MJ level. Obviously, the UFO lore would be like, kind of mini that covered this whole topic. Came to me and he said, "You got to get Bob on the job because we know that we can hide it." It's in some ways it's corroborating your story because it's saying like, he was there, he was that escort, he was working on stuff. But we need to get Bob specifically because we know we have plausible deniability because they'll never be able to find them ID records. So I thought about that for a while. And I was like, what is this? And I couldn't even find an Admiral McClellan. And then
I've heard that name before.
you have. That's interesting that you've heard it.
Yeah, I definitely heard it. It could have come from down here, but I don't know. I mean, the thing is, some of the stuff he's saying absolutely can be true, or it absolutely cannot.
Totally.
I don't know, but I mean, I love the guy. He was a great friend. He just thinks differently. And I mean, it's sad he died. I wish I had spent more time with him.
Yeah.
But after I moved to Rothschild, but yeah, I mean, if you're talking about things not there, man, boy, it's tough. It's really tough to find out what's accurate and what's not.
Voynich manuscript or something.
Yeah.
But no. So I think, and we talked about this a little last night. Maybe it's an interesting follow-up for this show. Is I think he might have been talking about a guy named Mike McConnell, who became NSA director later, but he was involved in some escort area that he was related to Dan Grish, whose story I think honestly holds up a lot less than your story, but it has to be noted because one other guy who's mentioning S4, and so Mike McConnell's kind of involved there, and he was maybe admiral. So I think about that, and like wonder if Mike McConnell was somewhat involved. When you came out as Dennis, was that a shot across the bow against Spiriani?
Yeah.
So you were trying to kind of get it a little bit?
Yeah.
What were your feelings towards it? Kind of personal. Were you resentful, or were you? Yeah, how'd you feel towards it?
I guess somewhat resentful. I don't know. It's hard to tap into how I felt back.
Yeah. Why do you think? And I know you might have theories here too. Why do you think Dennis wanted to meet up with you at the end of this whole saga? And then meet up with him at Gino, and then we speak to him, and Gino is looking, and he's just not even like looking at like what is that about?
I don't know. I think Dennis really had something to say, and I don't know. People from S4 got there at the same time. I don't know if he intentionally wanted me to go out there just to get away from town. I really don't know.
Because he got back fast.
Yeah, thanks for missing. Yeah.
Anything that's possible.
And so I mean, I don't know. It's all guesswork. Yeah, I mean, when we sat down, even Gene Huff, I spoke to Gene Huff about that, and Gene's perspective to that was he saw Bob walk up to the dentist Joe was also there. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, we all had eyes on him. Yeah. And what Gene said was, well, Bob Lazar walks up to me like that, blonde, military looking guy. And Bob's talking. The guy's not even looking at him. And that caught Gene's attention. It's like, dude, Bob was making that up. What did he do? Just pick out a guy out of nowhere and start talking. If the guy was a nobody, he would have turned around and go like, "What do you want?" Yeah, he would have been like, "Stop talking." Yeah, no, I mean, I kept saying, Dennis, I'm here. What do you want? What's going on? I don't remember my exact words, but he never even looked up at me, and yeah, I just walked over to Gene and said, I don't know what the deal is with Dennis. We'll turn around. So interesting. So I wonder, a part of me wonders if he himself wanted to come out after you or something. Or there was unfortunately, it's all speculative. Yeah. He could have wanted to come out. He might have been part of, well, my mom out of the house. Yeah, there's a thousand, but there's no direction to go in. I mean, that's so strange. Okay, putting your gun was set up in your own car and the doors. Yeah, that happened more than once. That's scary, man. Yeah, and I mean, we would lock it in this door and because it had happened before and go, all right, lock, just check every single thing, okay. Area, lock, okay, we go into the gym, we come back out, and was there ever a moment where you're like, over 50%, I might get assassinated? Yeah, because that's why I said you have to look under the car, see if there's something wired in there for a bomb. I mean, we were even afraid. The only thing that wasn't open, um, I think, was the hood where the engine was. So we were afraid to open that, and finally did. I looked over the car, but yeah, I was afraid there was a bomb in there or something wired up. But as George said, I think they were just and Mario talked a lot with him, and we really, really spent a lot of time. And it's hard to train. He also kept saying it's really hard to explain and express what that worry was because he said I was the mom all the time, and we were scared that something was gonna blow up. And he said I was so going through my hard time that I didn't care. I just told Bob stay out and I'll try it and start the car because he was like, fuck it, I'm gonna do it. But you can sense that even from Mario's perspective, there was a real worry. And so, this is something that clearly was causing a lot of worry, not just for you, but for Mario as well. It's like, what the hell is going on? The doors are unlocked, and why are they doing this? Clearly, you think something could go wrong. So whether they were trying to just intimidate or do something, whatever that was, it was happening according to those guys. These guys. Did you get the sense that there were maybe mob ties? Like there was some, they talk about even the legacy program sometimes like it's a cartel or like a mafia that exists outside of the state. And you get the sense, obviously going back and forth with Vegas. Vegas is a hotspot. You ever get that sense? Not that it was a mob per se, yeah, but it was like these guys were disconnected from the government. Yeah, they were like their own. Yeah, they were their own. You kind of get that vibe. Like even I feel like John Lear was like he had there's a picture with him and keyboard thing. You know that is? It's like yeah, I know the name. I don't remember. It's this FBI agent. It was this agent from Border who was very involved in Watergate and stuff. You get the sense that that whole world, like the people more that sort of around how a lot of mob activity there, and it's like they were kind of like you could see a civilian government official calling them and then being like, bye. Yeah, 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 yeah. We're doing our thing. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. I know you also could, you live in Montreal, and there's some stuff there, and I'm sure you bumped into people. Yeah, I always talk somebody who's trying to keep a secret, have ties with let's say the mob, so that if ever something or somebody does start going rogue, well, you can basically scare that person and say, well, you know, these guys will come after it, and that'll scare somebody more than a lawyer will come after it.
That's right. Well, it seems like they were going after your marriage, and like they told blackmail. It's like that's what it feels like from Vermont system. You look at
Yeah, they weren't taking the legal angle at all.
no, no, which is really if you want to enforce something, that's the way you do it, which is pretty wild. I mean, you see this stuff where it's just they're just clearly just this distributed kind of compromise, and it deals with spooky. So I don't know if you're tracking any of this stuff, but like
Yeah, I heard it, but
wild.
yeah, it's really wild.
And then he says,
And it's so widespread.
it's widespread. And here's what's crazy: he's interviewed by CNN, and Epstein is at the end of his life, and he goes, "Why did you put Zora Ranch where you put it?" And he goes, "Well, a bunch of Los Alamos physicists were retiring, and so they were kind of aging out. That was Los Alamos, Mexico, all the time, bunch of problems, Mexico, that, and the science with and you're like, oh my god, how lax is our DOE, Department of Energy Security? And then you realize, Richardson was kind of like the Secretary of Energy, and he's there. He's just systematically siphoning American nuclear secrets. And then there's another email where he said, I killed pawns back in the day, whatever. And he's talking about pawns and Fleischman who were claiming to have results. And so it's like, what is that? That he's hanging out at Harvard.
None of that makes any sense.
Weird.
None of that makes
Really strange.
I used to drive on the ranch all the time. I lived real close to it.
Yeah.
And they always helped Victoria's Secret models there. Yeah, everything.
So you would drive by Epstein's ranch and it was all Victoria's
Yeah, you
Secret.
can see, I mean, not right by it, but drive up.
Yeah. Well, you know why they called it that? It's because he was close to the last one. The CEO and founder of Victoria's Secret. Yeah. So you would drive by and call it that.
Everybody else.
No way.
We could drive up to Los Alamos to pick up alpha radiation from my company and come back. But yeah, every time we drove out, pass by.
That's so nuts. Damn. So what do you do? Because like, it's also for the people that are like disbelieve your stuff. It's like look at all. It's like this cabal is controlling science or something. It's so weird.
Yeah, it is really.
Yeah.
And again, I'll say it's just we're just talking about Epstein. It's one guy. One guy. It's not just one guy.
Clearly not.
No, it's not just one guy. Yeah, it's not. I mean, it might have been great, but there's a lot of,
Or he might have been an extension.
yeah,
But he was obsessed with Casimir effect and yeah. All these gravity conferences and then very bad.
I mean, you know that for a fact.
Yeah, this is all in the email. It's all about it. There's no one calling my hair Weinstein. Yeah. Yeah, so this whole calling my hair Weinstein has the theory of everything in physics where involves gauging gravity and quantizing gravity beyond my favorite. But I find it interesting. And Epstein like somehow knew about this theory before like just about anybody else did. And so Weinstein's like, how is Epstein so tied into the Harvard math department?
Do you think it was just his hobby or something like science? The hobby had money, so yeah, the ability to connect.
I think there's read his emails and it's like there's somebody behind him exactly what to look for and he didn't know. It's like a low level version of it. And so he'll say things like you need to do your physics. Time is much weirder than you think. It's actually function and vibration and season path. And you're like, how did Bruce give me this stuff? And then he's sort of like mining but we can only define it with respect to the macroscopic bodies or the oscillations on an electromagnetic wave. But it's not like it's a thing that we're like, it's almost like fish in a fish bowl where like fish are trying to describe the water and they can't because they're in it.
Yeah,
And we're in
yeah, you have to be outside of physics, right? That's it. You can't be outside. It's just the concept of things that happen.
Do you think that there's something about time in here that might help explain some of the UFO stuff?
Yeah, I think there's definitely
Yeah. Because if gravity is off,
gigantic that are missing from physics, and I think some people have access.
yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean, the cosmic redshift, yeah, I think that's Edward Barnard said, the cosmic redshift is the repulsive form of gravity. And if you look at dark energy, you can literally just look it up. It's like, it's not one of the four fundamental forces, but it's just the universe is and dark matter, dark matter is never reflected. It's just there to justify gravity.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then
I mean, to me, that I always view that gravitons were what my
yeah.
gravitons that way.
Well, gravitons are interesting because as early as the 50s, there's all this like crazy hardcore gravity theory that it kind of disappeared.
Yeah.
We had a bunch of people saying we're going to be gravity right around that. And George Trimble, we have large corporations, RIAS, Research for Instance, and he was this black thinker, and he worked with this one from Brown, and they would say like it's going to take us the time that it took to build the atom bomb. Gravity. Stanley Tesser and Richard Arnowitz were famous physicists at the time, right? And talked about graviton. They were like, get a very clear theory of graviton. This. The two things that come up for gravity: a lot of smoke, no fire. They just talked about extremely high electric field differentials creating thrust. And the second thing is very fast rotating spins. Those two things seem to have some.
Is that actually gravity?
So there's another force.
30 years has gone by, and I'm kind of doing my own research, and I'm just more convinced that I'm right.
And can you say anything about that? What do you think you're right about?
And there's another force, not gravity.
And what is if you were to characterize that force as distinct from gravity? So gravity clearly you have all these other byproduct effects, photons. What does this force do that's different? What does it look like?
Well, it's a repelling force, but I think it's something that works closer to the way you would think of in science fiction book. You can have gravity and anti-gravity, but you really can't. I think gravity is just a attractive force. I think it's not a force. You can, to make simplify it, push or pull. And I think it also affects the flow of time exactly like gravity does. I think it affects light. And it does some of the observations you have with gravity would also overlap with this other force. I think it's a unique force.
Have you ever measured this force?
All right, yeah.
You have?
Yeah.
How?
No, there's no follow-up.
Okay. Fine. Is there anything kind of high level that you can say as far as your goal of your research and post experience? Like,
Just to duplicate any.
Just to duplicate it.
Yeah. I'm sure I can.
You think you can?
Yeah, I'm sure.
You feel confident?
I'm 100%. Yeah, I will.
Have you already gotten some interesting results?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I'm 100% confident. Yeah, the thing is just the scale.
Okay. What do you hope your
200 years from now. No one's gonna know. Right? I don't think that. I don't think that's right now. Think about it. Like if there are these, this lineage of technology that's separate.
Am I not going to be overrun by people? Look, there's other Balthazars and things that are going to come on. What's happening to all the people that came out since then? There's going to be other people. Like eventually, some more of this is going to come out. And, yeah,
they're amazing people who come out since first.
Yeah. There's going to be bigger, more important ones that you are going to look back to the 80s and think, okay.
I would put it in for, I would say, have like an army of people coming out after back in the first makes it even more interesting. I think, it's more likely you got to know what that appreciate. Do you hope to vindicate your own experience for your own scientific interpretation? That's exciting.
That's cool. But I have no idea what I'm doing.
Yeah.
But I know exactly what not to do.
Yeah.
That's for. So that's actually a big thing forward.
You saw one hanging up against the wall.
Yeah, it was sitting on the wall and it was actually an error in the movie. It has one hole in it. Not good. Not good. But yeah, there was just a hole bent out, clearly bent out. As shot from the bottom.
Why do you think that would look like it was shot?
Yeah.
Interesting. So do you think it was shot with like a genetic weapon?
Yeah. No question.
Wow. Do you think it was a human weapon shot it?
I don't know. It looks like something we would have done. Stand it up, shoot through and see how we can penetrate this material.
Wow. Have you ever heard anything about like electromagnetic pulses, UFOs, taking out UFOs, taking them down, or anything?
Well, that was the other directive project.
It was direct energy.
Well, yeah, it depends what you're talking about. Our directive was duplicate the propulsion system at any cost. This directive one, directive two was be able to disable the system at any cost.
Do you think
then so that's somewhat direct energy, and there's also a sidekick with weapon. So that's also direct energy. So yeah, it kind of works.
I guess had you heard of any prior to that getting shot down with electromagnetic pulses?
The only thing I've heard prior to that stories about the Roswell craft and lightning crashing.
Are there any of these stories like do you think that Roswell happened? Are there any of these stories you like to read into?
I don't know much about the Roswell crash. What I've heard, but it sure seems like they were working real hard to cover something.
That's
true. That the Roswell crash was not one crash. It was not in one place.
It might have been around two.
Yeah. I really think there was something that happened in the air, and there's like debris. Has everyone made Miranda Cosgrove aware that Riser's here?
I hope so.
I was
Oh, no way.
That's
Curious.
yeah, I was I was pickleball.
How's your Sunday going?
Good.
Good. Did you have a big brunch today?
Yeah, I gotta go. Yeah, I gotta go. Have you put this Sunday,
Yummy.
How you feeling?
Still recovering from my clan sickness, but I'm doing okay.
What did you like?
No, just like sick to your stomach. But
Man, that must have been real awesome.
No, I don't know. I don't know. The clams are not food. No one should be eating them.
Seriously.
Everyone tries them. Like oysters. Some people like them, but they're like disgusting. I don't. I don't. Do you like oysters, squirrels?
That's right. That's right. I like fries.
What kind of mushroom? All of them?
How was pickleball? You good? How was pickleball?
Pickleball is fun. I play with my homies, Chris and Vikram, and this girl, Nina, who's very, very good. And we had a lot of fun. There's this game. Have you heard of it? Rabbi, it's called Paddle. You know what I'm talking about?
Um,
I mean, everybody knows. There's a game called Paddle, but
no, what is it?
it's just called Paddle, and it's like similar size court to pickleball, but it's like a mixture of like pickleball and squash, kind of. And so you're surrounded by like this like glass, and you can. It's like 2v2. I've seen. No, but you can play 1v1 as well. You can hit it backwards off the glass, just like squash, and you can like hit it off the side, like the sides of the court, and you use like the walls around the court to hit the ball, just like ricochet the ball around. I have never tried it, but I think I might be able to try it when I go back.
It's different than racket. It's different than racquetball.
Let me look at what racquetball is like. I'm pretty sure they're. Yeah, no, racquetball you're playing in like a squash court,
Right.
but paddle is like same setup as pickleball where you have like a net and you're shooting against people on the opposite side.
No. How do you tighten the net?
How do you tighten the net?
Yeah, you said there's a net.
I mean, it's tensioned around these like pulleys, and then there's some way to make the tension tight enough. Like probably similar to a tennis court, like where they go like crank or whatever.
Okay.
Not an expert in paddle net tensioning, but I guess.
Are you ready to lose?
I'm ready to deliver a last like a Amazon Prime driver.
Nobody's paying attention. Those are independent contractors.
I'm pretty sure they're employees of Amazon.
Look it up, dog.
Is that some tax loophole?
Yeah, it is a tax loophole. I didn't know this, but apparently rabbis, if they're called to a funeral, they pretty much have to like get everything together and go. Is that true?
Within reason, we should.
Have you ever been called to a funeral?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. And I had to take off work and travel from Orange County to um, Los Angeles County to a really famous um, Jewish cemetery known as Mount Sinai, where like the most prominent Jews within Hollywood are buried. And um, while I did not, um, I was not extremely close. I knew the deceased. He and I attended the same classes together, and just from another shul or synagogue. His son is a rabbi, Rabbi Silverman, so he presided over the service with some other rabbis, but I was there in support.
Is, is there a specific like funeral service that you have to be trained or
I mean, it's a little different, I think, than most uh, most most religious ceremonies from other faiths. Uh, Generally, there are some rules that we have. Um, so usually the deceased is well, firstly, that we avoid cremation at all times. The deceased is generally buried in a kittle, which is a like a white cloth. We don't uh, do like preservation or have open caskets. Generally, I mean everybody differs. Um, and people, we have to generally bury very quickly, but generally within 72 hours. Um, Within the desert history of our people, it was important to get the dead buried as quickly as possible, just because disease can spread and such. And then from there, we have uh, a. It's really more for the family, but it's called sitting shiva, where the direct families, the direct relations of the deceased are basically not. I don't want to say not allowed, but they don't generally have any celebratory activities. They don't wash. They cover their mirrors, and then people within the community come and visit. And it's not like you may see on TV sometimes, like I've seen in some um, in some like Curb Your Enthusiasm and things where it's like a thing where you eat and enjoy. That might be something in Reform, but within Orthodox, it's generally uh, a very somber time, and you uh, talk about the person and the greatness they had on Earth, and then from there, we may have a memorial service thereafter as well. Um, there, I think, like in some religions, you have like a service, like a oh, like I think maybe in Christianity you might have like Catholicism, they may have a mass or something like that. It's different within Judaism. We have morning prayers certainly, and we do something called uh, we have Kaddish, which is a mourner's prayer, and then the direct relations, the direct relations of the deceased will say Kaddish is what it's called, which is a mourner's prayer for the next 11 months. So they should already be going to shul, but generally this is in a perfect world. The person attends what's called shacharis, mincha, maariv. These are the three services throughout the day, and they will say a mourner's prayer.
basically. Um, and then if they're unable to do so, let's say they have work or something like that, you can pay yeshiva students basically uh, younger, generally younger, not always, but students who are learning how to either become rabbis or just become more orthodox, and they will say Kaddish for you, um, or for your deceased one for 11 months, and then from there, there are some other things. You can't say Kaddish if you don't have 10 Jewish men, so you can't just do it on your own. Um, and there's some other restrictions on perhaps like what day you're going to be doing it, but nevertheless, it's usually a process with a family of 3 days, 3 times a day. The women, it's not a requirement of the women. They don't have time-based mitzvot, is what it's called, or commandments. Um, the the person is buried um, generally like after the service, and depending on the background of the people, not everybody can go to the grave. Kohanim, descendants of Aaron from the Bible, traditionally do not. Um, there's a certain distance that needs to be kept from being in direct contact with the dead. And then from there, generally there is a, just like with I think any religion, perhaps like a reception thereafter, and people celebrate the person's life. It's it's a little different because there isn't a special service uh, that is like the funeral service per se. I mean, it may be called the funeral service, but the services don't change. It's morning, afternoon, evening, and then the funeral service would be throughout in the middle of the day usually. So that's basically how it goes. Generally, as well, depending. Uh, we don't send flowers. We don't buy flowers. Um, we avoid any kind of ornate. Um, I'm not saying people don't have ornate caskets, but that's like the best way to do it is just in a plain pine box. And I know in while I haven't attended a funeral in Israel, I have attended funerals for people who have been buried in Israel, specifically in the Mount of Olives. So I viewed them via satellite or whatever you want to call it, via um, live stream. And the um, the service generally, those ones that I've seen are shorter than the ones I've seen in the United States. You'll have someone who shares some memories about the person, and then other people might be invited to share memories about the person. And then there is um, a process where the person has just a simple marker in the Mount of Olives, and they're almost like there's a mound of rock, and um, from there the family is, is sitting shiva. That's 7 days of period of mourning period, and then from there there's another 30 days where you um, avoid some celebrations and such. And then from there, you're, I don't want to say you can go back to living your life normally. You still are supposed to be saying uh, Kaddish 3 times a day for the death of the person. And then we feel, at least within the Orthodox world, that after 11 months, the person's body is no longer in this neutral state, and that they are in Gan Eden, basically the Garden of Eden. And there are different philosophies as to what happened. Um, there isn't a central Jewish tradition on what happens. The more Kabbalistic thoughts are that the person will be revivified in the world to come. There will be a resurrection for the dead. But traditionally within Judaism, if you go back into the the Hebrew Bible, people just died, and there was maybe a thought of them going to some place called Sheol, which is like the underworld, but there was no idea of an 11-month cottage period for the family. Um, there was no necessarily judging of the soul. All of that happens later on, and if you read in Hebrew Bible, it's generally quite simple. People die. There isn't a period of mourning necessarily. Maybe the family might, you might read of a story where a family is saddened by it, but it's not like they're attending shul 3 times a day. There is no shul, and then later on in the stories, there, even at the Beit Hamikdash, the temple in Jerusalem, it was not seen as something that was forced upon someone to necessarily stay Kaddish. All of that happened from about 100 to 400 of the Common Era, really the Talmudic era, what we call the period of the Geonim, and then the beliefs of what happened to the person evolved into specifically like 1200 of the Common Era, when ideas of Kabbalistic fate of what a body goes through occur, and then into the 18th century, additional Kabbalistic um, priorities are brought upon the congregants and more so towards the families, and then there's a split generally in the 19th century before between Reform and then conservative and the Orthodox world. So Reform and conservative, I I don't associate myself with those. I have though been via webcam to a Reform funeral for actually someone who was like a YouTuber, um, and um, that uh, that ceremony was quite beautiful and similar in a lot of ways. Celebration of the deceased, um, but different than I not exactly sure how that person was buried, but I don't think that they. I think they may have been. Uh, the body was not there, and generally it would be. So, hey, do you remember me talking about Music Biz Marty?
R.I.P.
Yeah, so he was Jewish, and so I attended his funeral via webcam and with quite a few other people, and that was a beautiful service as well. So it doesn't have to be um, an Orthodox service, so to speak. It some Jews, just depending on how their family wants them buried, um, or doesn't even necessarily have to be buried, but it can vary uh, within the rabbinical world. Though, if we're asked to come to a funeral, we should do everything that we can to be able to do so. And like in my case, at least this one in particular, the man who died, he was like 95 years old, and he and I would attend. Uh, we would always attend what's called Chumash or Torah classes together, and then he would occasionally come for Gemara classes, which are Talmud classes. He lived in a place called Laguna Woods, which is a it's an entire town within Orange County that is just both people. I think you have to be at least 50 years old to be there, and and basically one of my synagogues had a population of just like other people, so to speak. Now, he was buried in Mount Sinai, which is in technically in Glendale, California, but uh, we had a memorial service for him at his community, and that happened like a couple weeks later. I want to say. So generally, the timeline is that we bury as quickly as possible, usually within 72 hours. A rabbi should preside over it. Not necessary. It's not as if you can't find a rabbi for whatever reason, the person still should be buried as quickly as possible. There's a 7 day mourning period of the family. Another 30 days of avoiding some other celebration. We then have the person, um, their family, uh, does what's called says Kaddish for them 3 times a day, generally, for 11 months. And then after that 11 months, we feel that they are at least in the afterlife. Now, again, the afterlife may depend on what version of Judaism you may follow, but generally, as Orthodox people, we consider them to be in Gan Eden, the Garden of Eden, and awaiting Mashiach, our Messiah, to revivify them, so to bring them back from the dead. And then there's the thought, I mean, there are a lot of Kabbalistic discussions. There's a bone within the body. It's one of the reasons why we want to ensure that the person is um, not cremated or something like that. The bone in the body is called the loose body. It's the loose bone. Traditionally, from a Kabbalistic standpoint, this is seen as the bone at the very tip of your spine, like where your coccyx is. And this bone is considered the hardest bone in the body. And that when Mashiach comes, Mashiach will resurrect all of the dead using that bone. So there's some um, Kabbalistic thought, basically Jewish mysticism as to why we want to keep the preservation for the body. But this was not always the case. Jewish Jews in general have been buried in a variety of ways over the course of our history. But really, since like about 1880, the focusing on avoidance of any kind of cremation has been a point, but wasn't always, again, was not always necessitated. And there are certain cases where that may be avoided today. Um, and then we feel like in a case of, the Holocaust, perhaps people were gassed and maybe cremated. In those cases, there may be, even years or decades afterward, some type of um, memorial service for the people, for anyone who couldn't have had a proper Jewish burial. But that's generally how it goes. All right, I have to use the restroom, and then I'm gonna actually let me see here. Um, I'm watching that Bob Lazar thing, so I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom. One moment.
Mr. Flores, are you there?
All right, I'm almost ready. Oh, I think I'm gonna be on a podcast tomorrow.
Which one?
It's a
UFO
it's a paranormal one. Yeah. So I just do this thing that I send out 30 emails a day, and of the 30 emails, like 20 of them get delivered, 10 of them are like broken links or whatever, which is fine. And then this one guy he got back to me like right away, and he's like, "Hey, I've got an opening tomorrow if you want to do it." And sure. The thing is, I'm not like, I mean, I guess people might say I'm like the biggest paranormal person in global history. I listen to Coast to Coast AM every single night and have for years on stream. Like, but I don't get into ghosts or like cryptozoology too much. Though I do know something about it. So I don't want to say like I can't hold my own. I'm pretty well versed. I'm well versed on quite a few different subjects. Um, but I just might not be an absolute expert on perhaps many. I mean, what's the phrase? Uh, what's the phrase? The jack of all trades, master of none. But I am a master of some trades, so I'm not gonna put myself down that much. So I'm gonna try to listen to this person's podcast a little bit today, perhaps tonight. And like when I emailed him, he's like, connect with me on Facebook, and it's like, fuck man, who uses Facebook? Um, but I tried to send him a message there, but he has like a fan page, so I couldn't message him right away. But I don't know. This all happened within the last like 2 hours. Um, Sounds like a nice guy though. I've never. Well, I guess I did the same thing, but like if like I connect with you a certain way, let's just connect that way. Let's not. I mean, but I do it to other people. Like, hey, somebody will be like, um,
Come to my Discord. Come to
yeah,
my
hey,
Discord.
somebody else sent me another email. Yeah, hold on a second. Let me reply to this person. So, I had previously said like my goal is to just I gotta just be focused on sending out these emails regularly, and I can't do it for like only a few days and then give up. Uh, and I also can't give up after I've done just a couple of podcasts. What I said to your mom like sticks out in my head far more than I think you or he will ever realize. That I say to myself, look, I've talked to this lady before with her husband, and now I talk to her again, and I'm still not viral. And I want to be viral the next time I speak with this woman. And if I'm not, it's no big deal. But at least the next time, if it's a year from now and I speak with her, I want to be able to say, ma'am, I was on 52 podcasts, one every single week or generally since I haven't spoken to you. And I try. And I'm going to continue to try. But I don't want it to be like, oh, yeah, I was on like 3 podcasts in the last year. None of that. I want to, like, I'm a person. I try to do what I say, or I try to do what I say I'm going to do. It's an integrity issue with me. It's an accountability issue with me, and so I just that's
Yeah, I mean, when we think of how many Kill Tony podcasts or Joe Rogan podcasts that
that's exactly right, and I say that to myself as well, and um and that's a big deal to me as too because it's like nobody paid attention to these guys right away. It took time, it took work, and now they're multimillionaires and they're um they're people who like more than the money really isn't of interest to me. um I'm comfortable and um I don't really that's all I care about. To me, comfort is far more important than uh money. What I feel is uh important. We'll play in about 5 minutes. I got it. I know I say 5 minutes, but just please bear with me. I got to do something. What I feel is important is not having to worry, not having my children ever have to worry, not having my friends ever have to worry. Like money means nothing in a socialist system, and that's where I think we're moving. So, um, the fact that this could make a lot of money, I don't care about that. I care about the platform it will give me to be able to eradicate, hopefully, a lot of issues that we have in the world, like world hunger, world thirst, and war. And I know that'll make me a target, and I get that. I'm fine with that. It's not like a huge, um, like I know that that will perhaps be an issue in the future, but I'll one step at a time. The one guy I did his podcast like 3 times, 4 times. He came in, Tony, and he came in today, and he was like, I can't find the third one that we did. Like, I think I lost it. And I wasn't too worried about it because it's like, I've got all this saved. Like, I could I went to my Twitter and I could like go through and find, like, I have double Twitter backups. I have however many Rumble backups. I have multiple YouTube backups. Like, I don't sweat that part of it too much. Um, but I just helped walk him through how he could find it, and he was able to find it. And he kept saying like, he's like 22 years old. Is he 20? Yeah, he's 22, and he's like, um, this is gonna make like this has a chance to make me to put me on the map. And I'm like, yeah. I mean, when I go viral, you will have one of the most important podcasts in history. And the fact that you were smart enough to do 3 of them will, bring you a lot of acclaim. Perhaps. I mean, I don't know for sure, but it would be like if somebody had an interview of, I don't know, Joe Rogan from like 1992. It would be like, oh, that was an important conversation that he had, perhaps, especially with the things about which I talk about. Joe Rogan might have been talking about like the stand-up world or whatever, but I talk about the future of humanity, and I know that I could be wrong on some of my predictions, but there are other predictions that I know I am absolutely positive on, and like the importance of AI will be, the importance of data will be like crucial to humanity in the future. And I said that thing to you like a few days ago. Like, imagine we had a video of a guy who was sleeping from 500 years ago. That would be like a really popular video. And you laugh, but you're like, yeah, I mean, it's true, and it's absolutely true. The guy who was in the guy Tony who I spoke to, who was on his podcast earlier. He was like, you're you're gonna have like he's really big on like a world record. He's like, you're gonna have like, oh, we talked, and I'm like, I'm gonna have a bunch of world records, probably like more than I even think. But like most hours slept online or like on camera, that's gonna be a record. Most meals eaten on camera, that's gonna be a record. Like the fact that all my shit is recorded means it's pretty easy to verify for a world record. And and it would be one thing if like I told him like if like we would have like most I probably would have like most games record. Yeah, probably I'd be like the person who's played the most amount of games on camera. I mean, I play at least
The most played
yeah, definitely. I bet I've played more Scrabble or Literati on camera that has been archived than any person in global history, and that's not even that much. But it's like very few people record themselves of doing these kinds of things, so that's what makes it. That's what gives it some credence. Um, but that's not why I do it.
the most trash talking recorded.
That's why I do it. No doubt. No doubt. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine. Oh, um, just one moment. One, two, three. All right, let's do this. One, two, 7. I think I'll be considered the greatest trash talker in the history of the world, Muhammad Ali included.
James Dean
That's all I want to be known as, baby. Why would I want to be known as anything more? So when you play your game, when you play um, pickleball, do you always win or do you never win?
So did you say when I play pickleball?
Yeah,
Do I always win or not?
right. Like, are you really good?
Uh, not too bad. I'm not like exceptional. Uh, the people I played with today, we were all kind of the same skill level, so we had a lot of good games. There's some rallies that were like a lot of back and forth before someone hit a bad shot and it got like the point ended, which is kind of a tell or whatever your skill level. But I definitely it's not a good time lose. Like but yeah, that's just not the way it works. In anything really, like Scrabble or tennis, people are always gonna lose typically.
Right.
Unless it's one on one, like that's the best.
Well, like I am, unless they're iCarly tiles and words that are being used, obviously. I can't believe you've never played. Um, I can't believe that you've never played racquetball, dude. You'd be really good at racquetball. You've got a big wingspan, and you should, if you have a chance, play racquetball. Like, take my advice on that. You'll love it. It's way better than any other sport you're gonna play. That's a racket sport because it fucking doesn't end. The rallies are so long.
And what's the difference between racquetball and squash?
Great question. A racquetball is way bouncier. A squash ball, the ball dies. It's like a hard ball, and it it dies. The racquetball, it bounces around like pong, like it'll go all around, and you can bounce it off the back wall. You can bounce it off the ceiling. You can bounce it off any wall you want, and um, so like if you get with someone good who can rally, you can have like 2 or 3 minutes of just straight running after a ball, sometimes longer. And it's, in my opinion, the best. Um, it is the single best game. Let me see if I want to say this. Aside from like swimming, that is pretty, or like running, but those aren't really games. Like a game that you have to stop at some point to like talk to the other person, it's way better than tennis. Tennis, if you get somebody who's better than the other person, they're gonna serve and just destroy. But racquetball, you can always get that ball back. Generally, I mean, of course, like somebody, if somebody's really really good and they can position the ball and like basically kill it, yeah, you're gonna have that. But it's it if you saw what a racquetball court is, it's like just a big rock. And for someone like you as a big wingspan, you can dominate that.
Yeah, I mean the wingspan helps it as well too, but uh, uh, that's why I want to try paddle is because it's basically like same 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 kind of concept as like racquetball, where you just get to like have a bouncy ball and like rip it off the side, and there's a lot of fun doing that. I haven't tried racquetball, but
You should.
it does seem. Yeah, I don't. I guess they probably have it in Vancouver, up there.
Definitely. I bet they have it. I bet they have it in Squamish. It's like the second most popular racket game. Maybe pickleball might have taken it over, but it's basically. Do you have a racket club in Squamish?
No, there's only a community center that has like one hockey rink and a gymnasium. Like they just renovated, but they didn't add any kind of thing really. And they do not. I mean, I've never gone on my way to look, but I'm pretty sure there's no squash courts. So,
You have an invitation.
you're the world's best racquetball player.
No, dude, I've played some people who, when you play like a really good played person, they just. But I do. I enjoy playing. It's really good. Uh, it's really good exercise. Like I'm trying to think of anything that it's better exercise than tennis, and I like tennis. Better exercise than um basketball is pretty good exercise, but um, football, it's like soccer, soccer is pretty good exercise. But here's the thing: it's so fast. Racquetball is so fast that like I don't know, it's not as fast as highline or badminton, but it's faster than tennis. Maybe I don't want to miss. Like I guess if you're playing with like super good placed people, maybe it's not as fast as tennis, but it, it's a lot of fun.
Everybody,
How you doing, Brandon?
how long have I been here?
Oh, I don't know right now. I can't look. I'm in the middle of a game, but when I have time, I'll take a look.
Just 3 hours.
I,
And I want to pass him away.
oh, I don't know about that, but I can tell you, you celebrate your 1 year anniversary in about a month. Less than a month.
And you buy a mom? And you
But
buy
less
a
than a
mom?
month.
What we gonna give us a celebrate the anniversary?
What did you say?
What we gonna do is here to celebrate my anniversary?
Whatever you want to do, big dog.
Is there any school? Is there any class going on that day?
Yes, sir. Oh, I don't know about that day, but today there are. Put on ESPN. You'll see.
And it's paying now?
They're on. They should be on ESPN. The NBA's tonight.
Yeah, look at it. And they is tonight?
Yes, sir.
Is it one that's not playing the real? I'm gonna get this part. Okay. Montreal. They've always played the Yankees, which is the Cleveland Cavaliers. They've always played. So the Dallas Slayer guys are playing right now.
All right, big man.
I'm looking. NCAA football tournament.
Okay.
It's all right now. You can add for NBA. Icon. I Sam, the one with the Pokemon keeps leaving. Rabbi.
Yeah. No worries. So you don't have anyone in here. Let's work on that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's all what you said. It's all what you did. That what you said. I keep leaving.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure why. That could be.
Shauna. Okay, like down. Uh, Is it y'all start the y'all
What'd you say, big man? Yeah, I saw that. That's sad.
Yeah. I thought I want to get like that. Stop interrupting you, Rabbi.
You're good, big man. No worries. You're always.
I'm still being
That's my favorite. Thank you, big man.
I'm doing something with
All right, big man.
the game my monster too. So
That sounds
that's my
amazing.
way to celebrate my day.
Excellent, big man. Let me know if you need anything.
Okay. I'm the one being here screen time, but all the sports.
That's the best. Thank you.
Okay.
Are you gonna say the word go-go's, iCarly? Yeah, kind of self-explanatory. Uh, uh, that was iCarly.
Yeah, dog boys. It's like Carly. I even said it's like Carly. That's not a word. I don't know why you would think about putting. Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck is that, dog?
Not like Carly or that.
Oh, there's some iCarliness to that, dog.
You did not just do that.
Dog, what do you want me to do when you pull that iCarly bullshit?
Oh man.
How many things are left?
7. Think sexy. Oh, it's bombarding me with garbage.
How many things are left?
There's only 2 left.
Oh, that's some bullshit.
Oh fuck, that was great.
Have you been to Europe?
Yeah, I'm too cool for that shit.
What?
I'm too cool for that shit.
You're too cool. Stuff, Macedonia.
You mean that fucking place in like the Balkans?
Yeah.
Who the fuck wants to go there?
All kinds of people go to the Balkans.
Nobody wants to go to the Balkans. Everybody from the Balkans moved.
You can't be that bad.
This game sucks.
Feel like I stole it.
Yeah, you did. It's fucking bullshit. Everybody knows
That's
it's
a
bullshit.
fact.
I don't want to hear it. I don't, dog,
You have the
dog,
kill.
dog, dog, dog. Yeah, it's the last fucking letter when there were no other letters around. Everybody thinks that that's bullshit. I asked everybody, the whole fucking world, and everybody said, Rabbi, that's some bullshit. And I said, I know that's some bullshit. Yo, I have a question for you. What did you think of the Bob Lazar thing that you sent me?
That was interesting. I like the best about this.
I agree. I agree. And I've seen he hasn't done that many interviews. People will argue that he's done like fewer than like 10, 20, something like that. Not that many. And it's I'd never heard him talk about his dad being maybe involved with like fishy business. I never knew that much about his early life. I still don't know. Um, and
Well, you didn't even know he had that.
I knew he had a book. I wrote the forward. Everybody knows I wrote the forward. And, um, he doesn't shill his book that much. I've never heard him talk about it. Like I don't know. Maybe he did before I got into him, which could be true if it was in the '90s or something. But he just he's an interesting person. You really think he's full of shit?
Um,
I think some
some
things that he
things that he
says
says.
seem. I mean, I was thinking about this
Thinking about this
because
because
you're.
you're
No, I know, I know, I know. And when
and
he was when
he
they
was
in like the movie
when
or
they
whatever,
in
like
like the
one of
movie
the
or
only
whatever,
good
like
parts of the
like the
X4
only
movie
part
was
of
like
the movie is
when they kind of
when
like
they kind
proved
of
that
like
Bob
proved
Lazar at
that
least
Bob
knew
Lazar
that
at
like
least knew
secret
that like
area
secret
S4
area
had
S4 the
the like
the
the
like
like kind of
the
secret door
secret
that was like
door
built into
that
the
was like built
mountains,
into the
and they had
mountains,
those
and they had those
images or whatever
images
from
or
like the
whatever from
pilot
like the
that
pilot
basically
that basically
proved what he was
proved what
saying
he
about
was
like those
saying
secret
about like
doors.
those secret doors.
That made me want
That
to
made me want
believe
to
this story
believe
more
this story more
because I feel like
because I feel
very
like
limited
very
people would
limited
have
people would
that
have that
particular information.
particular.
And there are
And there
pieces
are
of information that Bob
pieces of
Lazar
information
gives
about
that
Lazar
there are
gives
similar
that
where it's
there are
like
similar
the
the
limited people would
limited
have
people would have
that information.
that
But I mean
information.
stuff
But I
like
mean stuff like
an upside
an
down
upside down
flag on a
flag on a
UFO,
UFO.
anyone could just
Anyone could
pull
just
that out of
pull that out
a
of
blank pile
blank
bag.
pile
It's not
bag.
an upside down
Um,
American flag. It's a right side up American flag. He says it's reversed.
no,
He says it's
Oh
reversed.
yeah, it's reversed.
It's
Yeah,
reversed.
yeah. And what was the reason it was reversed again?
That's how American personnel puts a flag because it should be like how the flag when it's moving forward would be waved in the wind. So like imagine you had a truck that has a flag behind it. Whatever way the flag would be facing when the wind is going is the way that they put that logo, like on planes and on um, American on tanks. They'll put the American flag, whatever. Like it would be as if the flag was attached to a pole. What way would the flag be going if the vehicle was in motion?
At the time when the direction of the wind.
No,
So
if the vehicle were in motion, can you see my hand?
yeah,
Yeah.
Okay, if the vehicle were going this way, the flag would be going this way. If the vehicle were going this way, the flag would be directed down because whatever the way the wind would be pushing.
yeah.
Yeah.
So they're
So
assuming
they're
that
assuming
the
that
vehicle
the
is
vehicle is
driving
driving
the way that's
the way
pushing the
that's
flag
pushing the flag
being like mirrored.
like mirrored.
Yeah,
Are you
Are
positive
you
that's the
positive that's
answer
the
that like
answer
Joe
that
Rogan
Joe
was
Rogan?
explaining?
yeah, and that's the reason a military flag um, code.
Okay, I thought
Okay.
there
I
was
thought
like
there was
some
like some
distinct reason
distinct
that
reason that
Joe
Joe
Rogan
Rogan
was saying
was
about
saying about
why that,
why
or
that
maybe
or
Bob
maybe
Lazar was
Bob
saying
Lazar
that
was
why
saying
is
about
backwards flag
backwards
on the
flag on the
UFO?
UFO.
They were saying that. They were saying that if the craft were going in one direction, then the flag would be facing the other direction.
Okay.
And that's
I
only
thought it was
I
like
thought it was
something
like something
and that's o-
stranger than that for
and
some
that's
reason.
only like it depends on the flag. Like the Canadian flag, it doesn't really matter because it's symmetric left to right, so not top to down. The British flag, I think it's the same. The Israeli flag's the same. The Chinese flag would not. Chinese flag's asymmetric. The Chinese flag would be different. Let me check and see if these guys sent me. Yeah, they did. So I was just thinking, like, what could I talk about on these paranormal podcasts? Um, Alien species. That's a fascination of mine that I think would be interesting to the audience of paranormal aspect. And I still feel, to me, it's just like zoology. It's just like a higher level of classification of beings.
Yeah, yeah. No, alien technology, reverse engineering.
Yeah.
Hypothetical alien technology.
iCarly universe. If they want to know about iCarly word, I'll call you. They need an expert on iCarlyism. Then you're you're definitely gonna be made aware. Okay. Um, what are you doing tonight?
Sleeping?
Not all night, but like, do you have plans this evening?
No. No.
Okay. I have I have some shit I have to do. I'm just I'm gonna do it.
Oh, I should do it. Yeah.
Forget it. And I could do it a little later. I just have to fit it in sometime before that. I mean, I could do it later than that, but I want to be ready for these podcasts now. And I want to be able to listen to them so that I know what the hell I need to do. Was listening to these podcasts, see what they're like. Um,
Is your Jewish class? I was gonna ask you for funeral stuff. If you're still doing that, the Jewish class.
yeah, 149. Today's my 149th day.
Oh damn. Oh damn.
For adults. Yeah, I've done it every day for at least an hour for 149 days. And when I first started,
What's the topic today?
talk about Kabbalah, specifically, I enjoy listening. So I'll teach the first part of it and just I review. Well, first I say no one really knows for sure. Eluve, Eludibre, Elohim, Chaim, which basically uh, no one really knows. But this is the Mazor we live by, Mazor's tradition. So this is just tradition. And then Judaism. And then what I do is I do like how many days we've been doing it. So 149 days. I give the date. We just finished a period known as the Omer count. Basically, the 49 days between the second day of Passover, second night of Passover, and a holiday known as Shavuot, which is where we receive the oral Torah on Mount Sinai, and where we got like the laws of kashrut. I just completed a count of that every single day. Then I read through the Jewish timeline, um, history of Judaism timeline, and every 10 days I do a new event. So we're still like very early in the Hebrew Bible. Like Adam hasn't, so I'm still early in that. And then from there, when I first started this, I was I don't want to say I'm not into it now, but I would go like sometimes 3 or 4 hours of just like debates and things like that. But it was just taking up my whole day, and I wasn't promoting myself as much as I felt like I should be. And um, you can be like, well, you fucking play Scrabble with me for like 4 hours a day. Yeah, I know, but it's not always expected. I'll get other people who come in here and whatever. Um, at the heart of the matter, I have to ensure that I'm promoting myself, and sometimes I need that time. So then there is a Kabbalistic documentary series that I really like, but there are some points of it I that are I don't want to say they're wrong, um, but they are. Just it's taught by a reform uh, professor, and so before I'm gonna email him and just make the clarifications to him. I've done this with books too. Like I'll read a book of an Orthodox rabbi, and I will see the stuff that's wrong in it, and I will write them, and they will thank me for pointing at these things. And sometimes they're minor, other times they're not. I have found like rabbis who, in one book in particular, there were three things wrong in this book, and two of them were small. They were just small grammatical errors, no big deal. But the third was the rabbi had put a paragraph in the wrong place. And as I read this, I could tell that something was wrong. And I went to another rabbi, friend of mine, and I showed it to him, and he said, "Yeah, it looks like you found an error in this book." And so, it's like one of those things. Like if I'm not saying I'm like the most careful proofreader in the world myself because I make mistakes, but I have been an editor, and so in this one podcast that I've been watching, uh, I have watched it a few times and I know it pretty well. Um, but there are some minor things like I made notes to myself, and I said I'm gonna watch this podcast series one more time before I email this doctor, this professor. Um, so one thing, like he says like within Orthodox Judaism, Maimonides, Rambam, we have the 12 principles of faith, and that's not correct. It's 13 principles. And I don't know if he just misspoke, but he says it a couple times, and there's no clarification. It's not 12. Nobody says it's 12. There's the 12 tribes, but there's not 12. Nobody thinks it's 12 tribes. So I want to just email him to clarify this point. And then additionally, he talks about Mashiach being a high priest and king of the Davidic line, and um, it's not possible. So you can't be the high priest is a Cohen, and that's the descendant of Aaron, and David's line is Judah, basically Israel. Um, those are two separate lines, and they can't be the same. This has been a discussion, but it's a clarifying point that he says it has to be this way, and that's not necessarily true. And then there's another point that he makes that I just think he I don't like from a scholarly perspective what he says. Um, it's like there's a book that we have, a very long book, and there are arguments to be made, and this is this is just I think human nature that much of the text of this book was made up basically in the 13th century, and um, the reason why, the evidence for that is the Aramaic is inaccurate. The um, the Aramaic that's used is not Aramaic that would have been made 1,000 years before, which is when it was supposed to be written. Yeah, had been written. And the big key is that the man who publishes it, his name is uh, Moshe De Leon. His wife said it was fraudulent, and that he was just doing this to make money. And so I think that this is a there's there's the professor says that there he says something like I don't like the way he phrases something, and I don't want to publicly debate him on it, but I want him to be aware. I don't necessarily think that he phrased it the best way. He basically says like there is um, there's fraud, and then there's like uh, he says something like there's fraud for the sake of self gratification or self um, preservation or self benefit, and then there's fraud because you really do think that you are basically channeling rabbis from 1,000 years before. Basically, this book is the Zohar. Uh, he, Moshe De Leon wrote it, said that it was actually oral writings from 1,000 years before from another rabbi known as Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, but the Aramaic within it is wrong, or it's just inaccurate. And this is I'm not the first person to prove this has been proved for him. But for this professor basically, I think doesn't uh, doesn't take the he tries to say that this was perhaps done in a not in a non-beneficial way to the rabbi, and I disagree with that. This rabbi made a lot of money from doing this, and when people called him out on it, he would always push them away. And then eventually, when somebody was like, "Look, I want to know where the source of this is," he died, and his wife said that he was making. So it's like this part that I just
So it's like
not like Bob Lazar at all. Bob Lazar is fucking dead on, 100% exactly right. This other, if he wants, it's not like Bob Lazar at all. I'm like Bob Lazar.
they're both making stuff up
No, stop that.
and trying to get money.
Bob Lazar is not doing that. If Bob Lazar was doing that, he would be on the. Did you see that Jake Paul was on that podcast?
Which one? The one that I sent you?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, Jake Paul is pretty famous.
Yeah, but Bob Lazar had no idea who he was. Don't you think Bob Lazar would be like, "Oh, I'd love to come on your podcast and talk about it," if he was so self-beneficial, self-serving?
No, it's because he's smart and knows that UFO people want to dig in to people.
Right.
He remains low key. He'll be more of
Right. So anyway, I have this class that I wanna watch. I've been going through this podcast yet again and making my notes to this email that I want to draft to this professor, and um, I mean, he has his own take on it, but I think he'll at least the people I've done this to in the past appreciate it because I do it in an honest way, and I don't do it to be like I'm better than you are by any means. I like almost seek clarification. Hey, I noticed that you said the 12 principles of faith. May I ask generally this has been known through all my teaching since I was a little boy. This has always been the 13 principles of faith. Am I missing something? Is this a different take that you may have had? And he may say, "Oh yeah, I just been," and that's fine. and then the other parts are like, how do you reason this lineage issue? I know how I've heard it reasoned, but if anything, you don't go into it. You say it has to be a certain way, um, and so there'll be that question. And it's like I've got just a few questions, so I'm going through this again, and it's good for the people who perhaps listen to my stream in the future, just for the Kabbalistic type of it, to hear this, and it's definitely Kabbalah, so I don't feel uh, it's a poor use of time. Now my early Kabbalah class, and then today also we're gonna read the book of Ruth, so I'll just have that played. But so I know that this is gonna take me like probably like 2 hours to do, so that's why I wanted to get it done. I should have done it this morning when I said my prayers. I had a bunch of prayers I had to say this morning. I did, and then somebody came in here, and then another person came in, and another person came in. So it's getting pretty late in the day. So here's
Can
one.
I ask you two questions before we get
Absolutely.
one? The first one might be incredibly stupid. Second one, maybe not. But first one is like, is there a way to? I'm assuming there is, but is there a way to make money as a rabbi? Is that a job just being a full-time rabbi, or you get paid through synagogues or universities,
Yeah,
or
so there are different
what's
kinds.
like the revenue stream?
Absolutely, there are different kinds. There's a congregational rabbi, which is a job that I don't want. It's like running a small business. And while I've never worked as a congregational rabbi, I have been basically the second, uh, the right hand man, so to speak, within a congregational rabbi situation, which means it's a lot of behind the scenes work. It's a lot of there's some fundraising aspects to it I don't like. So there's congregational rabbi, and how does that work? You can have a building. I've been part of shuls that have buildings. I've been a part of shuls that don't have buildings. So how do you have a synagogue without a building? Um, Sometimes the rabbi has it in their house. Sometimes the rabbi has services, or the congregation meets in someone else's house. Um, there are what are called mushroom shuls or mushroom synagogues that only sprout up during the high holidays. Um, Basically, you have no shul, then you have a mushroom shul, then you have a shul without a building. That and like I've been part of shuls that rent buildings, so they don't have a building, but they're fundraising for the building. And then I've been part of shuls that have buildings. Then I've been part of shuls that have beautiful buildings. So I've kind of been a part of every level of a shul. Um, so how does the rabbi make money? Usually, the congregation has um, we have dues. So every year we pay dues. Um, and depending on the size of the shul, sometimes it's maybe $2,000. Other times, depending if you want to be part of like major levels, it's hundreds of tens of thousands of dollars. I'm sure there are some that are hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars if they wanted them to be. But that's when you get some really big donors. And the rabbi, which is different than I think most religions, usually is hired by a within a congregation uh, within a congregational setting is usually hired by a board of trustees. So that's different than I think like within some communities it's just not that way. Um, yeah, within some non Jewish communities, it's not that way. But generally, the larger the shul, the more prominence the board of trustees or the board of directors will have, and they have a contract. Usually, the contract is for not that much money. It's usually for like pretty set, like at $100,000, and that it doesn't go that far in Orange County and maybe some other places it does. And um, so that's how you get paid. Now, there are other kinds of rabbis that you can be. You can be an author. So rabbi just means teacher. So really, and there's the argument to be made that anyone this is from the Talmud, anyone whom the anyone who the community accepts as their rabbi is the rabbi. So there have been cases of really young rabbis. I think there's like a case in Israel of like a 14-year-old rabbi, and maybe not everyone recognizes him, but some people consider that to be their rabbi. Okay, rabbi just means teacher. It's just someone who's learned it in the law. Generally, a rabbi is supposed to be depends if it's orthodox or whatever, because non-orthodox, and we won't get into that, but that can be anything. But generally, it's a man. Generally, it's someone learned it in the law. Generally, it's someone who is a teacher, and the community accepts them as rabbi. That's all you need. You don't have to go to yeshiva, which is uh, a formal shul. You can have religious teaching, but maybe not go to yeshiva. Um, to be a rabbi is generally through a process known as smicha, which means the laying on of hands, and you gain that from another rabbi. And we trace this rabbinical ordination back to Moses, um, and what Moses bestowed upon Joshua. My smicha was during the pandemic through a rabbi who now lives in Israel, but his name is Yehuda Oppenheimer, and he was not my rabbi. I hadn't met him previously, but my rabbi arranged that I would make smicha through him um, because of a death in our community. Basically, we had lost the Rebbetzin, and the wife of the rabbi. And so while that rabbi was dealing with that and didn't want to delay my learning, I made smicha through Rabbi Oppenheimer. He lived in the United States, but then moved to Israel over the course of our studies together. And that doesn't mean that I get money for being a rabbi by any means. It just means that another rabbi or a community felt that I was learned enough in the law to teach it. And it also, there are like three different types of rabbis technically. Um, and most rabbis have what's known as yore, which means he may teach. There are others, um, another higher level is yadin yadin, which means he may judge. And then there's another kind that no one has today, which is the ability to judge for sacrifices. So we don't bestow that one upon anyone. And basically, once you're a rabbi,
Is that referring to human sacrifices or animals?
no, we don't do human sacrifice. It's not animal sacrifice in the temple. Jews don't do human sacrifice.
Okay.
And then um, from there, I, I mean, I had already had, and I do. I mean, I have what's called a primary. Well, at the time, I had a primary position, and as a certified project management professional, so I didn't need money as a rabbi. It was almost like a graduate degree that I undertook, and I wasn't even planning to do it. Uh, it was from like 2016 to 2019 or so. Um, I had shown just incredible dedication to my shul and to several shuls, to several communities, and it was the community that recommended me, and my rabbi as well. And I was already called rabbi, funny enough, in my Freemasonic lodge. That was my nickname. Even though I wasn't a rabbi, everybody just was like, "You're going to become a rabbi." And I was like, "I don't want to become a rabbi. It's not something that's really of interest to me. I like going to shul every day. I like being a part of the community. I like keeping kosher. These are parts of my life, but I don't want people coming to me with their issues. And I don't want to necessarily make hitters, which are halachic decisions that people's lives um, rely upon. That's not something that's of interest to me. However, um, I, after having some heart to heart with some rabbis, recognized that it wasn't this. They're human as well. It's not like they're in particular any holier than any other person. They just learned it, and that I could find myself as a member of this brotherhood, this fraternity, and so then for like a year and a half, uh, weekly, I would, in addition to the classes that I already taking, which are Chumash classes, that's Hebrew Bible, and Gemara classes, that's uh, Talmud, and Hebrew classes with with Hebrew teacher and uh, some Aramaic and Yiddish, and additionally working through something called Chavrusa, which is paired learning, which is very common within yeshiva. We in Orange County don't have a yeshiva. That's more something that you'll find on the East Coast. That it has a um, as a similar type of learning. You learn with a person, and so we would study what's called Rambam Mishnah Torah, and certainly the Talmud, and certainly Chumash or Hebrew Bible, and so we would do that on Sundays, and so every single day of the week for like um, more than well for like 4 years, I was attending some kind of class or going to shul every day, and then from there um, made smicha in 2021, and um, I was already employed. So it's not like normally what you do is you might go teach in a school just as a new rabbi, but I was already in my 30s. I had, it's not uncommon to become a rabbi at a later age, but there are like two basic tracks. There's young people who become a rabbi at like age 22 or so, then there are adult men who do it. And so mine was the latter track, but I didn't need the income. And so I didn't want to go work for a kosher supervision organization, which I could, but then you're around slaughterhouses and things like that. I didn't want to go into that. Um, and I did not want to be a congregational rabbi. There's just a lot of drama that happens in that, and I didn't want to um, be at the behest of a board of trustees. I mean, I'm an app developer. It's not. It's like basically being a rabbi is a primary position, but it wasn't something that I needed to be able to um, support myself. And um, it was in the middle of the pandemic, and um, at that point, I thought, well, I could write a book about my journey, but is that really going to be able to support myself? I don't need it to support myself. And and then generally, probably what I would have done had I not been live streaming my life is, I mean, I'd already had arrangements to get married. Not, I hadn't had the woman picked out yet, but basically I'd gone to a matchmaker and was in the process of finding someone. And it's really, once you're at that point, it's pretty quick to get married. I'd say probably within 3 to 6. And but because of how the world was, I felt that I wanted to do something a little different. And there was some leniency that had occurred during the pandemic on live streaming on Shabbat that the Sephardic world had taken more lenient than the Ashkenazi world, and I follow Ashkenazi customs, but nevertheless, I saw a window that had opened up that basically said, if you're not benefiting from the live stream, it may not necessarily be a prohibition. Uh, and the Sephardic world had opened it up so that they were having celebrations on live stream, like Orthodox celebrations, especially for Passover 2020, 2021. And because of that, it was like an emergency time. And I'd been hitting golf balls, as you know, I told you after work and such. And my life had gone from never being on camera to being on camera for like 12 hours a day. I was on camera 8 hours for work and anywhere between 2 and 4 hours a day for uh, my classes. And I recognized that like my whole life is on camera now, or a lot of it. And how could I change the world? And this had uh, developed into a passion project over time. It wasn't immediately, but I had told you like I had dreams that like this is what my um, this is what my journey entailed, and it made sense to me. It was like, well, I'm really into future. I'm really into learning. I'm really into teaching. Um, this might not be something that a negative, and so long as I could get over the hump, and I don tefillin every single day. I eat kosher to the best of my ability. I say blessings on food. Um, all of the other aspects of my life, like I say prayers, I I can just do that on camera and basically teach people how to do it if people wanted to watch. And while I can't live stream in my shuls, that was okay. Like there are Jews who, for hundreds of years, would go on an adventure and not be able to be around their shuls for whatever reason. And while I can always go back to shul, I don't want to. I want to surprise them. This is like a gift that I have for them. Um, and I still get the emails and I still know what's going on and who got married and all that other stuff. And I have my friends and we do communicate. They don't all understand what I'm doing, but they recognize it. This is how I wanted to represent the rabbinate and the world. And if that meant that I wasn't going to make money as a rabbi, that's okay. I was fine with that. Um, so basically, in a long answer to your question is generally rabbis make money through three ways. There's congregation, there's being an author, and there's working for a kosher supervision organization. But that's not all rabbis. I think it's the majority of rabbis are people with smicha, do not work as your traditional rabbi in a congregation. They may attend congregation, but that does not. There are only in the United States fewer than 1,000 um, uh, Orthodox synagogues, so that'd be fewer than 1,000 people. Every year, approximately anywhere between 80 and 150 in the United States, men make smicha. So it is a unique journey that I've been on and isn't necessarily available to everyone. But for any person, even non-Jews, even someone who converts through an Orthodox way, through a base din, through a house of judgment, if they wanted to become a rabbi, they're allowed to be a rabbi. So long as they have the proper teaching and knowledge base, they would be considered a rabbi as much as I'm considered a rabbi, as much as the Prophet time, one of the great rabbis of the day, was considered a rabbi, as much as Moses in the Bible is considered a rabbi. So that's a
Yeah,
lot.
I did not know they're so scarce.
Yeah, it's I mean, you've got to think that we're fewer than 2% of the population of that. Orthodox rabbis are 10% of that, so we're 0.2% of the United States population. And it's not like you necessarily get money to do it. So a lot of people don't, everybody's about money. Um, are there other ways to be a rabbi and make money? Yeah, the big one is kosher supervision uh, organization. You can make a lot of money doing that. If you started your own, and then you start working with organizations to um, basically accept your hecture or your kosher supervision, you can make a huge amount of money.
Did not know that. Uh,
So that was your first question. What's your second question?
it looks like the question is just like these lessons that you do. Are they published somewhere specific? And do you have like a audience that's actively like learning from it, or is it just kind of like part time?
It's both. So I do have some people who attend not every single day, but when they can, and really I just do it whenever I want to do it. So I do have one set of streams that I dedicate to it every single time that I want to start it. Um, it's just on YouTube, and it's all archived from all my other streams. But get to um, I don't get to uh, detailed about it, like writing like a title for it and the description of it, because I know at any given time YouTube can take out those accounts. And the hard work is done. I've done it before. I've done it like this is my these are my discussions of futurism or whatever, and I'll put all the little things, and I'll have bullet points, and then 6 months later my account gets deleted, and all that work was for nothing. So the one thing that I do, I don't just say, okay, I'm starting up the stream right now or anything like that. I do start I do start one of my other streams, and people can go back. There's like, usually my streams are like 12 hours, or usually, not always, 10, sometimes 11. Um, but I do have a set that's like between 1 and 3 hours every day. And thus far, for 149 straight days, my streams um, have been more than an hour. I have yet to do one that's less than. Now, I also do it in a way that's totally different than any other rabbi perhaps you'll find. Um, I recognize that rabbis are humans too, and many times I've seen and been a part of shuls and congregations, and I watch constantly 24/7 other rabbis who give what are called shiurs, like classes, and they're usually in a suit and tie. And when I first started my streams, that's how I started, in suit and tie. But I'm live streaming my life, and so people are going to be able to see behind the curtain. And so I when I speak, I will uh, I recognize that I'm human, and I don't always necessarily uh, teach them in a way that other rabbis would teach. I'm much more human. I'm much more informal because I'm just sitting in my bed doing. Um, so, like, what's an example? Like, when I perhaps allegedly have done it. I will be like, um, when I have to, sometimes I read this set of Yiddish terminology, like this glossary that I read. And when you read it every single day for like 100 straight days, it's like, all right, time to do this bullshit. And I'll say it. And I think that in the future, people will think that's fun. Normally, if I were teaching a class in front of a congregation, would I do that? Absolutely not. Not in a million years. There's a lack of modesty for that, what we would call steals. But um, I do it because I think it's funny. And I know that when people in mass will see it, they will like that a lot more. That's real. That's human. It's it's like unedited videos. I think people will be much more appreciative that my content is raw, that you get to see what's going on, as opposed to just highly edited footage that's extremely milk toast and neutral. Mine is studyable.
For JR.
Yeah, another example. So, like, what's another example that I would give? Um, like on a topic. Uh, all right. I don't know if we talked about this recently, but I talked about it with somebody else. Um, so there is a sacrifice that is going to occur that occurred in the past, that will occur again in the days of Mashiach, called the red heifer. And um, there's all this attention that's given to the red heifer because Israel imported some red heifers a few years ago um, into Israel and from Texas. And basically,
So where's that? Is that
yeah, it's a large cow, basically. And um, uh, there's it's considered the greatest, at least Solomon Shlomo, uh, considered who was like considered a genius. He considered it to be the greatest riddle in Judaism, which is uh, basically without getting into all the technicalities, there's a process where in the Mount of Olives, the heifer is slaughtered in a kosher manner, of course, and then the blood and well, so the animal is slaughtered. Some of the blood is collected in a bowl. The animal is sacrificed on a pyre, like a big thing of stick, basically, and it is facing the the entrance to the temple in Jerusalem, and then um, the temple assistant, but basically the other rabbis, or they don't have to be rabbis, I shouldn't say that, but just say temple assistant, collect the no today. They collect the ashes, and then a myrtle branch is used to splash people who have come into contact with the dead body. Basically, this is a purification ritual, how you become clean. And by doing this, the person who splashes the crowd, they themselves become unclean. And it's been this debate. How could this be so that no one in Israel, like Israel can never, everyone can't become clean because at some point somebody has to come. So I was going through this just as a lesson. I would just pick something every single day, and I haven't done that in the last like month or so because I've been focusing on these other things. So I've been watching these podcasts anyway, um, and like all of um, the intricacies about the heifer are like it's really specific stuff. The heifer can't have more than two non-red hairs, so like it has to be perfectly red. But I've seen the heifers; they're like perfectly red. They're like a burnt orange color. And they can never be milked. They can never be calved. So that means they can't ever be milked, and they can't ever have had calves. Um, and they can't be with a blemish, and basically there are all these specific things that have to be achieved. And they're not sacrificed at the temple. This is sacrificed at the Mount of Olives, which is in sight of the temple, but not at the temple. And so normally, I think most rabbis, and I've seen other rabbis give shir and like classes on this. They just say, okay, and this is the greatest riddle in Judaism, and then they like leave it at that basically. But they don't try to solve, and I try to solve, and I'm like, and I'll say like to the camera, like, all right, Israel, I think we could figure this one out. I think we could figure out a way how we could have this sacrifice of the red heifer, and have all of us 100% be clean, basically. And we're gonna try to figure out this bullshit. I'll say something. And so I came up with the way, and then I asked ChatGPT about it, and it was like, "That's fucking brilliant." And I was like, "Yeah, see, it's we could figure this out." So the way that I figured out how to do it, which again, this is the greatest riddle in Judaism, is you take two heifers and you put them on the wood piles and you sacrifice simultaneously. And then the one rabbi usually who cleanses the people could then cleanse the other person who did the sacrificing on the other pyre, and that other person could cleanse the other rabbi, thus making everybody clean. And I went through all of the different ChatGPT, and it was like, yeah, this seems like a solution to this. Great job. It was very. We thought it was a really good idea. And then I'd go through and be like, I'll like do things that again other rabbis aren't going to do, but I'd be like, okay, so when we have the myrtle branch and we are using the liquid from that on the people, could we use a super soaker? Is that allowed? Now they don't go into the Talmud whether this would be allowed. Could you use a super soaker? But it seems like it could be, so long as it comes like you have the super soaker at the end of it with a myrtle branch, that it could. So I'll bring up things like this that I know have not been discussed previously, but to me could make sense because I'm a realist person. If we all need to be cleansed of this someday, how could we do it in a very efficient way when we have a nation of 9 million people who would need to basically be cleansed, and then in the diaspora, another 9 million people? How could this be done in a realistic way? And so I will go into that. Like some people may say, well, Super Soaker is kind of a funny way how to do it. It's not normal, it's not traditional, but I will do that, and I will spend an hour just saying on that one point. So anyway, what's another one that I would do like that? All right, like the laws of kashrut in terms of um, seafood. I know many Jews who want to try seafood, many Orthodox Jews, but we don't because the law in Leviticus says in the Hebrew Bible that a a, a sea dwelling creature needs to have shells. Pardon me, not shells. Needs to have um, fins and scale. That's the thing, and that's how I've been taught my entire life. And yet, it's still been a temptation that I've always felt. And so I'll go into like the biology of a lobster and of a crab. And I'll make an argument that says that a lobster, even though it has an exoskeleton, that it has that tail. When the exoskeleton could be an argument for a scale, a lot of people would say an exoskeleton is a scale, and that tail is a flat like a fin. And I'd make an argument just saying this is not the Missouri we live by. This is not traditional Orthodox teaching. But I'm gonna put the I'm gonna show the opposite side of how someone could make this argument. And I'll go into that. And is that a Kabbalah teaching? No, but I'll go. I call it practical Judaism, or it's called
You make that same argument for like the clam.
exactly. And I make that argument. It's very difficult. So how could I make an argument for a plan? And I will push this. I will say how would I make this argument? And I would say that the clamshell is a lot like a scale. A lot of people would see that. And the um, the definition of a fin is not very specific within Hebrew Bible, and it's really not that specific within Talmud. Um, and you run into issues with some fish today, like sturgeon. Sturgeon are a unique kind of fish that have like a bony exoskeleton, like exterior. So they're not considered kosher. So a lot of caviar comes from sturgeon. So that's not considered caviar. But there's kosher caviar, it's different. And then like catfish are another one. Catfish structure, they don't have the same scale. Um, and so uh, I make the
Have
argument.
you eaten seafood?
I mean, like fish and stuff, yeah. And I've had imitation crab meat. That's a popular thing within Judaism. Um, but I do my best to avoid anything non-kosher. And have I um, anyone out there who says I've never eaten non-kosher is lying. Every single person has eaten something non-kosher. They just didn't know it. And what do I mean by that? The big one is bugs. So like they say that you eat 8 bugs, eight spiders a year or whatever. Like that's not necessarily a true statistic. But what you do is there are like microscopic bugs in produce that even though we wash it very thoroughly, you just can't get it all. So when I say I do my best to avoid eating non-kosher, I do. And there are different definitions of kosher. There's what's called Israel, which is basically overseen by a rabbinical supervisor. And there are some people who only drink Kol of Yisrael milk, but there was a determination by a rabbi known as Rabbi Moshe in blessed memory. He made the determination that any government milk, like basically that you would buy in the store is kosher because government milk isn't offered in uh, the only government milk that's allowed in the United States is uh, from a cow. Nobody is allowed to mix like goat milk and cow milk. That's not a thing. Or camel milk, like a non-kosher species or something. Goat milk would be allowed, but anyway, without going into that. Um, so, uh, but some people would consider drinking government milk to be non-kosher. There are other people who, um, like I've been in rabbis' homes that they eat from hechshers, basically rabbinical organizations, rabbinical supervision organizations that I wouldn't eat, but they eat it. Now, does that mean I'm any better than they are? No, it's just we have different familial traditions. Even though most people would consider that to be kosher, I just and other rabbis that I know don't consider it to be kosher, even though those people in those homes say that it's kosher. There's no like perfect way of it, but no, I do my best to avoid any non-kosher food. Um, like what's
Would
in
you have it? Would you try a lobster?
if and this is what I'd like to do with my streams. If I could get enough, if I could get enough influence and be able to speak to the rabbinical, um, the Orthodox rabbis of the world, and make the argument that a an exoskeleton is a shell and a tail is a fin, it should be considered a kosher animal. And if we could get a contingent, it wouldn't even have to necessarily be a majority, but with the influence, yeah, I'd love to. That's something that I'd really love to enjoy in a kosher restaurant. And I think that we're moving towards that. Either that or artificially created lobster. I would be okay with that. But really, I think if you, I've always felt this
Oh
way.
yeah, is that a loophole? Like if you go to beyond whatever, or you like grow it in a lab, how
So
is that technically
those are two,
avoided?
no. So it's an area of contention, but so it depends who you ask basically. And what you do as a Jew is you ask your rabbi. And I have had more, uh, while very conservative individuals, more more progressive. They have some progressive leaning, and the answer is the jury's still out. But there are many Israeli companies that are um, growing lab grown meat, and the argument is the steak is as good as any other steak that you're going to have. You can't tell the difference. It didn't need to be slaughtered. Why isn't it considered kosher? And so there are some rabbinical supervision organizations that are considering that to be kosher. In terms of Beyond Meat, that stuff is kosher generally. Um, and I know a lot of Orthodox rabbis who, or Orthodox people, who use, many people would consider it a loophole. We don't necessarily consider it a loophole. We're not trying to outthink God, but like, what's an example? They'll use a Beyond Meat burger with cheese. Normally, we don't mix milk and meat for reasons. Basically, it goes into the Bible that the um, the other nations were boiling a calf in its mother's milk, and we consider that to be something that we want to avoid at all. Not just a calf, but a goat. And so, because of that, the interpretation has been you can't mix milk and meat. And it gets into, well, what about if it comes from a bird? Like, can you have cheese? And most poskim, most rabbinical authorities say no, because we wouldn't want to have the look of milk and meat together. It gets into all that. I don't get into it. But the idea of Beyond Burgers, since Beyond Burgers are so well known now that no person walking by someone eating a cheeseburger would think that that is necessarily a prohibition. To the point where like my family loves uh, like one of my favorite milk restaurants, the Milkshake, is the Milky Way in LA, and uh, they have it's owned by Steven Spielberg's mother of blessed memory, so he owns it now. A lot of people don't know Steven Spielberg owns a really small restaurant in LA, but he does, or his holding company does, and like my aunt loves the cheeseburger there. She's not a cheeseburger eater. That's not her thing. We avoid uh, milk and meat within the Orthodox community. But if she wants to have a cheeseburger, she'll go there, and they have a Beyond Burger with cheese. And there's not meat in the entire restaurant. Um, so I know other um,
Is Beyond Burger where it's actually like I take the cells
no,
of a chicken or whatever
no,
and
no,
grow it,
no.
or it's just
That's that's
entirely synthetic.
that's lab grown meat. No, we're talking about usually it's like tofu and um like
You're right. It's like some vegan
plant protein. Yeah. So they're two separate worlds. And then there's the reverse of
Okay.
this. So you can have a meat burger, but you don't want to put cheese on it. So then we have something called pareve cheese, which is basically pareve is Hebrew for neutral, and basically it means that you can um, eat it with anything. So you can eat it with milk stuff, you can eat it with meat, and so it tastes like cheese. You can't tell it has a cheese consistency, and it's basically a way that you can have a cheeseburger that way. And
Do you think it tastes as good as regular?
uh, I think that there, if you put them in front of people, a lot of people can tell the difference. And um, cheese gets messy with something called rennet, and also how it's produced generally. But most cheese, there's an argument to be made if it's under government supervision. A lot of it could be considered kosher, um, at least from a cow. Now, if you get into some weird stuff like camel cheese, that can run into issues. Some goat cheeses can run into issues, but um, the 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 major issues come into the meat aspect of it. But in answer to your question, are you allowed to have uh, lab grown meat? It depends who you ask. And I'm much more progressive. So if anybody ever saw my streams, they would recognize that I'm a futurist. I look forward to a day where no animals will die and all of the food that we eat can be neutral. Like we don't need animals. Like basically, it's a type of vegan. And would I allow in my community? Would I take a stand for some of these things? Yeah, I would. But here's the thing: I don't have a synagogue. If I had a synagogue, I could not take these stands because I would be beholden on the donors of my shul who would recognize that this is avant-garde. I can tell you that there is a rabbi in I won't name them, but basically who I don't want to say he was blacklisted, but sort of was blacklisted within the Orthodox community for having some progressive feelings. I believe it was on homosexuality and like the LGBTQ movement, and they their shul, their synagogue now community, they lost a lot of members because of it. And so, um, being a
Are
rabbi,
you as progressive as you have LGBTQs plus stuff?
yeah,
You're a plus yourself.
yeah. So I used to not. I used to be very much, especially before the progressive movement, um, that men should be with women, women should be with men. That's how the Bible states. That's what I've always known. If you want to be gay, do so behind closed doors or whatever. Like that's not within Judaism. Lesbianism is far less a um, uh, a prohibited activity than homosexuality. Twice within the Hebrew Bible, it says that if a man lies with a man, he should be stoned. And it's as clear as you'd ever want the Bible to state. So that's what I lived by. I was always confused why we didn't stone homosexuals, frankly. But the argument gets to you need two kosher witnesses, and unless you're going to have an Orthodox individual who witnesses two gay men have sex in front of him, actually two of them, two witnesses witness of two gay men having sex with each other, then they can't be brought before the base in basically the house of judgment. So no Orthodox man is going to put himself into a situation where there are two gay men having sex in front of him. So we just don't do the stoning anymore. It's basically a way to avoid the punishment that it doesn't. Um, but my views on this changed when I learned about transhumanism, not transgenderism, but transhumanism. And what happens if I want to live to be 50,000 years old and I want to be a woman and get married to a man? All right, well, then that changes things. And I've also recognized that we're moving into a post religion world. And I look forward every single day. I pray for Mashiach, our Messiah, to come and clear up all of these matters. And when he comes, he's supposed to be a great political leader. He's supposed to be of the Davidic line. He's supposed to be a great leader. He's supposed to live for 1,000 years. He's supposed to bring world peace to the point where not even the animals fight him. Whether that's true or not, and it's not been a thing in Judaism. You won't read about a Messiah in the Hebrew Bible. It's not a thing. Um, it's more of a more it's more it's evolved over the course of the last 2,000 years or so. But when he comes, if he ever views my streams, I want him to say, I don't want to do anything that he would disagree with, like be pro-war or unfair to people or unrighteous or someone who would be closed-minded to the needs of other people. There's an understanding that all of the great riddles and issues within Judaism and within the world will be clarified when Mashiach comes here. So every day I pray for Mashiach. There's a thought that there could be a Mashiach in every generation. There's a thought that Mashiach could be uh, that anybody could be Mashiach, any man or any Jewish man could be Mashiach. I don't know. What I think who Mashiach will be the man who rebuilds the temple in Jerusalem. There are other things he's supposed to do too, live 1,000 years and all the other stuff. But that person will be a an important person within Judaism. I don't want to do anything that they say uh, that I think that they would have not wanted or that they want. So every day I live my life as best I can as a Jew while live streaming it, and the questions that evolve like is beyond meat allowed or is lab grown meat allowed? Those will be all be answered in the days of Mashiach. I know I take really long time to answer your questions, but I want to give you some background on why we do things.
No, I find it interesting.
All right. Will you find it interesting if you come back in about 2.5 hours to get your ass whooped at anything you want?
Alright,
All right. So
sounds
it's
good.
5:13 right now. You want to come back at 7? Would that work for you?
I'm still awake, yeah.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you for your interest, and we'll see you then. Okay, big dog.
Alright, peace.
Peace out, bro.
Bye-bye.
What's going on, Brandon?
He's playing basketball.
Excellent. Are you watching it?
I think as much. Yeah, do you know what the score right now?
Okay. Um.
What's the score?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
Just a matter. It's not got to that.
What's up, baby? Nobody. So, baby, nobody knows for sure. I would say. What's up, baby? For sure. I would say. Trying for this. I'm doing this for 149 days. It is 8 of 5786 Sunday, May 24th. 3760 creation of the world. First time new travel. 3631 137 1 3526 235 25 34 36 325 33 395 and half 17 and return 3301 60 years 31 39 22 Connor son of here was born. Why? Has it? Everything. You're watching this right now. Okay. I'm excited. Maybe I might be on two podcasts. I'm excited. On what, Rabbi? I don't know. Where would you go? What's his book? Rich.
Try Siberia's new library assistant experiment. Discover and next Siberia library or AI-powered assistant. 1. In days when the chieftains ruled, there was a famine in the land, and a man in Judah, with his wife and 2 sons, went to reside in the country of God. 2. The man's name was Elimelech, his wife's name was Naomi, and his 2 sons were named Malon and Chiliad at great heights. Judah. They came to the country of Moab and remained there. 3. Elimelech, Naomi's husband, died, and she was left with her 2 sons. 4. They married Moabite women, one named Orpah and the other Ruth, and they lived there about 10 years. 5. And those 2 Malon and Chiliad also died, so the woman was left without her 2 sons and without her husband. 6. She spurted out her daughters-in-law to return to the country of Moab she had heard God had taken Israel and given. 7. Accompanied by her 2 daughters-in-law, she left the place where she had been living, and they set out on the road back to the land of Judah. 8. But Naomi said to her 2 daughters-in-law, "Turn back, each of you to her mother's house. May God deal kindly with you, as you have dealt with Dan and with me." 9. May God grant that each of you find security in the house of his. And she kissed them farewell. They broke into 10, and said to her, "No, we will return with you to your people." 11. Naomi replied, "Turn back, my daughters. Why should you go? Have I any more sons in my body who might be husbands for you?" 12. Turn back, my daughters, for I am too old to be married. Even if I thought there was hope for me, even if I were married, I also bore sons. 13. Should you wait for them to grow up? Should you on their account for yourselves for marriage? No, my daughters. My lot is far more bitter than yours, for God's hand has struck out against me. 14. They broke into weeping again, and were kissed her mother-in-law farewell. Ruth unto her. 15. So she said, "See, your sister-in-law has returned to the people and her gods. Go follow your sister-in-law." 16. Ruth replied, "Do not urge me to leave you, to turn back and not follow you. For wherever you go, I will go. Wherever you lodge, I will lodge. Your people shall be my people, and your God my God." 17. Where you die, I will die, and there I will be buried. Thus and more may God do to me if anything but death parts me from you. 18. When Naomi saw how determined she was to go with her, she ceased to argue with her. 19. And the 2 went on until they reached Bethlehem. When they arrived at Bethlehem, the whole city buzzed with excitement. The women said, "Can this be Naomi?" 20. "Do not call me Naomi," she replied. "Call me Mara, for Shaddai has made my lot very bitter." 21. I will wait, and God has brought me back in. How can you call me Naomi, when God has dealt harshly with me? Shaddai is promised to me. 22. As Naomi returned to the country of Moab, she returned to her daughter in life. They arrived at Bethlehem at the beginning of barley harvest. We use these to give you the best experience possible on our site. Okay to continue using Samaria. Learn more. Try Samaria's library assistant experiment. Discover and text in the Samaria library for AI-powered assistant. 2:1. 1. Now Naomi had a kinsman on her husband's side, a man of substance, family of Elimelech, whose name was Boaz. 2. Moabite said to Naomi, "I would like to go to the fields and glean among the ears of grain, behind someone who may show me kindness." "Yes, daughter, go," she replied. 3. And off she went. She came and gleaned in a field, behind the reapers, and, as luck would have it, it was a piece of land belonging to Boaz, who was of his family. 4. Presently Boaz arrived God be with you. And they responded, God bless you. 5. Boaz said to the servant who was in charge of the reapers, whose girl is that? 6. The servant in charge of the reapers replied, she is a Moabite, came back from Naomi, country of Moab. 7. She said, please let me glean and gather among the sheep behind the reapers. She has been on her feet ever since she came this morning. She has hardly rested at all. Boaz said to Ruth, listen to me, daughter. Don't go to glean in another field. Don't go elsewhere, but stay here close to my maidservants. 9. Keep your eyes on the field they are reaping, and follow them. I have heard workers not to harass you. And when you are thirsty, go to the jars and drink some of the water that the workers have brought. 10. She prostrated herself with her face on the ground, and said to him, why are you so kind as to single me out, when I am a foreigner? 11. Boaz said in reply, I have been told all that you did for your mother-in-law after the death of your husband, how you left your father and mother and the land of your birth and came to me. May God reward your deeds. May you have a full recompense from the eternal, the God of Israel, under whose wings you have sought refuge. 13. She answered, you are most kind, my lord. Comfort me and speak gently to your maidservant, though I am not so much as one of your maidservants. 14. At mealtime, Boaz said to her, come over here and partake of the meal, and dip your morsel in the vinegar. So she sat down beside the reapers. He handed her parched grain, and she ate her fill and had some left over. 15. When she got up again to glean, Boaz gave orders to his workers, you are not going to let her glean among the sheaves, without interference. 16. But you must also pull some stalks out of the heaps and leave them for her to glean, and not scold her. 17. She gleaned in the field until evening. Then she beat out what she had gleaned and was about to eat more. 18. And carried it back to her down. But her mother-in-law saw what she had gleaned, and she also took out the game she had for after eating her fill. 19. Mother-in-law asked her, where did you glean today? Where did you work? Blessed be he who took such generous notice of you. So she told her mother-in-law she had worked with, saying, the name of the man I work today is Bliss. 20. Naomi said to her daughter-in-law, blessed be he of God, who has not failed to show kindness to the living or to the dead. 4. Naomi explained to her daughter-in-law, the man is related to us. He is one of our redeeming kinsmen. 21. Ruth said, he even told me, stay close by my workers until all my harvest is finished. 22. And Naomi answered her daughter-in-law Ruth, it is best, daughter, that you go out with his maidservants, and not be accosted in some other field. 23. So she stayed close to the maidservant and gleaned until the barley harvest and wheat harvest were finished. Then she stayed at home with her mother-in-law. We use cookies to give you the best experience possible on our side. Okay, to continue using Samaria. Learn more. Try Samaria's library assistant experimental. Discover and explore texts in the Samaria library for new AI-powered assistant. Now Naomi had a kinsman on her husband's side, a man of substance, of the family of Elimelech, whose name was Boaz. 2. Ruth said to Naomi, I would like to go to the fields and glean among the ears of grain, behind someone who may show me kindness. Yes, daughter, go, she replied. 3. And off she went. She came and gleaned in a field, behind the reapers, and, as luck would have it, it was the piece of land belonging to Boaz, who was of Elimelech's family. 4. Presently Boaz arrived from Bethlehem. He greeted the reapers, God be with you. And they responded, God bless you. 5. Boaz said to the servant who was in charge of the reapers, whose girl is that? 6. The servant in charge of the reapers replied, she is a Moabite, came back from Naomi, country of Moab. 7. She said, please let me glean and gather among the sheep behind the reapers. She has been on her feet ever since she came this morning. She has hardly rested at all in the mud. 8. Boaz said to Ruth, listen to me, daughter. Don't go to glean in another field. Don't go elsewhere, but stay here close to my maidservants. 9. Keep your eyes on the field they are reaping, and follow them. I have ordered the workers not to harass you. And when you are thirsty, go to the jars and drink some of the water that the workers have brought. 10. She prostrated herself with her face to the ground, and said to him, why are you so kind as to single me out, when I am a foreigner? 11. Boaz said in reply, I have been told of all that you did for your mother-in-law after the death of your husband, how you left your father and mother and the land of your birth and came to a people you had not known before. 12. May God reward your deeds. May you have a recompense from the eternal, the God of Israel, under whose wings you have sought refuge. 13. She answered, "You are most kind, my lord, to comfort me and to speak gently to your maidservant, though I am not so much as one of your maidservants." 14. At mealtime, I said to her, "Come over here and partake of the meal, and dip your morsel in vinegar." So she sat down beside the reapers. He handed her parched grain, and she ate her and had some left over. 15. When she got up again to eat, Boaz gave orders to his workers, "You are not only to let her glean among the sheaves, without interference." 16. But you must also pull some stalks out of the heaps and leave them for her to glean, and not scold her. 17. She gleaned in the field until evening. Then she came out when she had gleaned and was about to eat. 18. And carried it back with her to the town. When her mother-in-law saw what she had gleaned, and she also took out and gave her what she had done for after eating the field. 19. Her mother-in-law asked her, "Where did you glean today? Where did you work? Blessed be he who took such generous notice of you." So she told her mother-in-law what she had worked with, saying, "The name of the man with whom I work today is Boaz." Naomi said to her daughter-in-law, "Blessed be he of God, who has not failed to show kindness to me today." 4. Naomi explained to her daughter-in-law, "The man is related to us. He is one of our redeeming kinsmen." 21. Rabbi said, "He even told me, 'Stay close by my workers until all my harvest is finished.'" 22. And Naomi answered her daughter-in-law Ruth, "It is best, daughter, that you go out with his maidservants, and not be accosted in some other field." 23. So she stayed close to the maidservants of Boaz, and gleaned until the barley harvest and the harvest was finished. Then she stayed at home with her mother-in-law. Naomi, mother-in-law, said to her, "Daughter, I must seek for you, where you may be happy." 2. Now there is our kinsman Boaz, whose girls you were close to. He will be winnowing barley on the threshing floor. 3. So bathe yourself, dress up, and go down to the threshing floor. Do not disclose yourself to the man until he has finished eating and drinking. 4. When he lies down, go to the place where he lies down, and go over and uncover his feet and lie down. He will tell you what you are to do. 5. She replied, "I will do everything you tell me." 6. She went down to the threshing floor and did just as her friend had instructed her. 7. Boaz ate and drank, and in a cheerful mood went to lie down beside the grain pile. Then she went over stealthily and uncovered his feet and lay down. 8. In the middle of the night, the man gave a start, and back there was a woman lying at his feet. 9. "Who are you?" he asked. And she replied, "I am your handmaid Ruth. Spread the robe over your handmaid, for you are a redeeming kinsman." 10. He exclaimed, "Be blessed of God, daughter. Your latest deed of loyalty is greater than the first, that you have not turned to younger men, but the poor or rich." 11. And now, daughter, have no fear. I will do in your behalf whatever you ask, for all the elders of my town know what a fine woman you are. 12. While it is true I am a redeeming kinsman, there is another redeemer closer than I. 13. Stay for the night. Then in the morning, if he will act as a redeemer, good. Let him redeem. But if he does not want to act as redeemer for you, I will do so myself, as God lives. Lie down until morning. 14. So she lay at his feet till dawn. She rose before one person could distinguish another. He thought, "Let it not be known that the woman came to the threshing floor." 15. And he said, "Hold out the shawl you are wearing." She held it while he measured out 6 measures of barley, and he put it on her back. But she got back to the town. 16. She came to her mother-in-law, who asked, "How is it with you, daughter?" She told her all that the man had done for her. 17. And she added, "He gave me these 6 measures of barley, saying to me, 'Do not go back to your mother-in-law empty-handed.'" 18. And Naomi said, "Stay here, daughter, till you learn how the matter turns out. For the man will not rest. Settle the matter today. We use cookies to give you the best experience possible on our side. Like okay to continue using Samaria. Learn more." Try Samaria's new library assistant experiment. Discover and explore text in the Samaria library for AI-powered assistant. 3. Naomi, her mother-in-law, said to her, "Daughter, I must seek a home for you." Try Samaria's new library assistant experiment. Discover and explore text in the Samaria library for AI-powered assistant. Report 1. Meanwhile, Boaz had gone to the gate and sat down there. And now the redeemer whom Boaz had mentioned passed by. He called, "Come over and sit down here, so and so." And he came over and sat down. 2. Then Boaz took 10 elders of the town and said, "Be seated here," and they sat down. 3. He said to the Redeemer, Naomi, now return from the country of Moab, sell the piece of land that belonged to Elimelech. 4. I thought I should disclose the matter, and say, acquire it in the presence of those seated here and in the presence of the elders of my people. If you are willing to redeem it, redeem. But if you will not redeem, tell me, and I may know. For there is no one to redeem but you, and I come after you. I am willing to redeem it, he replied. 5. Boaz continued, when you acquire the property from Naomi and from Ruth the Moabite, you must also acquire the wife of the deceased, so as to perpetuate the name of the deceased upon the estate. 6. Eva replied, and I cannot redeem it for myself, lest I appear my own estate. You take over my right of redemption, for I am unable to exercise it. 7. Now this was formerly done in Israel in cases of redemption or exchange, to validate any transaction. One party would take off the cent and hand it to the other. Such was the practice in Israel. 8. So when the Redeemer said to Boaz, acquire for yourself, he drew off the sandal. 9. And Boaz said to the elders and to the rest of the people, you are witnesses today that I am acquiring from Naomi all that belonged to Elimelech and all that belonged to Chilion and Malon. 10. I am also acquiring Ruth the Moabite, the wife of Malon, as my wife, so as to perpetuate the name of the deceased upon his estate, that the name of the deceased may not disappear from his been and his whole family. You are witnesses today. 11. All the people that gave the elders answered, we are. May God make the is coming into your house, Rachel and Leah, both will have the house of Israel. Prosper in Ephraim and perpetuate your name in Bethlehem. 12. And may your house be like the house of Perez and Tamar to Judah through the offspring that God will give you by his young. 13. So Boaz married Ruth, she became his wife, and he inhabited with her. God let her conceive, and she bore a son. 14. And Boaz said to Naomi, blessed be God, who has not withheld redeemer from you today. May his name be perpetuated in Israel. 15. He will renew your life and sustain your old age, for he is born of your daughter-in-law, loves you and is better to you than 7 sons. 16. Naomi took the child and held it in her bosom. She became its foster mother. 17. And the women neighbors gave him a name, saying, a son is born to Naomi. They named him Obed. He was the father of Jesse, father of David. 18. This is the line of Perez. Perez begot Hezron. 19. Hezron begot Ram. Ram begot Amminadab. 20. Amminadab begot Nahshon. Nahshon begot Salmon. 21. Salmon begot Bliss. Bliss begot 22. Begot Jesse, and Jesse begot David. We use cookies to give you the best experience possible on our site. Click OK to continue using Safari. Learn more. Try Safari's new library assistant experiment. Discover and explore text in the Safari library, our AI-powered assistant. In phase 1 Chief, there was a famine in the land, and a man living in Judah, with his wife and 2 sons, went to reside in the country of Moab. 2. The man's name was Elimelech, his wife's name was Naomi, and his 2 sons were named Malon and Chilion and Ephraim. Judah. They came to the country of Moab and made there. 3. Elimelech, Naomi's husband, died, and she was left with her 2 sons. 4. They married Moabite women, one named Orpah and the other Ruth, and they lived here about 10 years. 5. Then those 2 Malon and Chilion also died, so the woman was left without her 2 sons and without her husband. 6. She started out with her daughters-in-law to return to the country of Moab, for in the country of Moab she had heard that God had taken Israel. 7. Accompanied by her 2 daughters, she left the place where she had been living, and they set out on the road back to the land of Judah. 8. But Naomi said to her 2 daughters-in-law, turn back, each of you to her mother's house. May God deal kindly with you, as you have dealt with the dead and with me. 9. May God grant that each of you find security in the house of the husband. And she kissed them farewell. They broke into weeping. 10. And said to her, no, we will return with you to your people. 11. But Naomi replied, turn back, my daughters. Why should you go with me? Have I any more sons in my body who might be husbands for you? 12. Turn back, my daughters, for I am too old to be married. Even if I thought there was hope for me, even if I were married tonight and I also bore sons. 13. Should you wait for them to grow up? Should you on their account for yourselves from marriage? Oh no, my daughters. My lot is far more bitter than yours, for God's hand has struck out against me. 14. They broke into weeping again, and Orpah kissed her mother-in-law farewell. Ruth clung to her. 15. So she said, see, your sister-in-law has returned to her people and her gods. Go follow your sister-in-law. 16. But Ruth replied, do not urge me to leave you. Turn back and not follow you. For wherever you go, I will go. Wherever you lodge, I will lodge. Your people shall be my people, and your God my God. 17. said, more may God do to me if anything but 10 parts he can do. 18. When Naomi saw how determined she was to go with her, she ceased to argue with her. 19. And the two went on until they reached Bethlehem. When they arrived at Bethlehem, the whole city buzzed with excitement. The women said, can this be Naomi? 20. Do not call me Naomi, she replied. Call me Mara, for Shaddai has made my lot very bitter. 21. I went away full, and God has brought me back empty. How can you call me Naomi, when God has dealt harshly with me, when Shaddai has brought misfortune upon me? 22. As Naomi returned from the country of Moab, she returned to her daughter-in-law with Moab. They arrived in Bethlehem at the beginning of the barley harvest. We use cookies to give you the best experience possible on our site. Cookie to continue using Samaria. Learn more. Try Samaria's new library assistant experiment. Discover and explore text in the Samaria library for AI-powered assistant. 2:1. Now Naomi had a kinsman on her husband's side, a man of substance, family of Melech, whose name was Blessed. 2. Moabite said to Naomi, I would like to the fields and glean among the ears of grain. Find someone who may show kindness. Yes, daughter, go, she replied. 3. And off she went. She came and gleaned in a field behind the reapers, and, as luck would have it, it was the piece of land belonging to Boaz, who was of Eli's family. 4. Presently Boaz arrived from Bethlehem. He greeted the reapers, God be with you. And they responded, God bless you. 5. Boaz said to the servant who was in charge of the reapers, whose girl is that? 6. The servant in charge of the reapers replied, she is a Moabite who came back from Naomi, country of Moab. 7. She said, please let me glean and gather among sheaves of mine. She has been on her feet ever since she came this morning. She has hardly rested at all. 8. But I said to Ruth, listen to me, daughter. Don't go to glean in another field. Don't go elsewhere, but stay here close to my maidservants. 9. Keep your eyes on the field they are reaping, and follow them. I have ordered the workers not to harass you. And when you are thirsty, go to the jars and drink some of the water that the workers have brought. 10. She prostrated herself, face to the ground, and said to him, why are you so kind as to single me out, when I am a foreigner? 11. Boaz said, I have been told of all that you did for your mother-in-law after the death of your husband. You left your father and mother and planted your birth in me. 12. May God for your deeds. May you have a full recompense from the eternal God of Israel, whose wings you have sought refuge. 13. She answered, you are most kind, my lord, to comfort me and to speak gently to your maidservant, though I am not so much as your maidservants. 14. At mealtime, I said to her, come over here and partake of a meal, and dip your morsel in vinegar. So she sat down beside the reapers. He handed her parched grain, and she ate her milk and had some left. 15. She got up and began to glean. This gave orders to his workers, you are not only to let her glean among the sheaves, without interference. 16. But you must also pull some stalks out of the heaps her to glean, and not scold her. 17. She gleaned in the field until evening. Then she beat out what she had gleaned and was about to eat the barley. 18. And carried it back to her to tell. When her mother-in-law saw what she had gleaned, and when she also took out and gave her what she had gleaned, 19. Mother-in-law asked her, where did you glean today? Where did you work? Blessed be he who took such generous notice of you. So she told her mother-in-law who she had worked with, saying, the name of the man I work today is Boaz. Naomi said to her daughter-in-law, blessed be he of God, who has not failed to show kindness to me. 4. Naomi explained to her daughter-in-law, the man is related to us. He is one of our redeeming kinsmen. 21. I said, he even told me, stay close by my workers until all my harvest is finished. 22. And Naomi answered her daughter-in-law Ruth, it is best, daughter, that you go out with his maidservants, and not be accosted in some other field. 23. So she stayed close to the maidservants, and gleaned until the barley harvest and the harvest was finished. Then she stayed at her mother-in-law. We use cookies to give you the best experience possible on our side. The cookie to continue using Samaria. Learn more. Try Samaria's library assistant experiment. Discover and explore text in the Samaria library for AI-powered assistant. 3. 1. Naomi, Her mother-in-law said to her, daughter, I must seek home for you, where you may be happy too. Now there is our husband with us. These girls you propose to, he will be working hardly on threshing for tonight. 3. So babe, unput yourself, dress up, and go down to the threshing. Do not disclose yourself, and until he has finished eating the drink. 4. When he lies down, go to the place where he lies down, and go over and uncover his feet and lie down. He will tell you what you are to do. 5. She replied, I will do everything you tell me. 6. She went down to the threshing floor and did just as her mother-in-law had instructed her. 7. Liz ate and drank, and in a cheerful mood to lie down beside the great fire. Then she went home stealthily and uncovered his feet and lay down. 8. In the middle of the night, the man gave a start and pulled back. There was a woman lying at his feet. 9. Who are you? He asked. And she replied, I am your handmaid Ruth. Spread your robe over your handmaid, for you are redeeming kinsman. 10. He exclaimed, be blessed of God, daughter. Your latest deed of loyalty is greater than the first, that you have not turned to younger men who are rich. 11. And now, daughter, have no fear. I will do on your behalf whatever you ask, for all the elders of my town find who you are. Well, well, it is true I am a redeeming kinsman. There is another redeemer closer to God. 13. Stay for the night. Then in the morning, he will act as a redeemer. Good. Let him redeem. But if he does not want to act as redeemer for you, I will do so myself, as God lives. Lie down until morning. 14. So she lay at his feet until dawn. She rose before one person to distinguish another. He thought, let it not be known that it came from the threshing floor. 15. And he said, hold out the shawl you are wearing. She held it while he measured out 6 measures of barley, and he put it on her back. She got back down. 16. She came to her mother-in-law, asked, how is it with you, daughter? She told her all that the man had done for her. 17. And she added, he gave me these 6 measures of barley, saying to me, do not go back to your mother-in-law empty-handed. 18. And Naomi said, stay here, daughter, till you learn how the matter turns out. For the man will not rest. We'll settle the matter today. He used cookies to give you the best experience possible on your side. Okay, using this area. Learn more. Try Safari's library assistant experiment. Discover and explore texts in the Safari library with our AI-powered assistant. Meanwhile, Liz had gone to the gate and sat down there. And now the redeemer Liz had mentioned passed by. He called, come over and sit down here, so and so. And he came over and sat down. 2. Then Boaz took 10 elders of the town and said, be seated here, and they sat down. 3. He said to the redeemer, Naomi, now return to the country of Moab, sell the piece of land that belonged to our kinsman Elimelech. 4. I thought I should disclose the matter to you and say, fire in the presence of those seated here, in the presence of the elders of the people. If you are willing to redeem it, redeem. If you will not redeem, tell me, that I may know. For there is no one to redeem but you, and I come after you. I am willing to redeem it. 5. 5. Boaz continued, when you inquire for Naomi and Ruth, must also inquire the life of the deceased, so as to perpetuate the name of the deceased on his estate. 6. The redeemer replied, then I cannot redeem it myself, lest I impair my own estate. You take over my right of redemption, for I am unable to exercise it. 7. Now this was frequently done in Israel in cases of redemption or exchange. To elevate any transaction, one party would take off the sin and hand it to the other. Such was the practice in Israel. 8. So when the redeemer said to Boaz, inquire for yourself, he drew off the sin. 9. And Boaz said to the elders and to the rest of the people, you are witnesses today that I am inquiring for Naomi all that belonged, like all that belonged to Chilion and Malon. 10. I am also inquiring Ruth the Moabite, wife of Malon, as my wife, so as to perpetuate the name of the deceased upon his estate, that the name of the deceased may not disappear from amongst the his hometown. You are witnesses today. 11. All the people at the gate and the elders answered, we are. May God make the woman who is coming into your house like Rachel, yeah, who would build up the house of Israel. Prosper in Ephraim and perpetuate your name in Bethlehem. 12. And may your house be like the house of the first summer to Judah through the offspring that God will give you by this young. 13. So Boaz married Ruth. She became his wife, and cohabited with her. God let her conceive, and she bore a son. 14. And the women said to Naomi, blessed be God, who has not called a redeemer from you today. May his name be perpetuated in Israel. 15. He will renew your life and sustain your old age, for he is born of your daughter-in-law, loves you and is better to you than 7 sons. 16.
Naomi took the child and held it for himself. She became its foster mother. 17. And women neighbors gave him a name, saying, "The son is born to Naomi." They named him. He was the father of Jesse, father of David. 18. This is the line of Perez. Perez begot Israel. 19. Israel begot Ram. Ram begot Amminadab. 20. Amminadab begot Nahshon. Nahshon begot Salmon. 21. Salmon begot Boaz. Boaz begot 22. Obed begot Jesse, and Jesse begot David. We use cookies to give you the best experience possible on our site. Click OK to continue using Safari. Learn more. Slash and welcome to Terra Explore our main history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects of starting Jewish Islam and Kabbalah is on just how those ideas develop over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah always a path on that Kabbalah one thing at all. Or neither of the solutions really tenable. Such as development ages are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous truly schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class has served as truly done and Kabbalah, the point of this incredibly complex development from the front of ancient Israel to the rise of modern century. Of course, the series has been exhausted by the all should serve as a springboard for content and hopefully will ultimately you to situate development of Kabbalah and historical and cultural context and hopefully all guide primary texts which are admitted as blind as all as secure. Let's express my gratitude to Congregation Sophia for allowing lectures to reach a larger audience here from Esoterica. One, why the entire series of led entering garden of scriptures and Kabbalah will be uploaded next week or find episode after autumn of 2021 on what the entire series you can find that playlist. If you find the series on Kabbalah, I hope you check out my other content on top relationship with old landlord. Well, now you got to deal with other gods. And so dealing with that other god, pretty complicated problem on their hands. Pretty complicated problem on their hands is we predicated an entire mythology on one system and it worked. Our god seems like either got it defeated or we're defeated means what now? Right? What do you do now with the awkward relationship with your former landlord? And so what's gonna happen is that probably the idea here what's gonna happen is that all of these things go away, right? And a new form of religiosity is going to emerge. That new form of religiosity is going to emerge kind and that new kind of system is what scholars refer to as all right. Public and then there's another so public is a great question. About this. Anyone here know and feel free to put it in the chat where in the Tanakh are the events surrounding the Hanukkah story recorded? So I think I should say they're not. That's the answer that's the less wrong answer. You're certainly right, they're not recorded in straight form. Anyone know where the events of the Hanukkah story are actually depicted in the Tanakh, not in the Apocrypha, like in the book of Maccabees where they're literally described, but in Tanakh, in the Hebrew Bible, people everything. Why you have damn much like this? I'm the one thing in class, right? So actually, all right, it is not described transparency in Tanakh. It is, however, described encoded in the book of Daniel. It is actually included in the book of Daniel. Now, the book of Daniel is probably the least read Jewish book in Hebrew Bible. In some ways, one of the most confusing. But historical scholars, scholars of the Hebrew Bible, scholars of the book of Daniel are fairly confident that encoded in a very elaborate, somewhat simple, the story of the conquest of Syria, Judea by Alexander the Great, civil wars between the generals that led to the various empires and powers behind listed, also with the rise of Rome and the period of the Maccabean rebellion, are in fact described in coded language in the book of Daniel in chapters 7 through 12. Now, Daniel, very weird book. By the way, it's always one of the few books in the Hebrew Bible that actually has sections actually written in Aramaic. In chapters 7 through 12, there is a section that is encoded using a very elaborate that describes all of the things I just put out. Now, what's very interesting about the section of the book of Daniel is that the writer, whoever's writing it, is describing the very beginning of the Maccabean rebellion, right? They never describe it. Now, that's another question. Why don't they describe the eventual success of the Maccabean? They're very pro-Maccabean. They kind of tempered on Maccabean with a lot of words. Terrifying anyone that wasn't ever been selling. Everybody in this class feels the fact, just FYI. Everybody. They would blast kill all of us for not. It's always weird about Hanukkah. Hanukkah's a complicated idea if you're a progressive, aligned Jewish person. They're like, yeah, let's celebrate the very kind of balance. At any rate, we don't define, they don't finish, we don't know. They just die. You know, it was a war, and the Maccabees didn't called prophecy. Um, the vast majority of the prophets did not predict the future. It was more about one tribe. They only the vast majority of prophets tried to describe all kinds of weird things. I'm sure most of read Daniel or the book of Revelation, written by St. John, or John, read, John. He always hears stuff like eagle comes from the east and attacks the great bear, and the bear follows the sun, and the sun turns to blood. You're like, what the hell are you talking about? They're not describing the future. They're actually describing the present using encoded language, right? They're describing things that happen using code. Why would they do that? Well, because it might be politically convenient to be appropriate, right? Again, one of the things these people like to do, criticize the standard order of things. If you really want to be the person living in the Roman Empire, and like the Romans I hate them, and God's gonna keep them all. You want to publish that? You don't want to publish that because they'll crucify you for it. So what do you write? Well, king, right, will arrive, be, then right? You encode it. And the encoding mechanism is part of the apocalypse. So what is an apocalypse? That's the first thing we need. I know, right? And when most people hear the word apocalypse, they're thinking end of the world. They're thinking all the crazy stuff happens in the world, aside from this, that, battle of Gog and Magog, and there's gonna be all this stuff that happens in the world, battle of whatever. Um, and so many people simply imagine what the fuck is about the future. The word apocalypse has been filtered so heavily through Christianity. Christianity does tend to think that apocalypse is like something happening in the future, although early Christians thought it was going to happen in their lifetime. Jesus kind of dragging the feet. But they really thought it back then. This idea that it's going to happen in the future is an idea from Christianity that has a shadow from flavor to the word. Most apocalyptic writers, most prophets, for that matter, in the Bible and Jewish tradition, don't define the way of time. They just don't. In fact, most things today where anyone tries to see the future in the Bible, or Ezekiel chapter 26, or Ezekiel made what at the time was the most predictable prediction one could predict. That is, Nebuchadnezzar would destroy Tyre. Well, he predicted that Nebuchadnezzar was destroying everything. Everything, right? It's just like predicting, right? Like a second marriage. Materialism will continue. Yep. It's going on, right? Completely normal thing to predict. And then they attacked Tyre and it worked. Nebuchadnezzar was full. And so Ezekiel himself actually has to come back later. He actually comes back to the table and says, well, what I meant was he has to reinterpret his own prophecy to explain the fact that he's wrong, even though it was the actually predictable thing. So making predictions, especially fear predictions, is a bad idea, right? Folks may know the very famous quote from Nietzsche, right? Never heard the prophecy too vague, right? If you predict on Tuesday, March 22nd, 2029, that love will fly, well, your career rests on that. And so most of the prophecies, they don't predict the future by and large, right? And in general, by the way, that's one of the things people who are biblical literate, real pain in there. They have to go back and explain why the Bible, why a prophet got it wrong, then why a prophet got it wrong, and then how we spin on it, and then they further spin further fix it. And my favorite example is, yeah, here's Jesus got conquered by Alexander the Great 400 years later. So I really conquered it. So Ezekiel wasn't totally wrong. I'm like, really? That's your best you got. Okay. Well, Jewish apocalyptic texts don't have much of just the end of the world. In fact, when they do describe the end of the world, they almost always lean on Hellenistic ideas. And those Hellenistic ideas, the Stoic idea, what that basically God's going to try to do. There's section into exile in Judea. And they kept on, not in the land, right? Not in their own land, but Babylon. And not only that, they had a good time. They had the correct population living in ancient Babylon. And we know they were really well. They owned slaves. They had land. They had business, right? In fact, their life was so good in Babylon, in exile, that when the Jewish people were allowed to return to Israel, Judea, by Persian, many didn't want to go. They're like, well, I don't want to return to like a rock that has no inhabitable land. That I can live here on these rivers, and we can like live in this is a great empire. They didn't want to go home. And so when you go home, right? They were born there. There were diaspora Jews living in Babylon, comfort period. Why go back to a wasteland to rebuild something, right? That isn't that great actually. This was Judean. And this was a big problem. In fact, there had to be Jews, had to be Jewish people actually praying for that. So again, when we talk about that, we exile eating by the rivers of the Euphrates, whatever, people are not by the river. They were very happy to be in exile in Babylon. And we know that have records of the living. The problem again is theological problem. They're still there. They still believe in God. What do you do when prophets begin that you're going to be destroyed or destroyed? So, does God make any deal with them? Should we still believe in Yahweh? Like, that's him been destroyed. What's going on with what we do with Yahweh? The covenant doesn't make sense. The covenant of God doesn't make sense. There's a remainder that contradicts. So, what do you do? What do you do? Well, it's a couple of stuff. You can try to maintain the old covenant theology, and some people did try to do that. Some people did try to do that. But you can see a lot of people trying to maintain it. The covenant's been broken. The Jewites they destroyed. They're thought to be moved to Babylon. It's a lot. What to do with that? That's a real problem. Well, what if I had a way of settling that problem? Right? A way of settling that problem is by shifting your theology. Right? Never let a past go away. You simply innovate your theology. And what ends up emerging is a new kind of Judaic theology. In fact, I might even argue that Israelite religion went into exile, but Judaism came back. The religion of the ancient Israelites practiced the unrecognizable to anyone here. Like killing animals, burning beer and grain of beef of sky god. No one here recognizes a religion like that. What was coming out of exile is theologically created, renovated religion that's much more like Judaism than I recognize now. So what happened is they innovate. They theologically innovate. They develop a new theology. They maintain traffic field covenant theology, but radically under radically philosophically changing what it all means. And so what are those massive changes? The first big change is that Yahweh can't be God to make it work. Yahweh has to be a God of everything. Not just God of Israel, but the other gods being out there in the world, like monotheism, right? Your God exists, my God exists, but my God can be of your God. That's what the Israelites think. Now, the new shift is not only can my God be of your God's not. There's just one God. Monotheism emerged in the aftermath of this attack. So the God of the Israelites is now the only God, and that God is responsible for everything. And not responsible for everything, responsible for everything forever. God has a plan for the entire cosmos. Right? This is going to be precisely these words. God is planning everything. And everything that happens according to that plan, no matter how bad it is, no matter how confusing it is. In fact, the worst is, it's evident that God is preparing something to make, right? This kind of theology is like important matter. So what also has to happen here, right, is that the Israelites, right, are shows them church. So this is a much more literary movement and a much more visual. And it's so distinct. I mean, now the side of the job is not prophecy. You're not speaking on behalf of God. They're describing what God showed them, what God healed them. And that's a different phenomenological experience, right? Very different time. Now, what we're going to think, how to get the ability to, how, what underwrite? And the answer is really complicated. The short answer is, we don't know. We don't know. Because we don't have good records about, we don't have good records about how to go down. The best theory I've seen is that what is happening is that Judahites go into exile, they contact of something one person called the Rabbi. Now you have to understand, when Judahite aristocracy goes into exile, the Judahite aristocracy is still a relatively, the right word, right here. The ancient Babylonians are like the New Yorkers of the ancient world. They're cosmopolitan, they're literate, they have an ancient culture that's been there for 1,000 years. They are wealthy, they have multiple giant temples, each of which is larger than the other. It was a metropolis on an order of magnitude that ancient Judahites did not have had. Ancient Jerusalem was a backwater. It was a tiny settlement of 2,000 people, right? With that little temple there that was, how much bigger than a basketball arena, right? Talking about an aristocracy, really backwater people coming into contact with incredible, incredibly literate, right? When the Judahites wanted to write diplomatic documents, they wrote them like Babylon. Okay. When they arrived in Babylon, they must have been all over ultimately their again, it's like a Mississippi aristocracy being conquered and dragged off the coast, right? You just can't imagine the shell shock of what happened. First one, they're coming in contact with a very dynamic religion called Zoroastrianism. Zoroastrianism is, of course, a reform religion founded by Zoroaster. Don't know much about this, not here. But by summarize Zoroastrianism, I think it's found of what they were. So, Zoroastrianism is a basically Muslim religion claiming that a good God and evil God are lost during battle with the destiny of the world. The forces of good are represented by non-physical spiritual entities, and those non-physical spiritual entities are in combat with other non-physical spiritual entities that serve the bad guys. Angels and demons, right? Are in that structure there. Now, this is going to result in a titanic, catastrophic battle at the end of time. Forces of good win. Road to be one by the world, right? And not only that, there is Zoroastrian prophecy or getting towards of the underworld. That is the underworld filters their way up to Europe, with real confidence and nothing like here. The divine comedy of like tours of hell of Zoroastrian. Now, near the end of the world, there's going to be a savior figure, Sashan, who will lead the forces of good against the forces of evil. And at the end of time, everyone will be resurrected bodily, they will be judged, right? And there is a massive set of literature, right, being proposed by Zoroaster. And the idea is that your relationship with scripture is more important in many ways than doing sacrifice by sacrifice and those three, by the way, are called Magi. They recognize them from the Bible, right? Those are the guys that show up to support the name of Jesus. At any rate, that should all sound pretty familiar to most of us. If you take a little Judaism, add a little Zoroastrianism to it, shake it up with a cocktail shaker, pour it in a glass, you have all the ingredients for a great cocktail called Christianity. structure of heaven and hell going to be a big part of the apocalyptic world. If they're going to describe where you're going to go when you die or when you resurrect, they want you to know about it. And if there's really vivid depictions of the hellish world and the afterlife, pretty motivated. Like, I don't want to go there. Or they like boil human excrement forever. Is that bad? I don't want to go there. I'm not even right. So they're very structured, they very hell, and they're all the idea that behind the scenes, what's apparent the world's actually being dominated by the vast majority of spiritual creatures. Now those things. And so again, if you look at the Bible, they're basically very important in terms of they kind of show up from time to time, right? But in the apocalyptic, they are everywhere. Angels and demons are literally all around you, engaging in titanic spiritual warfare for the sins of the world. Right? And every country has their own angel, right? Michael's angel of the country, Gabriel's angel of the country, every country has their own demon. So the scale of it is also big. I mean, Israelite literature, they kind of don't like the Egyptians, and they kind of like the Assyrians. But you never have a global analysis of the world. They're kind of a first team. The apocalyptic writers about Rome, they imagine the entire world divided into countries, and they claim political science in terms of this spiritual battle going on behind the scenes that we know. Their literature, which we'll talk about more in a moment, is typically pseudo-anonymous, although they like to claim that very ancient people wrote, so Enoch wrote, or Abraham wrote, or Shem, right, wrote. They like to allege ancient authorship. It's just like the alpha dude down the right? Like, man, he wrote a book about angels. Yeah, man, the guy that like puts you, like, the hell does he know, right? So, man, a shoe guy, man, it kind of was like, Enoch, right? And so he put Enoch's name on it, right? Patriarch never died, like, Noah's grandfather, whatever. Father, Noah's father, like, yeah, Enoch. Yeah, real, read this book, right? Put a name on Abraham on there, or read the book. Not going to read any book about something. So let's talk about scripture, right? Let's get into one thing, right? Why would anyone write all this stuff down? Well, the first is historical and psychological. You're living as a Judahite in a world of theological, right? Now, I don't know about you. I don't like turmoil. And when I like turmoil, one of the things I try to figure out is why is it happening? Right? Because and if you understand something, we get power. You don't. Right? You can be real smart, and they basically just like throw you in jail, right? But getting it back to happen to you, you don't understand why. There's no person I don't think of, right? Be as existentialist as they is wrong, right? And you're still gonna want to know what's going on, why it's happening, right? Why it's happening. Very few people are gonna suffer through immense, like, physical and psychological turmoil and think to themselves, okay, yeah, that's happening, right? Most of them have. So what they do, they try to explain why it's happening further, right? Not only do they want to explain why it's happening, they want to feel like it's not for no reason. No one likes the idea that you just went through a traumatic experience and you're on a rock, free from the sun, middle of a void, in 4 billion years, some of the this planet, every bad thing's ever happened to you. Now you're not going to be a memory. This earth won't even exist. We don't want to, that doesn't make sense for people. We want to understand why our traumas are happening. We want our traumas to mean something. And so, what they mean? Well, overwhelming data we get from the apocalyptic literature is that God has planned every single thing that's happening in the world. This is very deterministic future, and that your suffering is not random. It's part of the plan. And what's that plan? It's the world, right? The world's going in a very specific direction, and God is going to right. Punishing the wicked, supporting the righteous, is all part of the plan. chill on tonight. Well, right? I think you said right that the person who has the why security how, right? The person that has the why security how. People can, people that get through it as long as they have a reason why that's right. I think that's fine, right? It's the idea here, right? That's basically what you get. If you get a reason why it's happening to you, what's the reason? It's all part of the plan. And the apocalypse has been revealed that plan. Last, last, a big part of this drama is that no one likes being colonized. No one likes being oppressed. No one likes having their country destroyed by foreigners. No one likes foreigners moving into their country and taking all their stuff and enslaving them. No one's really about that. That's bad. And so you want to protest against it, right? You want to protest against it, right? The Algeria, when the French come into Algeria, destroy their country, the Algerians like to have it, right? And they protest against it. Now, there's a lot of ways you protest. One way of protesting it is militarily trying to fight their own. You can try that. And people did. They have very limited success. You can also write books about how they're bad. God hates them. God's going to judge them. God's going to kill them. Eventually. Now, again, as I said earlier, you can't come out like that way, right? Boo the Romans. Tiberius' son. God will kill him. And they're going to be like, that's what you say. How would you like to be crucified? Right? So they're going to do that. They're going to encode it. And if you know, right? I'm a being, right? You don't know. Anyone who's got to read the scripture could read the code. They're like, yeah, they're wrong. They don't get their ass, but it's God whooped their ass. And they're like, yeah. And the Romans like, what do you read? Right? So that was the way of voting. Now, how does all this work? God has to tell you. God has to reveal to you the plan, to you the apocalyptic prophet. And that's what the surrender is. It's the plan. It's the way the Lord structured. God built the world. God structured the world. History itself is unfolding according to every set rule set down by God, and everything part of everything part of the plan. And the apocalyptic surrender is marked by that reveal, that uncovered. As you might imagine, in a world of turmoil, I know Jewish people go through turmoil, right? There's a little turmoil here and there, right? You can imagine persuasive it explained why the world was the way it was, right? It described why that happened. It told you where it all came from. It tells you how it all in. And it tells you that the things that you're going through as people, as individuals, are not random. And they're not from truth of God. I also, but the only drug y'all, every bad thing happens to you, right? No. You're suffering, that's part of the plan. Always keep collaborating. That idea, I don't know about you, right? It's one of the most seductive ideas, man. Again, when I try to on things like it, my business, my heart. It's difficult for me, not part of propaganda, I think that's right? It reads very much like an apocalyptic surgery, right? Evil emerged with very much production, right? It's being driven forward by history. Maybe it's like a cataclysmic battle after that, it'd be great, right? You take a growth area, whatever. You're like, we heard this already, right? The mark's like it's material now, son. Not God doing it. So, again, you can see how it's like the apocalypse form of literature flourished for hundreds of years, one even argue for 1,000 years, beginning roughly about 350 BC and extending all the way through the latest on your have Jews from all and so the apocalyptic literature Christianity is anyway the it's in that four stage paradigm and any other form of Judaism is the control. They believe so much, by the way, that when the Romans were Jews were going to be in their own, that that side should be trusted to be else should be look good. They call all about some book final end. They try to organize resistance the Romans, they massacred into battle, store other souls that came to their building, and they never came back with why? Because they were dead, because they thought it was all part of the plan. But for us, souls sat there more or less for a couple thousand years, not happening. You can even see the literature where they're saying the battle, describing the banners and the horns, they will be slowly carrying the battle. And I mentioned when that legion of Roman soldiers were like, "Why people will start," right? And I so that's going to work. And they run back through them, and they let them roll. What was the house draw? When you literally see God center on your behalf, the very last one to save you, that's your battle plan. Stay home, right? That's your strategy. That was your strategy. Many of the people from the Bible, like Daniel, is viewed as a monolithic force role, control, very monolithic text. Perhaps the most famous monolithic text of all time was Neon, not in either Christian or scripture, served thank God by the heroic people of never colonized. That's why I well, like have done that. They're brilliant. They preserve all the writing so important to you. So anytime I think about what people have done in their like Jewish writing class, it's important thing what they've done. So what's going to also happen next time is that the conflict is also going to be right all that they're going to discussing next time. How do you get this vision? How do you go take what God has to show you, or what angels have to show you? Well, spiritual techniques were developed for this, and a huge form of it arose subset of something in which this describes going into God's house and being shown this stuff. It's scary. As you might imagine. Judaism, right, and rabbinical Judaism, however, never quite saw eye to eye. The rabbis never fully embraced one, right? Because the rabbis are all about day-to-day keeping on of religious survival, not titanic battle at the end, right? The rabbis are more like, how do we do Judaism now? How do we simple into our home? And they want people out there being like, God's not judging people tomorrow, right? So in many ways, apocalyptic Judaism was never quite matched with rabbinical Judaism. And yeah, one famous one famous quote from the Talmud, right? That for every time you try to calculate when the Messiah will come, God delayed coming to the Messiah years ago. The rabbis don't like it, right? When rabbis even said, right, that Shimon Bar Kokhba, the Messiah will take us all, the other rabbis make fun. They're like, grass will grow in your cheek before the Messiah comes. Like, that's not going to happen. Fortunately, grass didn't grow in his cheek. They buried, burned alive. So sometimes big things, right? The apocalypse is very, very different. But it was incredible. On the screen right now is a short list of all of say to wrap up for tonight, but needless to say, Marxism as a mode of religiosity, I would argue it's the most enduring mode of religiosity in the world today. So enduring that apocalyptic ideas of energy and heat, like Buddhism, right? Apocalyptic ideas of full tradition of energy and Unitarian, like Buddhism, altering of a good example of apocalyptic you may remove them for poison, like staring gas, like that's part of apocalyptic. Gary and Mary Ruth, we've been working on this story for a long time, and I'll tell you right up front that it might be hard to swallow at first. In 1989, a soft-spoken scientist in Nevada went on local television and said something that would baffle the world for the next 3 decades. He said that he had worked at a secret government facility called S4, just south of the area of that desert where his job, his actual job, is to trust in newtons or grams are you getting? You're still playing around. Yeah, come back out. Everything goes. Was there ever a moment where you were like, over 50% I might get assassinated? Yeah, because it's why I say we have to look under the car to see if there's something wired in there for a bomb. I mean, we're gonna, right? The only thing that wasn't open, um, I think, was the hood where the engine was. So we were afraid of that, and finally did, but looked over the car. But yeah, I was afraid there was a bomb on there or something wired up. And as George said, I think just at Mario talked a lot with him, and we really, really spent a lot of time. And it's hard to try. He also kept saying it's really hard to like explain and express what that worry was. Because he said, I was the mom all the time, and we were scared that something was going to blow up. And he said that was so pointed. I hard time that I didn't care. I just pulled my stay out for help, try it, and start the car. Because he was like, fuck it, I'm gonna do it. But you can sense that even from Mario's perspective, there was a real worry. And so, this is something that clearly was causing a lot of worry, not just for you, but for Mario as well. He's like, what the hell is going on? The doors are unlocked again. And, why are they doing this? So clearly, you think something that could go wrong. So they're whether they were trying to just intimidate or do something, whatever that was, it was happening according to those guys.
Do you get the sense that there were maybe off times, like there was some, they talk about like scene programs sometimes like it's a cartel or like a mob that exists outside of the state, and you get the sense obviously you're go back and forth with Vegas, hotspot, whatever. Did you ever get that sense?
Not that it was per se,
Yeah,
but it was like these guys were disconnected from the government.
yeah, they were like their own.
Yeah, they were their own world.
You kind of get that vibe, like even I feel like John Lear was like he had picture of the keyboard. You know that is?
Yeah, I know the name. I don't remember.
He's this FBI agent. This kind of agent for very involved in Watergate and stuff. You get the sense that that whole world, like the people in the Mormons are around now, a lot of mom activity there, and like they were kind of like you can see a civilian government official calling them and being like,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
they were doing it. I know you've also been, with Montreal, and there's stuff there, and I'm sure
Yeah, I always talk about it when I hear about all these government organizations in the community. And I think a lot of researchers and a lot of people researching this should also pay attention what organized back then, back in the 60s, 70s, the 80s, the 90s, and how those organizations operated and what they did. Because it's a very similar way of keeping secrets. And, I think that there is some tie somewhere. I'm not saying that they're involved in the return. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying that there is clear motivation for something trying to keep a secret and have ties with, let's say, the mob. So that if ever something or somebody does start going rogue, well, you can basically scare that person and say, well, these guys will come after you. And that'll scare somebody more than one lawyer will come after you.
that's right. Well, it seems like they were going after, they're going after your marriage, and like they all blackmail them. It's like that's what it feels compromised system. You look at
Yeah, they weren't taking life at all.
no, which is really one of the worst effects, which is pretty wild. I mean, you see this stuff that where it's just clearly it's this distributed kind of compromise. It deals with some I don't know, track stuff, but like
Yeah, yeah, it's really wild.
and then he says
And it's so widespread.
it's widespread, and here's what's crazy. He's interviewed by Steve Bannon, and I've seen it. He's at the Amplified, and he goes, "Why did you put Zorro in where he put?" And he goes, "Well, a bunch of Los Alamos businesses were retired, and so they were kind of aging out. Everyone's you're like, oh my god, Flax is our DOE, Department of Energy Security, and then you realize Bill Richardson, Energy, and he's there, just systematically segmenting American years. And then there's another email where he said, I killed pawns back in the day. Remember? And he's talking about pawns, inflation everywhere. Like, cold fusion results. So it's like, what? Taken out of Harvard,
And I think anytime.
weird.
so nuts. Damn. So what do you do? Because like, it's also for the people that are like disbelieve your stuff. It's like, look, it's all, it's like this, cabal is controlling science or something. It's so weird.
Yeah, it is really.
Yeah.
And it, again, I'll say it. We're just talking about that one guy. One guy. Not one guy. No, it's not just one guy. Yeah, it's not. I mean, he might have been great. There's a lot.
Or he might have been an extension.
There.
But he was obsessed with Casimir back. And
Oh, yeah.
yeah. Well, these Rabbi conferences and then
I mean, you know that for the fact.
yeah, it's all they it's all about it. It's all like your website. Yeah, it's all like my Weinstein has a theory of everything. Physics, all this aging gravity, the quantized gravity. Beyond my favorite, but I find it interesting. And Epstein, like, somehow put out his theory or like just about anything else did. And so Weinstein's like, how is Epstein so tied into the Harvard math department?
I think it was just his hobby or something like science hobby. And he had basically an ability to think.
I think there, and it's like there's somebody behind him exactly what to look for. He didn't know. He was like a low level version of it. And so he'll say things like, you need to consider physics. Time where you're going to connect actually the function of vibration is easy about it. And you're like, how did you give me this? And then he's sort of like, my weird.
I mean, he said that.
He said that.
Okay.
Which is true.
Well,
It is kind of
atomic clock,
the
right?
atomic clock, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, time.
Time,
Talk perception.
time is very weird. Would you say in a sort of pure physics perspective? Like it's we can't most out in English language, but we can only define it with respect to the macroscopic bodies or an oscillation of an electromagnetic wave. But it's not like to think that we're like it's almost like fish in a fish bowl where like fish are trying to describe your water and they can't because they're in it. And then we're in
Yeah, you have to be outside of it to describe. I mean, you can't be outside. It's the concept of thing.
Do you think that there's something about time being here that might help explain some of stuff?
Yeah, there's definitely something.
Yeah. Because if gravity's
There's organic chunks that are missing from physics. And I think some people have access.
yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean, the cosmic redshift, the other thing that Stanford Archive says is that the cosmic redshift is the repulsive form of gravity. And if you look at dark energy, you can literally just look it up. It's like, it's not one of the fundamental forces, but it's just irreflexively. Right. And dark matter,
Yeah,
dark matter is just there to justify gravity's weakness. Yeah. And then
I mean, to me, that I always do that graviton where like got my I got graviton that way.
well, gravitons are interesting because as early as there's all this like crazy hardcore gravity theory.
Yeah.
We had a bunch of people saying we're gonna make gravitons right around that large corporations are right against research and study. And he was black thinker and he worked with probably John Brown and they would say like it's gonna take us time to build an atom bomb. Stanley Desser, Richard Arnoway, famous physicists of the time, right?
Columbus Aquarius, are you ready?
The two things that come up for gravity, a lot of smoke, no fire.
Somebody is that actually gravity. So there's 30 years has gone by, and I'm kind of doing my own research, and I'm just more convinced that I'm right. And can you say anything about that? What do you think you're right about? That there's another force, another another. And what is the your inherent right that stairs for to gravity? You have all these other byproduct effects.
That's fair.
What is this force do? It's different. What does it look like? Well, let's say I think it's something that works closer to the way science fiction movies have gravity and gravity like really can't see gravity driving force on the force. You can simplify and push or pull. And I think it also affects the flow of time exactly like gravity does. I think that light it does some of the observations you have with gravity would also overlap with other forces. But I think it's a unique force. Have you ever measured this force? All right, yeah. Yeah. No, no, there's no problem. Okay. Is there anything kind of high level that you can say as far as all of your research and post experience? Well, just to duplicate any, just to duplicate. I'm sure I. You think I'm sure? Yeah, I'm sure. You've done it. Yeah, I'm going. Have you already gotten some interesting results? Yeah. That's 500. The thing is just to scale stuff up. What do you hope your legacy is? So, like, 200 years from now, you know what's going to go away. I don't think that's bad. I don't think that's right. Think about it. But if there are these, this lineage of technology that we're not going to be overridden by people. There's other bizarre things that are going to come up with what's happening. Like people that came out and said that, there's going to be other people. Eventually some more of this is going to come out. And, they're amazing. Yeah, and there's going to be bigger, more important ones that you aren't going to look back to the 80s and think there's going to focus on the guys. Say, have like a army of people coming out after back in the universe, make it more interesting. I think, well, more likely, you're not knowing that. You are you indicate your own experience. I have no idea.
Reload.
But I know exactly what it's do. So it's actually a big leap forward. You saw one hanging up against the wall. Yeah, it was sitting on the wall. It was actually mirrored. It had one hole in the mirror. It did not have yeah, it was just a hole and clearly bent out. Shot at the bottom, clearly bent out. Why do you think? Oh, it looked like a shot. Yeah. Interesting. What do you think of a shot? Genetic weapons. Well, do you think it was a human weapon or a shot? It looks like some people standing up to and see how the wingman translates through it. Wow. Yeah. Have you ever heard anything about like electromagnetic messages and UFOs that taking out people taking them down? Well, that was the other correct project. It was trick. Well, yeah, it depends what you're talking about. Our directive was duplicate the propulsion system at any cost. That's direct one. Right? The only thing I've heard prior to that stories about the Roswell craft and lightning crash.
Are there any stories like do you think that Roswell happened? Are there any stories you like to read?
I don't know much about the Roswell crash, what I've heard, but it sure seems like they were working on
That's
you know, that Roswell crash on one craft. It was not in one
I
place.
swear. It might have been around too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I really think it was something that happened in the air, and there's like debris that was scattered all over like Brazil's branch, and then there was the edge of the pod with veins that would crash. I think it's like 2 miles away where the hikers found it when they were hiking. So clearly it was two different places, and bamboo, the pieces that looked like bamboo with the writing on it, that Brazil with the gray metal, and then pod. The only information we have with that is the bodies. One of them was already eaten by some animals.
Away.
Yeah, one of them, one was from what I remember reading at the time, one of them was obviously dead, and it was decaying. Like, it wasn't. It was clearly some animal that got to it. So that yeah, that was the only thing I remember about that. Jesse Marcel, the officer, yeah, right, and he said when
Ah,
pictures like
you
that,
win, I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
yeah, and then they said yeah, during like 70s
Good
and
job, Mr. Aquarius. Thank you, Mama. You too. Thank you. And here's what's weird enough to be great. 1949, there is a contract between Tel Memorial and Red Air, Red Patterson, where the record, the Roswell record, and it's like around alloys, like titanium, different titanium alloys, and this titanium nickel alloy, and nitinol, as you know, is basically memory metal. And nitinol was classified, essentially showed up in a lab, and that's what Jesse Marcel described material as.
yeah, and that's that's really indestructible stuff.
Yes.
And I remember him saying, we back then were started. Yeah, you know, right? And it and I right that right in
And it just goes back to its original shape. And I just actually interviewed.
and it's one of the. I mean, you can take that metal and flex it a million times, and it doesn't crack. It's what they. I mean, they use that in artificial hearts because you can keep flexing and it just doesn't wear.
It's wild. And you have to fill up the core, so to say, that you help roll out a lot of material and made it in the civil sector because in his position, he was, Pentagon's, like, more technology desk or whatever chief. And so you have this contract in 49. Nobody knew what Nitinol was. And then in the 60s, it appears in public randomly at a gala. It's interesting. And I just interviewed a guy who was a witness actually of the Virginia crash in the 1990s, 1996. Still, he says the same thing. He says he held the material in his hand, and he would kind of mess with it and then put it back. So, did you ever experience anything like that? Material that would go back to material form? Hear anything about that?
No, other than work tonight.
Yeah, but you did work with Night. Night. But did you work? You didn't work with it.
No.
Okay. Okay. So you didn't hear anything around that.
No.
Did you hear anything about any of the material?
No, the material side not loud.
Oh, okay. That was a whole other interesting. And you saw a photo or photos of alien autopsy, right?
Yeah, and I
True. Do you think it was normal? What did the photos look like?
I guess if you want to call it a gray, something small. It had a deep cut in the chest, and there was one single organ removed from the chest.
Was that kind of a visceral experience for you? Was that gnarly, or were you like, ah,
No, at this point I thought, what am I?
yeah,
Yeah, it was just kind of glancing through. Like,
yeah. There were rumors that the program was going to maybe move to Indonesia or Southeast Asia when you were leaving.
no, they were anxious to move the project out of there. And ideally, they said they would love to go out to the South Pacific, maybe watch an island or something. They said the expenses would be so great, possible. But they just wanted to get away from that. And just too close.
If you had to guess, do you think the program is completely out of Area 51 and it's a foreign place now?
Yeah, I don't.
That would make sense.
Yeah, I think that would way.
Yeah. And you discovered element 115.
It wasn't discovered. It's something Barry and I were working on.
Okay.
So I mean, you can't really say I discovered.
Okay. Oh, I thought your contribution was.
I work on it. It was what I would do.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, but I can't do just me.
What
But it was um, God, what the hell was it that we were using? Oh, atomic absorption spectroscopy.
atomic absorption spectroscopy? And you did that.
Yeah. Well, we had to. We also had something to do X-ray diffraction too.
Wow.
And yeah, Barry was much more familiar with that. But
But you don't know the exact.
no,
Did you know it at one point? Like when you discovered it?
yeah.
You did.
Yeah.
But you forgot.
Yeah,
That would be.
yeah, I know.
It'd also be a Nobel Prize. It would be like, oh my god, they figured out they could do like
Yeah, well, but I have to be able to produce it.
sure,
Right.
right.
I mean, but the labs are stuff they're going to produce. You got so I mean, they discovered one thing.
Yes.
So I mean, they made it.
Yeah.
We recognize.
Yeah.
So,
But if you.
I don't think it would help you because it's not like the way we try to synthesize, new elements. Is, take an ion, smash them together, and whatever comes out comes out. It's not like you can go, we're going to make a specific isotope and make it all stick together. It's just like, it's the old smashing this with sponge against the concrete wall. Well, look what came out. That's it.
If you possibly took one of them and do some of the techniques you can do it. Good. Because you don't have.
I can, yeah. You need the equipment. I mean, you need equipment like, accelerators.
Yeah. So you don't have to
like that.
So you wouldn't have to stabilize stuff.
I don't have it at my house.
Okay.
But you're asking.
But you at one point. So then
Are we recording?
yeah, but
no.
Okay. But then can you figure out the ice? Theoretically,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you could. All I have to do is have it.
Okay. Oh, I see. That's a bummer. I hosted a debate with Eric Weinstein, Eric conversation. It keeps back in the same place. To put it bluntly, Bob's work at S4 proves a whole lot like all documented knowledge we have on interactive experiments done in the last 100 years. Now, again, it's like don't lie around conventional science, but Bob's proverbial mind, there's a whole lot of smoke around, talking not only of the experiment on the ground, cheap electron, big lead, and others, and one single element might tie all of these stories together. Physically, there's a reason why Bob Lazar kept hearing about it at S4. Here's why this thing matters. We'll break down the science as clearly as we can. It starts with something called the K factor. The K factor, or dielectric constant, simply materials ability to store and discharge electric field. Now, that's an important indication for historical anti-gravity experiments. You see, the higher the K factor, the more thrust on repulsion you see. Now, Brown's capacitor experiment, Brown spent his career searching for high heat material that can amplify the effect he discovered. That is one of them, and it's often mentioned in the context of anti-gravity work. There's even an interview from this guy at RIAF, Corporation for their anti-gravity outfit, where they were studying for the most exotic propulsion technology. And he says in this interview, there's a guy named Count who claims to have an isotope of bismuth that repels and attracts material that works well for historical anti-gravity experiments. Comes up in a reverse engineering program. Go figure. But it gets weird. Bismuth and element 115, Scovia, share the same number of valence electrons. Valence electrons are the electrons in the outermost shell of an atom, the ones that determine how an element bonds, reacts, and behaves chemically. Bismuth has five. Muscovia, or element 115, has five. They sit in the same column of the periodic table, where 15, which means they have essentially the same chemical personality, the same bonding geometry, the same crystal structure, the same tendency to form those three compounds that produce the most exotic form of behavior of material science. Tsar described element 115 as all sorts of graphs of propulsion. Mind you, this was in 1989, before element 115 had ever been synthesized or named. When it finally was synthesized in 2003, it turned out to be contingent, a group 15 element, the same chemical family as bismuth, and it's basically an electromagnetic bizarre stable element on Earth. That's an idea chemically or it must be against history, or it isn't against at all. Now here's where the science gets genuinely strange. It's one of the most unusual elements on the periodic table. It's high in material. Our acid, they sit in charge, and nothing else. It is different. It fights back. It's exposed to the magnetic field and being trapped in way iron pushes towards the magnet. It pushes away. This property is called diamagnetism. And this has more than any other stable element on Earth. Not slightly more dramatic, anomalous, inexplicable form. It lives inside the atom itself. Every electron does two things simultaneously. It works with the planet around the star, and it spins on the axis like a tiny top. In lighter elements, these two motions register each other. The planet sits near the bottom of the periodic table at element 3, one of the heaviest stable elements that exists, and super heavy elements, some super heavy. The electron in the outer shell is so fast they get what is called regime, traveling at a fraction of the speed of light. And when something moves that fast, first starts playing by different rules, and those speeds Einstein's physics takes over to one consequence that is screaming early outer electrons generate a powerful magnetic field just from motion, and that magnetic field is in the air of the spin. This is a process called spin or coupling, and it is meant to ferociously strong, so strong that the electron become, in a sense, magnetic self-aware.
electrons aren't just passive, they're pushing back. Most amazing thing is like putting all your forces that all react. This also makes it a natural topological domain, meaning when you introduce it into certain crystalline materials, it induces what physicists call topological protective quantum state. These are electrons so geometrically locked into the structure of the material they can't be destroyed by disorder or impurity. They are, in a very real sense, protected by the shape of reality itself. The element was contained from the same five outer electrons as bismuth have dramatically stronger relativistic effects, and we theoretically even more powerful topological notes rest most physicists predict chalcogenide crystal structure, which have the exact crystal family. Bismuth-based topological insulators are confirmed same column, same electrons. The dial just turned up to a level we never engineered. Okay, I know what you're thinking. How do you get from this exotic chemistry art to UFO propulsion or a force that bends space-time? Well, here's where the chemistry ends and something bigger begins. In Einstein's general relativity, energy and momentum in all forms, including the energy stored in fast-spinning relativistic electrons, technically curves in space-time. Every electron in a physical sense orbit the fabric of the universe around it. Now, for ordinary matter, this effect is so incomprehensibly tiny, it effectively doesn't exist. But a small group of serious physicists began to ask dangerous questions in 1990. What if, instead of spinning in all directions, their gravitational effects influence each other in noise? You could align them to a single coherent state, all pointing in the same direction, all pushing together. This was the life's work of Dr. Nate Lee, a physicist who dared to dabble in anti-gravity. More specifically, she worked in gravitomagnetic. Lee was a woman who eventually left her position at the University of Alabama Huntsville and worked full-time at Redstone Arsenal on research so sensitive it effectively vanished from public view. And the chair of her department at the University of Alabama Huntsville, Larry Smalley, was so high conviction in her work that he left before she died, Lee proposed that superconductors, materials where electrons surrender their individual identities, merge into collective quantum states. The gravitomagnetic effect of these electrons, normally fluctuate by thermal chaos, would suddenly snap into alignment. They become coherent directionally. She was trying to build a rapid laboratory. Let's compare them to all Tsar's work and modes 8 years before Newton's work ever became public. Tsar described the cylindrical emitters base of the graph. The emitters at the base of the Tsar's graph used the right traditional sense. They didn't push against air or expel mass. They generated direct alteration of the gravitational field itself, that the craft that just fall into not propulsion geometry. Craft didn't move through space, literally meant space. Space carried that description, organized generating devices using directional gravitational effect by aligning and focusing forward that normally itself zero, structurally almost precisely what Newton theorized in the laboratory thousands of miles away, using completely different source material, arriving at exactly the same place years later. Right? There's the high voltage skin of the graph, and then there's the hull of the graph. Tsar said that he believed the graph's hull material was an electric, basically a material that permanently stores an electric field, the electrical equivalent of a magnet. I think the material the graph is made from electric, and so it's always just like a magnet always has a magnetic field, electric always has an electrostatic field. And I think that's certainly something important. Again, bismuth titanate is one of the finest electric materials known.